One day, the sky suddenly turned pitch black, as if the end of the world had arrived, and right on that very day, countless bizarre stone pillars rained down from above. Shortly after, a massive barrier deployed and enveloped the entire world, while humanity watched in sheer terror as towering stone pillars shot straight up into the clouds. Then monsters known as calamity spirit beasts shattered the barrier and invaded the human world, followed by a colossal world-destroying demon that casually trampled all living beings beneath its feet. Swarms of countless other demons followed right behind it, thick as ants. They ruthlessly massacred humanity as desperate, terrified screams echoed through the air. Countless people were killed instantly, while others struggled frantically to escape from their razor-sharp claws. The major crossroads completely lost their former appearance, leaving behind nothing but ruins, scattered corpses, blood splattered everywhere, and ferocious monsters. Gifted with destructive power, they rampaged across the area, unleashing waves of energy straight toward any survivors caught in their sight. A mother hugged her child tightly as she ran for her life. In the face of imminent danger, she desperately pushed her child forward to shield them. Suddenly, a voice called out right beside Itsuki's ear. Itsuki. Itsuki jolted in surprise and turned to look at Seiya standing right next to him, who curiously asked, "What's wrong? You totally zoned out just now." He replied, "It's nothing." Seiya looked at Itsuki with a suspicious gaze and said, "Really? Look at your face. It's completely drenched in tears." Then she pressed on, asking, "So why are you crying?" Rimuru walked up from behind and casually threw an arm around Itsuki's shoulder, saying, "Are you sleepy? You usually fall asleep around this time, but today we had this sudden whole school assembly out of nowhere, and besides that teacher, man, his outfit looks seriously weird." Up on stage, teacher Chui Feng, completely covered from head to toe in tight-fitting gear, spoke up. After the spirit beasts appeared, individuals with the power to fight back emerged in society and became known as Awakened Ones. 10 years ago, when the largest spirit beast attack took place on the north bank of the Blue River, Awakened Ones from all over the world gathered together, crossed the river, and pushed them back in a battle now known as the River Crossing Battle. Ever since then, attacks have decreased, but lately, the number of falling stone pillars has surged dramatically, making a large-scale attack similar to the River Crossing Battle highly likely in the near future. Rimuru stared at him in utter astonishment and muttered, "That man is the supreme commander of the northern continent, Nento." Itsuki silently engraved that name into his heart, thinking to himself, "Nento. I've definitely heard that name before, and I honestly thought he'd be some hunchbacked old man with a long beard, but he looks even weirder than I imagined," while Rimuru continued, "Despite his appearance, he's actually the very first Awakened One, and thanks to him, we managed to get information about the stone pillars and spirit beasts. Furthermore, he is also the strongest Awakened One, and even Jin Taewa, who holds the title of Humanity's Light, used to be his student." Nento announced, "Recent research has shown that even ordinary people who haven't awakened yet can become Awakened Ones with a certain probability simply by touching a stone pillar. Today, I am here so that all of you can do just that. Become Awakened Ones and dedicate yourselves fully to the fight against the spirit beasts." The moment he finished speaking, energy radiated from his palm and enveloped the stage, causing a massive stone pillar to emerge and rise straight up from the ground. The students cheered excitedly, shouting, "A stone pillar? Is that magic? What's even surprising about this? This feels like a dream. Please turn me into an Awakened One." Rimuru happily asked Itsuki, "Did you hear that? We finally have a chance to become Awakened Ones." While Itsuki lowered his head and muttered in a low voice, "Finally." Seeing Itsuki walk away, Rimuru called out from behind, "Hey, don't leave me hanging," while Seiya stepped right in front to block his path, warning, "Wait, Itsuki, wait for your turn." But Itsuki completely ignored her and brushed right past. His eyes flashed with a sinister crimson light as his voice failed to conceal his overwhelming excitement. "Finally, this day has come." On stage, students took turns placing their hands on the stone pillar to test themselves, while a nearby bodyguard announced, "No good. Next." The students voiced their concerns, with one saying, "That guy set a record in his freshman year, and even an athlete like him couldn't do it, so how on earth am I supposed to?" While a female classmate advised, "Maybe an athlete's physical stats have nothing to do with this, and it's way too early to give up." The bodyguard's calm voice echoed across the stage. Next, as failures were called out one after another, the group of friends whispered among themselves, "Not a single person has awakened yet, and I actually thought it would be easy. Is our school going to fail across the board?" The next name was called out. Next, Hikaru Oishi. A female student spoke up, "I really don't want that jerk to become an Awakened One," and the girl next to her agreed, "He's already such a bully, so if he actually awakens, it'll literally turn into a nightmare." Before a male student panicked and pointed at the stage, shouting, "Look, the stone pillar is changing." Lightning surged wildly around both the stone pillar and Hikaru Oishi. He thought smugly to himself, after this, Nento and that beauty standing next to him will finally have to pay attention to me, as the status display read. Hikaru Oishi, Level 0 Human Class, Lightning Elementalist Talent, Tier 2 Private Stats, Attack 5, Speed 3, Defense 2, Mana 2, Total 12. Aja said with a hint of disappointment, we finally got a Level 0 person, and while the total stats are usually 5, he has 12, so I guess that's better than average. Hikaru Oishi beamed with extreme arrogance. Doesn't that old man Nento have something to say to me now? I'm the first awakened one here. But he was rudely shoved aside as Itsuki stepped forward. Veins bulged on Hikaru Oishi's face in pure rage as he snarled, "What the hell do you think you're doing? You're actually touching me with your filthy hands. Have a death wish." Students in the crowd whispered, "Who the hell is that guy? He just cut straight in line," while someone recognized him and said, "That's Itsuki from Class 5. He's totally done for because once Hikaru Oishi targets someone, there's no way out." Ajaha murmured softly, "I can sense an incredibly intense emotion coming from that student." Itsuki raised his hand and touched the stone pillar, thinking to himself, "I've engraved every single detail of that day deep into my mind, so I would never forget my hatred toward the spirit beasts, and my determination is completely different from everyone else here." Shock flickered across Nento's eyes. A majestic guardian deity aura materialized imposingly right behind Itsuki. The energy surrounding the stone pillar shifted violently as the air seemed to freeze over. An immense wave of power resembling a gigantic blooming flower enveloped the entire stage and rapidly spread across the whole campus. The students covered their mouths in sheer terror, with one collapsing to the ground as they shouted, "This is insane. This looks way flashier than when Hikaru Oishi awakened. That flower is over 100 meters tall." Rimuru shared the joy, shouting, "Itsuki, you did it." Ajiha couldn't suppress her astonishment. This is a phenomenon that only occurs when the rarest class, the Calamity Destroyer, appears, while Nento said with keen interest, "I wonder how strong he's going to get. I'm really looking forward to this young man." Hikaru Oishi refused to accept this, veins bulging on his face, as his spotlight was completely stolen away. Itsuki was even more shocked, thinking, "Where am I? Did I actually awake?" His consciousness was sitting, cross-legged, inside a fully bloomed flower. A notification window popped up, leaving Itsuki dumbfounded. Itsuki, Unfixed Level Human, Class, Calamity Destroyer, Talent, Special Grade Nirvana, Fixed Level. Stats increase upon acquiring new skills, removes all debuffs and fully recovers. Skills, Z-Rank Super Simulation, analyzes enemy attacks and allows learning counterskills. Stats, Attack 0, Speed 0, Defense 0, Mana 0, Total 0. Itsuki's face darkened. Everything is 0. A flurry of new notifications erupted. Z-Rank Skill Super Simulation, learned. Special Grade Talent Nirvana, activated, all stats increased by 200. He rejoiced inwardly, "I get it now. If I learn skills through super simulation, I gain stats via Nirvana, and even though I can't level up conventionally, I can still grow stronger in my own unique way." This gave Itsuki a fierce surge of confidence. "I don't know what level this equivalent makes me, but I've definitely become an awakened one, and I'm going to wipe out every single Calamity Spirit beast." The brilliant light radiating from the flower shot out in all directions, making people cry out in awe, "It's too bright, my eyes." Amidst that blinding radiance, Itsuki's back stood tall and defiant. Hikaru Oishi found this completely unacceptable, driving him absolutely mad with bloodshot eyes as he roared, "There's no way this piece of trash pulled this off." He unleashed a blast of lightning that coursed through the crowd of students, screaming, "A loser like you should have just stayed in your place." Stray bolts of electricity slithered from the back and darted straight toward Itsuki on the stage. Hikaru Oishi swore viciously, "I'm going to erase you using the skill I just learned, Silver Snake." The moment the first bolt of lightning struck, Itsuki's status window appeared. C-rank skill Silver Snake detected. Super simulation activated. Analysis progress 27%, 57%, 69%. In a flash, Itsuki transformed into a streak of stark white lightning and vanished completely from the stage. The students gasped in shock. Where did Itsuki go? There was a flash of electricity and he just disappeared. When the progress hit 88%, Itsuki materialized right behind Hikaru Oishi like the Grim Reaper, leaving the bully drenched in cold sweat as he panicked. "He's right behind me. Damn it, I can't move." Itsuki's cold voice rang out directly beside his ear. "Consider yourself lucky that you're human, because if you were a spirit beast, I would have killed you 100 times over." After regaining his senses, Hikaru Oishi collapsed onto the ground in sheer terror, while surrounding whispers broke out. When did Itsuki even get there? Did Hikaru Oishi really pass out from fear? As the progress reached 100%, Itsuki thought to himself, "Since it's only a C-rank skill, the analysis speed is really fast." Analysis of Silver Snake complete. Acquired C-rank skill, Thunder Shock Wave. Thunder Shock Wave level 1 activated. Can absorb lightning element attacks of C-rank and below, increasing speed by 50% upon releasing the absorbed energy. Usage count, 0.3. Passive, grants plus 5% speed for each absorbed C-rank lightning attack, currently 0%. Thunder Shock Wave level 1 learned. All stats increased by 10. Removes all debuffs and fully recover. Itsuki manifested before everyone's eyes, surrounded by crackling lightning and blooming flower petals. The students exclaimed in amazement. Itsuki is covered in lightning now. His light is even brighter than Hikaru Oishi's. While Hikaru Oishi panicked wildly. How the hell did that guy learn a skill like that? His stats went up again. Suddenly, the sky grew gloomy as heavy raindrops poured down, prompting surprised reactions from the students. It was so bright just a moment ago, and now it's raining. Something's falling from the sky. Amidst the dense sheets of rain, a colossal stone pillar plummeted straight down from high above. Ajiha gasped in surprise. A stone pillar? Why right now of all times? And Nento chimed in. And right here, suspend the school-wide assembly. Everyone evacuate to the campus grounds immediately according to the drill plan, while thinking to himself, there's no doubt about it, I'm their target. Ajiha advised, let's run. Combat isn't our specialty. Nento shook his head. If we run away too, it'll only cause even more panic among the students, and look, that boy over there has a lot more courage than we do. Just as the panicked students fled in the opposite direction, Itsuki was the only one bravely walking forward toward the stone pillar as it crashed down onto the stage, leaving Ajiha in utter disbelief. Why aren't you running away? The stone pillar slammed down heavily, generating a massive shockwave that kicked up thick billows of dust and smoke. Rimuru called out anxiously and fearfully, "Hey, a spirit beast is coming, let's get out of here," while Itsuki declared with a grim expression, "I'm going to wipe every last one of them out." Rimuru worriedly pleaded, "What are you talking about? If you don't run, you'll die." And Seiya agreed, "Rimuru is right, you just awakened, so there's no way you can fight it, just leave it to the other awakened ones." But Itsuki refused to listen, his voice offering a strange sense of reassurance. "Trust me." Seiya grabbed Rimuru and pulled her away. "Fine, if you die, don't blame me," while Rimuru remained deeply worried. Is he actually serious? That thing is a spirit beast, a mobile killing machine. Little did anyone know that Itsuki was currently experiencing a peak of extreme exhilaration. Never did I expect that my very first enemy after awakening would be of the exact same kind as the monster that murdered my parents. I really am lucky. The spirit beast status window displayed. Skeleton Soldier 10,369, Level 8, Talent. Tier 2, plus 100% defense. If the opponent's attack is higher than defense, the talent is nullified. Skills. B-rank Bonefire stats. Attack 15, Speed 10, Defense 120 plus 120, Mana 30, total 295, and it stood towering right in front of Itsuki, ready for their first clap. Itsuki pondered to himself, should I test out the skill I just learned? Lightning flared brightly around his body, and with blinding speed, Itsuki charged straight toward the skeleton soldier. He swore a silent vow in his heart. I won't let anyone else die ever again. A lightning-drenched palm thrust forward aggressively toward the skeleton soldier. A thunderous roar shook the entire stage as thick dust billowed into the air. From a distance, the students looked back and gasped in astonishment. Holy crap, Itsuki is so strong. Maybe we don't need to run away after all. And I can't believe he was able to blow it away with just a single punch. While Lan Lam thought to herself, a newly awakened rookie actually blew away an 8th grade calamity spirit beast. Nento praised, Itsuki's courage and power are on a completely different level compared to other level 0 individuals. But even so, defeating a skeleton soldier is still impossible because they possess two troublesome abilities. First is a terrifying defense-boosting talent, and second is the Bone Fire skill, flames capable of burning literally anything to ash. And right on stage, Itsuki was being bombarded by Bone Fire, as the skeleton soldier's eternal blue flames completely engulfed. His two close friends cried out in sheer panic, Itsuki. While Hikaru Oishi gloated maliciously, he doesn't know his place. Once those bone flames touch you, there won't be anything left of you except ashes. A status notification popped up. B-rank skill Bone Fire detected. Super simulation activated progress, 1%, 25%, and Itsuki realized. The analysis speed increases whenever the enemy uses a skill directly on me. Ajiha worriedly noted, even a level 10 awakened one stands 0 chance of survival if they take a direct hit from that. But upon seeing that Itsuki was completely unharmed, she gasped in awe. I never expected a newly emerged genius to be able to kill a calamity spirit beast even before growing up. While the analysis progress hit 77%, 81%. And Itsuki tore off his outer layer of clothing, revealing bone-white skeletal features underneath identical to the skeleton soldier's, thinking, so this is what it feels like to have your body burned. it must hurt a lot. The familiar face of his mother flashed through his mind, half of her face consumed by bone fire. Nento observed closely and realized, Itsuki hasn't even gone all out yet. Itsuki stated coldly, "That's right, once the analysis is complete, you die." As the system update chimed, analysis progress reached 100%. The group of friends began losing hope. Isn't this way too much for someone who just awakened? And I'm so stupid for putting my faith in that guy. But one classmate held onto a shred of hope. Look, that lotus flower appeared again. If it's Itsuki, he's going to pull off another miracle. Itsuki thought impatiently, what kind of skill am I going to get this time? As the system updated, analysis of bone fire complete. Acquired, level 2 dark ice secret. Activation effect, consumes mana to continuously generate ice on the body's surface. Capable of blocking fire element skills of B rank and below. Passive effect, increases defense by 10% when blocking B rank or lower fire skills, currently 0%. Level 2 dark ice secret acquired. All stats increased by 20%, removes all debuffs and fully recovers. New stats, attack 230 plus 21, speed 230 plus 21, defense 230 plus 210, mana 230 plus 210, total 920 plus 840. Itsuki was fully convinced. Even though I used my full strength earlier, I still couldn't shatter its defense, but with my attack stats boosted this much now, I'm going to pull it off. His body restored itself to absolute perfection without a single scratch. Itsuki stood enveloped within a radiant blue flower. The students cheered happily. Oh my god, he's still alive, and I knew he would pull it off. Full recovery is practically a miracle. Ageha wondered aloud. He has a healing skill, but didn't he use a lightning element skill just now? While Nento mused thoughtfully, they say the Calamity Destroyer is the most mysterious class. But Itsuki is an exception. I never expected his full recovery to be this potent. I wonder if he would still recover fully even if his limbs were severed or his brain destroyed. I'm quite curious about the limits of this skill. The skeleton soldier continued unleashing bone fire in an attempt to annihilate Itsuki. The blazing blue flames surged forward fiercely. The blue flower enveloped Itsuki's entire body as scorching heat radiated outward. A layer of protective ice armor manifested around his body, revealing only a pair of dangerously flashing crimson eyes. The exact moment the bone fire slashed down, Itsuki teleported behind its back with lightning speed. A towering giant arm covered in crackling lightning was raised high as he transformed into his combat form, a larger body fully encased in complete armor. Itsuki unleashed his second attack, a bolt of divine lightning slicing horizontally across the skeleton soldier's body like a giant blade. The onlookers stared in stunned silence. He flew behind the spirit beast in the blink of an eye. It's just like teleportation. Only an awakened one could even track his movements. Hikaru Oishi was terrified. I didn't see anything at all, just like last time, while Ageha doubted, is this guy really a rookie? Not only does he have sturdy armor to protect his body, but he can also shape weapons into any form he desires. That's a god-tier skill for both defense and offense. Suddenly, a voice called out, causing Itsuki to pause. Rimuru dashed over and hugged him tightly. Itsuki, I'm so glad you won, I was so worried, as he asked with concern, where's Seiya? Only then did Itsuki realize she wasn't by his side, muttering, wait, she's not here, and seeing the look on his face as if he were about to cry. Rimuru comforted him. She probably went to the memorial because she was afraid of falling behind, while Itsuki thought to himself, could she be mad? Ageha marveled, I never thought that boy could defeat a skeleton soldier, something even a level 10 awakened one would struggle against, before reminding Ageha, stay here and help with the cleanup, and by the way, let the principal know, I'm taking that boy with me. Rimuru patted Itsuki's shoulder. There's no way Seiya is mad just because you won. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. You're Itsuki, right? He turned around to see Nento walking toward. From afar, the students buzzed with excitement. Look, Nento is talking to him, and is he planning to take him on as a disciple? No way. His only disciple is Kazunari Satsumi, the strongest person in history. Rimuru gracefully excused herself. Well then, I'll go look for Seiya. When they were left alone, Nento evaluated. You're quite special. Itsuki looked surprised upon hearing those two words. He continued, I can sense that your heart is consumed by rage and hatred. That's what makes me curious, and I want to know the reason. Itsuki lowered his head, his voice sounding distant. 10 years ago, my parents were killed by a spirit beast while trying to protect me. Back then, I was just a little kid watching that horrifying scene unfold with my own eyes. He recounted further. I almost died too, but an awakened one saved me right before my eyes. I watched my mother burn to death, and then she said, you'll have to walk the rest of the road all by yourself. At that moment, all I could do was stand there in a daze and mutter, Mom. I blame myself because Mom and Dad died because of me. Nento refuted. You're wrong, because the root cause of everything in front of you back then was that vicious spirit beast. Hatred surged within him. Itsuki gritted his teeth. I've sworn to wipe out every single spirit beast without leaving a single one alive. Nento asked with curiosity. You're still shedding tears even though your heart has been swallowed by hate. Itsuki covered his right eye with his hand. Ever since I obtained the Calamity Eye, my tears stopped flowing, but right now, tears are falling from my right eye on their own, and thanks to that, I will never forget my hatred toward the Calamity Spirit Beasts. Nento took the initiative and offered, Would you like to become my disciple? I will bring you into the Salvation Alliance and grant you overwhelming power to carry out your revenge. Itsuki looked surprised and asked, The Salvation Alliance. Nento explained, It's an organization established by the government of the southern continents, gathering powerful awakened from all over the world. The goal is to fight against the Calamity Spirit Beasts more effectively and scientifically. You can think of it as a regular army. Nento continued, members are called saviors, provided with private training grounds, extremely powerful weapons, and a high salary. Even rookies during training receive 10,000 gold per month. Itsuki thought to himself in astonishment, 10,000 gold. With that kind of money, you could even buy a car. Nento reminded him, of course, generous perks don't come for free. Saviors must always fight on the front lines and protect the people. Itsuki pondered, to be honest, I don't care about a high salary or resources. The most important thing is being able to fight the spirit beasts on the front line. He made up his mind. I want to become a savior too. Nento revealed every February, the Salvation Alliance holds an exam called the Salvation Alliance National Tournament with over 10,000 participants. Candidates are scored based on their performance, and only the top 100 qualify. Itsuki asked right away, what's the highest score record in history? Nento hesitated. It doesn't have much reference value. He added, but the record is 15,000 points, set by Kazunari Satsumi 11 years ago. If you reach 30% of that, you'll pass. Reach 50% and you can take first place. Itsuki was surprised. Kazunari Satsumi. Is that the strongest awakened, the one Rimuru called the light of humanity? Nento evaluated. Kazunari Satsumi is very special. Comparing yourself to him will only lead to despair. But be confident, with your talent, you can stand on equal footing with him. Itsuki vowed, I will surpass Kazunari Satsumi. Such a confident promise left Nento shaken. He placed his trust in him. You're bound to make a name for yourself. All the young people are trying to follow in your footsteps. He continued, just following behind won't win the war against the spirit beasts. One day, someone will appear, like the morning sun rising to replace the setting sun. I'm really looking forward to that future. Nento thought to himself, the morning sun I've been waiting for has finally appeared. When Nento led Itsuki to a bizarrely shaped building, Itsuki asked in surprise, what is that? Nento revealed, stone pillars are like pathways connecting this world to the world of the spirit beasts. That's why if you only wipe out the monsters and leave the stone pillars alone, they will just keep appearing. He explained further, this building is a facility that isolates indestructible stone pillars. Awakened periodically wipe out the spirit beasts coming from the pillars. Thanks to that, the scale of the barrier is kept in check, and it also serves as a training ground. Itsuki understood, so this is a training area, Nento confirmed. Right, we call them dungeon stages. The number of spirit beasts appearing is uncontrollable, so it's very dangerous inside. He warned, in particular, the stage right before us has the highest fatality rate for rookies. It's also known as the rookie graveyard. He recounted, back then, Kazunari Satsumi, when he was just a fledgling awakened, cleared it in just 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Itsuki stated, I want to surpass him. Let me finish it in 3 minutes. Nento set a condition. If you clear it in 3 minutes, I'll take you as my disciple. The story pauses here, with a massive challenge awaiting Itsuki ahead. Nento's appearance sparked a wave of whispering and commotion among the crowd. Look, it's Lord Nento. Is that legendary rookie next to him? No way. Unless he's an awakened on Kazunari Satsumi's level, there's no way he could walk side by side with Lord Nento. Itsuki glanced at the person beside him and thought to himself, is this guy really that famous? At the door ahead, the notice board clearly displayed, level 10, 2 levels higher than a skeleton soldier. Itsuki wondered, just how strong is it? He sensed something unusual. No one around here had any intention of entering the stage. Behind him, the crowd gossiped. Is that guy planning to enter the stage even though he's just a rookie? That composure definitely means he has a high-tier awakened with him. I wish they'd take me in too, someone said with disdain. No way, he's just here to hit on the pretty receptionist. What a delusion, just because he has decent looks. Approaching the female receptionist, Itsuki announced, I want to enter the stage. She agreed, fine, how many challengers are there? Itsuki casually replied, just me. Those words left the surroundings dead silent, with no one uttering a sound. Out of goodwill, the receptionist advised him, "Stop joking around, it's not funny. Are you just here to look, or if you're here to pick up girls, it's useless. This is an artificial stage, but it's a dangerous place that could get you injured or even killed." She thought to herself, "What is this guy saying?" The sound of mocking whispers rose from behind again. As expected, he's here to flirt. There are always guys like that who treat stages like dating spots. Usually, they just get chewed out and slink away. Itsuki reiterated, "It seems you're misunderstanding something. I have zero interest in you. I'm actually here purely to challenge this state." She said helplessly, "You don't need to put up a tough front just to save face. I'll give you my contact info, so please just go home already." Itsuki's attitude turned intimidating. "Don't make me repeat myself. I don't care about your contact info. Just let me inside. That's all I want." Terrified, the receptionist handed him the wristband. "All right. If you die, I'm taking zero responsibility." Itsuki thought irritably, "They should have just let me in from the start instead of making me go back and forth." The crowd looked at him wearing the wristband with contempt. What a fool. He really thought about asking for her contact info. This isn't the time to act tough. A level 0 rookie challenging a level 10 stage is just self-destruction. They started placing bets. I bet he runs out in under a minute. Still, he looks pretty confident. He has a special grade talent too, so maybe he actually. Someone read his status board. Itsuki, undefined human. Class, word eater, talent, private special grade, skills, private, stats, private. The person next to him dismissed it. For an awakened, talent is just a secondary factor. The most important thing is level. If your level is low, having a special grade talent becomes completely meaningless. Itsuki stood before the door, looking curiously at the wristband on his arm. My personal info is registered on this wristband. So can I enter by scanning the code? A notification popped up. The request of awakened Itsuki has been approved. He stretched his limbs. The deal is 3 minutes. Let's begin. The countdown started, and the time began to tick down. Itsuki dropped his previous leisure demeanor, turned immensely dangerous, and dashed inside. As he ran, he evaluated. The space inside is wider than I thought. Even though it's artificial, this is my first time entering a dungeon stage. Itsuki's footsteps came to a halt as he sensed. They're here. Ahead of him was a spirit beast. The info displayed. Wood Sprite 1307, Wood Sprite Tribe B rank, talent, none, stats, attack 48, speed 48, defense 53, magic power 24, total 174. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a lethal blow. After eliminating the Wood Sprite, Itsuki looked down with satisfaction as his arm morphed into an axe. An axe meant for chopping wood is the absolute best fit. He sneered, "How does it feel watching your comrade get chopped in half?" A swarm of stubby wood sprites surrounded him. Itsuki looked at them with contempt. Bunch of rotting logs. Outside, Ageha anxiously asked Nento, "Dad, there are plenty of other stages for rookies. Why did you bring him to this one?" He explained. "He said he'd surpass Kazunari Satsumi, so I just brought him to the place Kazunari Satsumi challenged first." He continued, "You already believed from the start that it's impossible to surpass Kazunari Satsumi unless someone steps out of human limits." He reminded her, "Watch your phrasing, Ageha. Do you think Kazunari Satsumi has already transcended humanity?" She lowered her head. "I used to think Kazunari Satsumi was kind and easy to talk to, but then I witnessed him kill a level 97 spirit beast in the blink of an eye. His eyes at that moment," she added, "were cold, solitary, and detached. Those eyes didn't look like they belonged to a human anymore." Nento remarked, "You're idealizing him, looking at him through the eyes of a god." He believed that young man also has the potential to defeat Kazunari Satsumi. Right now, he's just an unpolished stone. If Kazunari Satsumi is likened to a savior god. He concluded, then Itsuki is a demon consumed by hatred, a completely opposite existence. Inside the stage, after wiping out all the wood sprites, Itsuki realized, hyper-simulation won't trigger with spirit beasts at this level. Right behind his back, a giant spirit beast emerged. Itsuki spun around and slashed cleanly, bringing the wood sprite crashing to the ground. He muttered in disappointment, "Is that it?" He raised his guard. A level 10 spirit beast is only like this. No, if that's the case, this can't be the rookie graveyard. There has to be more to it. Status board. B-rank skill detected self-regeneration. Hyper-simulation activated. Analysis progress 5%. A sound rang out in Itsuki's ear. The wood sprite from earlier had revived, the branches around its body weaving together like silk ribbons to form a new body. Itsuki's body was entangled by it. He was surprised. It can still regenerate even though I cut off half its upper body. Notification. Reborn Wood Sprite 520. Wood Sprite Tribe Level 10. Tier 2 Talent. Defense minus 50%. Regeneration ability drastically increased. Stats. Attack 110, Speed 100, Defense 60, Magic Power 180, Total 450. Itsuki activated Black Ice Secret, driving an ice-armored punch straight through the wood sprite's torso. He accelerated like an arrow shooting forward. I have to deal massive damage in an instant so it can't regenerate. When the progress reached 19%, he battered the wood sprite to pieces. At 21%, a sharp axe slash was unleashed, cutting its body cleanly in half. Itsuki's not yet. I'll hack away at you until you can't regenerate anymore. Countless cuts slashed into it repeatedly, hacking the wood sprite's body into flying debris scattered everywhere. Itsuki breathed a sigh of relief, withdrawing Black Ice Secret. That should do it. My magic power is almost depleted from using Black Ice Secret for too long. But the body parts of the wood sprite reconnected, making it whole once again. When the progress hit 60%, branches entangled Itsuki's entire body. He dodged while thinking, it still doesn't die after all those attacks. How annoying. Good news, every time it regenerates, the analysis speed of hypersimulation increases. Struggling to dodge, Itsuki canceled Black Ice Secret to limit magic power consumption, using Thunder Shock Wave to maintain distance. Continuing like this until the analysis is complete is the winning strategy. But when a branch stabbed into his back, Itsuki ran out of options. Not much time left. 75%. He activated Thunder Shock Wave and Black Ice Secret simultaneously to maximize damage, forcing it to regenerate continuously, accelerating the analysis speed. Black Ice Secret enveloped his entire body along with lightning. Itsuki tore the wood sprite to shreds, knowing that if he didn't trigger hypersimulation while depleted of magic power, he would die right. Progress reached 80%. Itsuki decided to go all out, but if I die, it means I only made it this far. When it hit 85%, he leaped down from above. His arm morphed into a razor-sharp blade. The wood sprite was shocked to see its opponent right up close. Right at that moment, Itsuki coughed up blood. Damn it. Sharp branches pierced through his body. He realized he had run out of magic power. However, the simulation reached 99%. Itsuki recovered, just as I thought. Activating hypersimulation costs no magic power. I win this match. Analysis progress 100%. System self-regeneration analysis complete. Acquired level 2 Lotus Burst. Activation effect. Consumes magic power to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius. Power is proportional to the amount of magic power consumed. Passive effect. Every time a creature from level 1 and above is eliminated by Lotus Burst, the skill's range increases by 1%. Acquired level 2 Lotus Burst. All stats plus 20. Cleansed all negative effects, fully healing all injuries. Activate Lotus Burst. Itsuki clapped his hands in celebration. Firepower surged like a torrent of flames pouring down onto the wood sprite. Its body was devoured by the ferocious fire. He praised Lotus Burst, not bad. Standing amidst the desolate space enveloped in thick smoke, Itsuki muttered, "This power only consumed 1/3 of my magic power. From now on, clearing out small fry spirit beasts will be much easier. But I never expected hypersimulation to restore magic power even when it hit 0. He paused when he saw a glowing green karma stone on the ground. What is that? Outside, the female receptionist worried. It's been almost 3 minutes since that rookie went in and there's no sign of him coming out. We should call a rescue team quickly. The system displayed a red warning, challenging dungeon stage level 10. Challenger, Itsuki. Challenge time, 2 minutes 9 seconds. Ageha was surprised. I didn't think he'd lose to a level 10 spirit beast, but wiping it out in 3 minutes is impossible. The notification turned blue. New record achieved. Everyone present was shocked. No way did he actually kill it, and it hasn't even been 3 minutes. Notification updated. Challenge successful. Dungeon stage level 10. Challenger, Itsuki. Challenge time, 2 minutes 14 seconds. Clear record updated. Itsuki stepped out of the spatial gate, looking tattered after a grueling struggle in the jaws of death. Those who had just looked down on him now had to rub their eyes in disbelief. He's actually alive. Is that blue liquid spirit beast blood? He was a whole minute faster than Kazunari Satsumi. That was a level 10 spirit beast. What the hell? And that rookie is level 0. Are you kidding me? Itsuki walked up to Nento. Nento-san, will you officially teach me now? Smiling with confidence, he bowed as a disciple. Master. Nento looked very proud. Well done, truly my disciple. Ageha thought in surprise. Is Dad happy? It's been a long time since I've seen him like this. Whispers echoed around. He's Nento's disciple. No wonder he could break Kazunari Satsumi's record. A jealous person criticized. Even if he's Lord Nento's disciple, if he can't level up, he's just trapped. The receptionist presented a wooden box, her face flushing pink. This is a gift for breaking the record. Please accept it. And I'm sorry for being rude earlier. Itsuki was surprised. There's a gift. Unbothered, he took the box. It's fine. Letting a level 0 rookie challenge a stage like that, anyone would think it's risky. Even if a complete stranger like me died, it wouldn't have anything to do with you. But the fact that you tried to stop me proves you were worried. Thank you. Her face turned even redder. You're welcome. Ageha reminded him. Hey Itsuki, we're going to leave you behind. She added, you look pretty pumped. Don't get too excited just because you became Dad's disciple. Itsuki wondered. Yeah, it seems this level only compared to you guys. Should we increase the difficulty? Nento revealed. With your current ability, you can challenge high-tier stages. Itsuki was stunned. High-tier stages. Walking as he spoke, Nento explained. Level isn't the only factor determining a spirit beast's strength. He elaborated, the most important factor is race. Races without intelligence that only move on instinct are very easy to deal with. He continued, but there are races with intelligence equal to or even surpassing humans. They are troublesome existences incomparable to ordinary spirit beasts. Ageha added, basically, awakened and spirit beasts are almost the same type of creature, but it said that only we humans currently possess classes. In other words, stats vary depending on the race. She concluded, a high-tier stage contains powerful spirit beasts like that or ones with high intelligence. The difficulty is several times higher than an ordinary stage, and since most high-tier stages on the northern continent are located in North District B, that's your next destination. Any other question? Itsuki frowned, thinking to himself, so the one I just beat had no intelligence, and it didn't even scream when attacked, meaning it didn't feel pain, he asked. If it's a spirit beast with intelligence, it will feel pain, right? Sensing a killing intent beside her, Ageha thought, what kind of terrifying aura is this? What the hell is he thinking? News about Itsuki spread rapidly and people discussed. Did you hear? Nento-san is going to let him challenge a high-tier stage. If it's the guy who broke Kazunari Satsumi's record, he'll be fine. High-tier stages are completely different from regular stages. Above all, the stages in North District B are practically under that man's control. Every awakened who enters a high-tier stage goes missing. Rumor has it they were killed by that man. Someone asked in surprise, you mean Kinoshita Ryuji? Another person looked blank. Who's that? Does Kinoshita Ryuji think he's a king or something? Their buddy panicked and covered their mouth, making a shushing gesture. Quiet, if he hears you, you'll die too. Anyway, who is he? Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, the son of the North District B leader, Kinoshita Ryuji, was sitting, with a servant meticulously wiping the heels of his bodyguards, shoes right at his feet. Someone behind asked, when will you be departing? He replied disdainfully, every stage in North District B is under my control. I'll go whenever I feel like. Kinoshita Ryuji sneered, waiting in line is for commoner. On Itsuki's side, he sat down with Nento and his daughter at a stone bench under the shade of a tree. Holding the karma stone out to Nento, he recounted. This dropped from back then. Nento questioned, you've seen karma stones before. Without hiding anything, Itsuki admitted, yes. After defeating the Calamity Spirit Beast in the dungeon, this thing dropped, no difference at all. He picked up the karma stone to evaluate it. Back then it was blue. Ageha looked over at the one in Itsuki's hand in surprise. An intermediate karma stone. Something like that appeared in a rookie stage. Itsuki, who had been listening this whole time, remained confused. What exactly is a karma stone? Ageha suddenly remembered. All right, you're a newcomer. Let me explain. She educated Itsuki. Another name for a karma stone is experience stone. Simply put, after a calamity spirit beast or an awakened dies, an invisible substance called karma, you could say experience points, is released from the corpse. By absorbing that, you level up. She continued, karma stones are stones containing karma inside them. Using a karma stone to absorb karma is one of the ways to level up. Ageha found it puzzling, but it's strange, karma stones don't drop very often. Why would it be in this state? Nento had the answer. It seems to be due to the influence of Itsuki's talent. The other two blurted out in surprise. Talent. He explained, normally, the karma of the defeated is absorbed by the victor. However, even after defeating 2 calamity spirit beasts, Itsuki didn't level up. In other words, he didn't absorb it. Yet karma once manifested doesn't simply vanish for no reason. He continued, if I'm not mistaken, the karma from the monster that attacked the school was absorbed by the awakened present there, meaning it was absorbed by us. He concluded, on the other hand, a dungeon stage is a sealed space. Itsuki couldn't absorb the karma generated, and there was no other vessel for it. That's why it solidified into a lump and became a karma stone. Ageha wondered, can he really not level up? Without leveling up, how on earth do his stats increase? Itsuki hesitated. About that. Nento's attitude turned gloomy as he warned. Ageha, an awakened's talent is a secret. You must never reveal it to others. Did you forget? Realizing she had committed a taboo, Ageha rushed to apologize. I'm sorry. Nento gave Itsuki full authority. I'll let you decide whether to sell that karma stone or keep it. I have a meeting with the Supreme Command of the 5 continents, so I'll be leaving for a while. In the meantime, Ageha will take care of you. But before I go, there are a few things I want you to keep in mind. Nento carefully instructed. First, keep our relationship a secret. Second, don't tell anyone about your talent. Third, until I return, conquer at least 6 high-tier dungeons. Fourth, if you think something is right, give it your all. No matter what happens, I'll always be behind you supporting you. With his trust and support, Itsuki obediently answered, "Yes, master." In North District B, a dispute broke out. 2 sides were arguing loudly. "We were here first, why won't you let us enter? This dungeon has already been reserved by the Kinoshita family son. Go home." The opponent didn't care at all. Whatever. Just because he has a little bit of money, does he think he can do whatever he wants? That guy isn't even here yet, so the least you can do is let us in first. He kept rambling away, completely unaware of the looming danger. "I don't know how rich that brat is, but if you don't let me in, I'm going to report you to the Awakened Association." No sooner had he finished speaking than he was sent flying far away with a single punch. The one who threw the punch was a tall, heavily muscled young man named Auga. Tightly toned muscles flexed across his arms as a sharp spike shot toward him, but Auga sidestepped and smoothly dodged. The attacker stood there completely stunned. "No way, my B-rank skill Earth Spike didn't do anything." Auga sneered with utter contempt. That wasn't even enough to scratch an itch. He watched in sheer terror. Earth Spike is a skill that can pierce through absolutely anything. This guy has got to be a monster. Both of his wrists were firmly grabbed by Auga, who poured all his strength into crushing the opponent's arm. His face took a direct blow from Auga, as blood gushed out from his nose and mouth. This left everyone nearby thoroughly horrified. Those 2 guys were level 7 and level 8, and they were taken down instantly without even being able to fight back. That big guy is way too overpowered, while someone familiar with his background muttered, "That's one of the 4 pillars under Kinoshita Ryuji, a level 12 metal element elementalist." Auga declared, "I won't spare a single person who dares to enter the dungeon without Ryuji's permission, and if you guys deliberately defy me, I'll make sure you end up exactly like these 2. With his hand still tightly gripping the guy's neck, he added, "These scumbags are going to rot right here, so don't even bother thinking about saving them." His accomplice reminded him, "Auga, don't overdo it. Those pieces of trash are watching us, and if you beat up a weak student like that, I'm going to get snitched on to the teacher." Auga immediately let go, dropping the guy straight onto the ground. He was just barely caught by Itsuki, his body completely caked in blood. Itsuki's sudden appearance sparked curiosity in the crowd. Who the hell is that guy? Didn't he hear that helping them isn't allowed? A level 0, he's totally dead. While a beautiful woman standing beside him felt a sense of déjà vu. He feels like someone I've seen somewhere before. Auga darkened his expression and warned, "Listen up, newbie. I already said nobody passes through here without Ryuji's permission, so if you don't want to end up like those 2 losers, you better scurry back home." Itsuki stated flatly, "I get it now. Turns out I just need to beat you to get into the dungeon," while Ageha communicated through her device. "I'll contact the administrator of South District B. Selfishness like this shouldn't be allowed." Itsuki refused. "No need. My master told me that if I believe something is right, I have to give it everything I've got." He handed the injured person over to the female supervisor. "Please take care of these people." The murderous intent radiating from Itsuki made someone grow wary. This guy, what kind of monster is he? As his profile data remained completely hidden, Itsuki, unfixed level human class, Calamity Destroyer talent, special grades, skills, private stats, private. Auga looked surprised. "Even though he's level 0, he's facing me without even shaking. Is it because of a rare class?" Though a wrong feeling crept over him. "Wait, why am I feeling this kind of pressure? Even with a rare class, I'm still 12 levels ahead of him, and the stat gap is impossible to bridge." While the target stats displayed. Auga level 12 human class, metal element elementalist, secondary talent. Grants a 50% defense boost when stationary after metallizing skills. Metallization stats, attack 110, speed 100, defense 250, mana 145, total 605. Auga stood stunned as he watched his opponent's movement. Unconcealed astonishment flashed deep within his eye. His pupils reflected the image of Itsuki charging straight toward him. A powerful and precise punch landed squarely against his body. This sight filled the onlookers with dread. So fast, is he really level 0? Even at level 8, I'm not sure I could keep up with that. Itsuki's fist smoked slightly because the target's face had completely turned into metal. He muttered in surprise. He blocked it with metallization. Auga's metallized arms clanked together as he mocked. Pretty fast. But those punches lacked way too much power, while Itsuki leaped backward. He realized to successfully pull off a sneak attack against an enemy more than 10 levels higher, I really need to boost my speed with Thunder Shock Wave. As Itsuki's status updated. Itsuki, unfixed level human class, Calamity Destroyer talent, special grade Nirvana skills, Z-rank super simulation, Thunder Shock Wave level 1, Dark Ice Secret level 2, Lotus Burst level 2 stats. Attack 250, Speed 250, Defense 250, Mana 250, Total 1000, C-rank skill metallization detected. Super simulation activated, analysis progress, 1%. Itsuki muttered in surprise, a skill threatening enough to trigger super simulation. I guess I need to get serious. Itsuki charged forward once more, thinking, normal attacks can't break through the defense of metallization, so I'll just target the fleshy spots instead. Auga planted his feet firmly into the ground to anchor himself. His entire body metallized as he sneered with absolute arrogance, a weakling with neither strength nor speed. Itsuki's plan was half successful as he thought. That was my absolute fastest speed, and Auga let his guard down, allowing Itsuki to accelerate using Thunder Shock Wave with lightning crackling all around his body. He raised his fist and taunted, "Seen this new skill yet?" leaving Auga in shock. Lightning element, as Itsuki vowed, "I won't give you a chance to use metallization." The simulation progress surged to 59% as Itsuki unleashed a relentless barrage of punches against him. The rest of the crowd froze in disbelief. How on earth can that guy use a skill from a completely different class? He's so fast my eyes can't even track him. And can that level 0 guy actually beat Auga? Auga gritted his teeth to endure the agonizing pain. This is bad, I don't even have an opening to use metallization, and even though he's level 0, why is he this fast? If this keeps up, I'm going to lose. Auga silently cried out for help. Damn it, I can't even speak. Don't just stand there watching, save me. Driven into a corner, he was left with no other choice but to try that move. An overwhelming surge of power erupted throughout his entire body, causing him to fully metallize, while Itsuki muttered in surprise, "This guy, he completely metallized his whole body," as the system notification updated. C-rank skill metallization analysis progress, 88%, and Auga gritted out, "I actually have to thank you. I've never successfully metallized my entire body before, but thanks to you pushing me into a corner, I finally pulled it off." He smiled proudly as he looked at his current state. A partial metallization increases defense by 50%, and my talent grants another 50% defense boost when stationary. In other words, my current defense has exceeded 500. I was planning to slice you in half, but as a reward for helping me successfully master this new skill, I'll let you die a painless death. The spectators whispered among themselves, a defense of over 500 at level 12. No one of the same level could ever break through his defense, and he's an absolute monster. I honestly thought the level 0 guy was going to win. Itsuki asked with a calm smile. If I'm not mistaken, full-body metallization consumes a massive amount of mana, so if you poured all your stat points into defense, your mana pool shouldn't be nearly that high, as the progress hit 99%. Auga snapped irritably. What the hell are you babbling about? Though he had to admit Itsuki's intuition was razor-sharp. The lotus petals enveloped his body as Itsuki reassured him. Don't worry, I'm not going to use a tedious tactic like draining your mana down to 0. I'll finish this right now. As the system notification chimed, analysis progress reached 100%. Ajaha glanced over at the floating flower. It's coming, that blue lotus flower. Itsuki is about to get even stronger again. The surrounding people stared in surprise as the flower bud closed tightly. A lotus flower. Is this a level 0 skill? It doesn't look like an offensive skill at all, so how on earth is he planning to beat Auga with something like that? The system update chimed. Analysis of metallization complete. Acquired skill, penetrating true sphere level 1. Active effect, fires a flawless sphere along a fixed trajectory at a speed of 1 ms that pierces through all enemies in its path, bypassing all defensive stats. Passive effect, every time an enemy with higher defensive stats than the user is defeated by this sphere, its flight speed increases by 200%, current increase, 0%. Itsuki evaluated. It bypasses defense, so if this hits I'm guaranteed to deal damage, but the problem is the flight speed of only 1 ms. Even an ordinary person could easily dodge it, making timing absolutely crucial. Though if my opponent is a stationary punching bag like that, I don't even need to bother calculating the timing. He declared, that absolute defense you're so proud of. I'm going to smash it into tiny pieces. The system prompted, acquired penetrating true sphere level 1. All stats increased by 10. Removes all debuffs and fully heals all wounds. New stats, attack 260 plus 10, speed 260 plus 10, defense 260 plus 10, mana 260 plus 10, total 1040 plus 40. Itsuki pointed toward the penetrating true sphere hovering inside the flower, anticipating it himself. Try dodging this, as the system announced. Penetrating true sphere activated. The crowd buzzed with noisy chatter. That's a skill I've never seen before. And so this is the Calamity Destroyer, reputedly the most mysterious of the 4 classes. And can a skill unleashed by a level 0 Calamity Destroyer really pierce the defense of a level 12 defense expert? And that confident look on his face. It has to be a terrifying move. The penetrating true sphere flashed brilliantly, casting a radiant halo all around it. It simply hovered midair while everyone stood completely dumbfounded, seeing no reaction from Auga whatsoever. Someone asked curiously, "Just a tiny little sphere, that's it. Are you kidding me? Talk about a letdown." Auga mocked derisively. "Did you really think you could force me to move or nullify my talent effects with a tiny little sphere like that? How naive." He strode toward the penetrating true sphere and declared with absolute confidence, "If this is your trump card, then you're about to die a miserable death." But he froze in absolute horror as the sphere passed cleanly through his body. In the blink of an eye, fresh blood gushed torrentially from his wound. Itsuki reminded him coldly, "I told you to dodge it. Since you're human, I only took your right arm, but if you were a spirit beast, I would have aimed for your neck." Auga collapsed in agony, clutching his severed arm as he screamed in pain, "My arm." Itsuki glanced at the people standing behind him and shouted, "What are you guys still standing around for? Hurry up and take him to the hospital, didn't you hear me?" Seeing them make no move at all, Itsuki repeated in a chilling voice, "I said get lost." Without a sound, they hoisted Auga up and fled the scene. The remaining onlookers cheered in celebration. He won, he actually won, and awesome, serves him right. 2 groups immediately rushed over to recruit him. "Do you want to form a party with us? There are 3 of us so we can clear the dungeon in no time." While another shouted, "No, party with me instead. There are only 2 of us, so you'll get a much bigger share of the EXP." As they bickered over recruiting him, someone else cut in. "All 3 of you were Auga's subordinates. Do you seriously plan to challenge the Flame Rock execution grounds? The spirit beasts in there have defensive stats on par with that guy." And their companion replied, "We have a priestess sister with us who can restore his mana and let him spam that sphere endlessly." Itsuki pondered to himself in surprise. Their defense is on par with Auga's. Even better, because the vacuum-piercing spirit sphere's flight speed increases every time it defeats an enemy with higher defense than the user, meaning I can stack up its speed right inside this dungeon. Both groups looked at Itsuki with eager anticipation. Well, which side are you going to choose? He rejected both of them, accustomed to acting alone. "I'll go by myself." Several people in the background couldn't believe their ears. Challenging a tier 15 high-level dungeon solo. He's gotten way too arrogant after beating Auga. The 2 rejected groups said in disappointment, "I admit he's strong, but he's getting way too full of himself." As someone walked away, "Looks like we don't meet his standards. Let's go find someone else." Choha chimed in with a warning out of good intentions. "All the spirit beasts in there have defensive stats comparable to Auga's. We know you have the skills to beat them, but can you sustain the mana consumption?" And Itsuki reassured her calmly, "It's fine, don't worry about it." She blushed deeply and snapped defensively, refusing to admit it. "Who the heck is worried about you? I'm only asking because if you die here, my dad is going to blame me, so I'm going to take care of the wounded now. Do whatever you want." Still feeling uneasy, Choha added a final reminder. "Besides, the stone tribe lack intelligence, but they move in packs, so keep a close eye on your mana consumption." Itsuki replied, "Got it," before walking over to the dungeon gate, where the touchscreen interface flashed a confirmation as he scanned his wristband. Awakened Itsuki's request approved. Stepping inside the dungeon, he found his answer. There really are way more of them than I thought. The interior was a barren, gravel-strewn wasteland. Itsuki glanced at the spirit beasts roaming inside. As expected of a high-level dungeon, the stats and levels of these spirit beasts are way higher than before. The status update chimed. Stone Statue 927, Stone Tribe Level 9, Secondary Talent. Converts all mana into defense stats. Attack 115, Speed 50, Defense 295, Mana 0, Total 460. He used the penetrating true sphere to attack the first stone statue that rushed toward him, testing whether these mobs met the skill's passive trigger criteria. The penetrating true sphere activated, blooming like a vividly colored flower. The sphere darted toward the stone statue and pierced cleanly through its body. The notification displayed, defeated level 9 stone statue. Penetrating true sphere speed increased by 100%. Itsuki let out a breath of relief, just as I thought, as he continued his sweep using the same tact. 2 massive stone statues aggressively rushed forward in succession. Itsuki dealt with them calmly. These guys are super slow and don't know how to dodge. They're the perfect supply nodes for the penetrating true sphere. As the whole group went down, the notification flashed. Defeated level 9 stone statue. Penetrating true sphere speed increased by 100%. Status update. Mana 110-260. Itsuki calculated. A A single penetrating true sphere costs 50 mana, so I have about 2 shots left, meaning I only have 2 uses remaining, and the boss hasn't even shown its face yet. Leaving 3 targets left. Deciding on a strategy, he resolved. I have to take down 2 of them at once with a single penetrating true sphere. Itsuki leaped high into the air, aiming down at the stone statues below, diving forward as he hurled the sphere ahead of him. His eyes flashed with a dangerous crimson light. The blooming flower carrying the penetrating true sphere released crackling lightning, enlarging the sphere as it plummeted downward, quickly wiping out the remaining stone statues. Notification: defeated level 9 stone statue. Penetrating true sphere speed increased by 100%. Itsuki collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, panting heavily with sweat pouring down like rain as a wave of utter fatigue hit him right before running out of mana. Man, that's exhausting. I really hope I get a healing skill one of these days. After resting enough, Itsuki sat up to check the system. It's at 5 ms now, fast enough to run down moving targets. While he was distracted checking his stats, a giant stone monster launched a sneak attack from right above his head. Its heavy slam shook the ground violently. It had activated the B-rank skill Gigantification, as its profile displayed. Giant Stone Man 28, Stone Tribe level 15, secondary talent. Converts all mana into defense stats. Attack 239, speed 60, defense 478, mana 0, total 777. Itsuki was startled by its towering stature. It's huge, prompting him to immediately activate Thunder Shock Wave for a 50% speed boost. With lightning speed, Itsuki scrambled up the giant stone man's body, harboring some doubt. Can a single penetrating true sphere really take down a brute like this? That's why I need to aim for its weak point, maybe if I hit its head. Taking advantage of the giant stone man's blind spot, Itsuki hurled the penetrating true sphere straight at its exposed head. Seeing the giant stone man turn its attention toward him, he quickly backed away. No good, the penetrating true sphere is too small. Even with piercing, it doesn't deal enough damage. Its massive fist closed in rapidly right toward Itsuki. He tensed up in panic. This is bad, I can't dodge while airborne. To block the blow, Itsuki hastily activated Dark Ice Wall. The violent collision triggered a massive explosive shockwave. He was blown back into the stone wall behind him with fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he gritted his teeth. This stubborn brute hits way harder than I thought, while a new notification popped up. B-rank skill Gigantification detected. Super simulation activated, analysis progress, 1%. This brought a wave of joy to Itsuki, so it got this big thanks to a skill. That makes things way easier. Meanwhile, over on Ryoji's side, his bodyguard Tenki received a phone call and gasped in shock. What? Ryoji frowned unhappily and warned, I told you not to make noise in front of me. Tenki bowed his head in apology. My apologies, this is a completely unexpected situation, prompting Ryoji to ask, what is it? Tenki reported, it seems someone defeated Auga and forcibly entered the dungeon. The wine glass in Ryoji's hand crushed into pieces as an angry voice boomed out. What did he do? Boasting as always that no one under level 30 could ever break through his defense, before wondering, could an awakened one over level 30 have shown up? Tenki answered, the number of falling stone pillars has surged lately, so all the awakened ones above level 30 are busy dealing with them and don't have time to come here. Plus the actual challengers at the Flame Rock Execution Grounds are just rookies around level 10. Ryoji argued back, there's no way a level 0 could beat Auga, pleading. That's right, of course if you give me more time, I'll investigate thoroughly. Ryoji stood up and said calmly, that won't be necessary. Even if the opponent is level 30, you're still here, aren't you? The Flame Rock Execution Grounds are famous for stubborn calamity spirit beasts, and clearing it takes a lot of time. Even if we set out for there right now, we'll still make it in time, right? While Tenki hesitated. But without knowing the opponent's identity, we should still proceed with caution. Ryoji grew displeased and snapped sternly, I said we're going now, don't make me repeat myself. That overwhelming pressure left him sweating bullets as he obeyed. Yes. Ryoji changed his gear while fuming with rage. I'll make them regret crossing the Kinoshita family. Inside the dungeon, as the progress hit 100%, Itsuki realized it was time for payback. Finally, I don't have to scurry around like a rat anymore. The lotus flower enveloped his body into a tightly sealed bud as the notification displayed. Analysis of B-rank skill, Gigantification, complete. Itsuki muttered in surprise. No new skill. Did penetrating true sphere level up to level 2 instead. Let's see if it has any new effects as the system prompted. Penetrating true sphere level 2 active effect. Fires a flawless sphere along a fixed trajectory at 5 ms that pierces through all enemies in its path and ignores their defense. New feature upon activation. The user can adjust the size of the sphere by consuming extra mana. Passive effect: every time penetrating true sphere kills an enemy with higher defense than the user, its flight speed increases by an additional 200%. Maximum flight speed can reach up to 500%. He noticed the passive effect had increased from 100% to 200%, and best of all, he could now adjust the size of the penetrating true sphere using mana. Itsuki said impatiently, "Let's test it out right now," as the system updated. Acquired penetrating true sphere level 2. All stats increased by 20. Removes all debuffs and heals all injuries. Stats: attack 280 plus 20, speed 280 plus 20, defense 280 plus 20, mana 280 plus 20, total 1120 plus 8. Pumping energy into the lotus flower, Itsuki expanded it to a massive size, brewing the largest penetrating true sphere he could currently create by expending all of his mana. The lotus bud gradually bloomed, releasing an immense wave of overwhelming power. The energy pillar pierced straight through the giant stone man's body, shredding it into a pile of rubble. Itsuki marveled, "I might have gone a bit overboard. Mana is currently at 0280. After the giant stone man was destroyed, a new notification popped up. Defeated level 15 giant stone man. Penetrating true sphere speed increased by 200%. Itsuki was utterly astounded. Expending all my mana actually unleashed a penetrating true sphere this huge. He estimated the penetrating true sphere's flight speed is now 7 ms, and if I clear this dungeon 2 more times, it'll be as fast as a speeding car, as the system displayed. Penetrating true sphere level 2 active effect. Fires a flawless sphere along a fixed trajectory at 5 ms that pierces through all enemies in its path and ignores their defense. Users can adjust its size by consuming extra mana upon activation. Passive effect: every time penetrating true sphere kills an enemy with higher defense than the user, its flight speed increases by 200%. Current accumulated speed increase, 700%. Itsuki realized, wait, the active effect is actually pretty useful. Because the passive of Lotus Burst expands the range of all skills, meaning the travel distance of the penetrating true sphere will increase as well. While the Lotus Burst description showed, passive effect: every time a living creature of level 1 or higher is killed by Lotus Burst, the range of all self-skills increases by 1%. Itsuki deduced, so if I keep stacking the passive effect of Lotus Burst, one day I'll be able to snipe calamity spirit beasts from thousands or even tens of thousands of meters away. Outside the dungeon gate, the notification screen turned green. Challenge successful. Dungeon level 15. Challenger, Itsuki. Time 3 minutes 1 second. Clear record updated. Everyone present was struck dumb with shock. 3 minutes 1 second. No way. Even a 5-person party takes over 10 minutes. And did he kill the boss in a single hit? And he actually broke Kazunari Satsumi's record of 3 minutes 19 seconds. And what kind of monster is this guy? And he's coming out. Seeing that Itsuki was still at the exact same level, they grew even more shocked. Why is he still level 0? And is the status window glitching out? And he's not even injured, his clothes are just a little dusty. There's no way he actually cleared it. Ageha praised him inwardly. He cleared it effortlessly this time too. I never expected him to break Jin's record. Shifting her expression to look serious, she warned, "You're getting way too fast." Itsuki offered a helpless explanation. It was pretty weak compared to mid-tier spirit beasts, so its defensive stats were very thin. I just managed to scrape by, before noticing the green butterfly fluttering beside her. What is this butterfly? She introduced it. Its name is Bee. My awakened class is Spirit Summoner, and this child is my spirit familiar. Itsuki looked surprised and said, "Buh, this is my first time seeing a divine guardian. It's so pretty." Unable to hold back, he asked, "I've always wondered just how many types of awakened classes are there." Ageha seemed quite surprised. "You don't know, that's common knowledge." She held up 3 fingers. Classes are divided into 4 types. You've probably already seen 3 of them. Once again, Ageha educated Itsuki. First are elementalists. They possess the power to control 7 elements: fire, water, wood, metal, earth, wind, and lightning. Elementalists are the most common profession among awakened. This class also has the highest basic combat power. She mentioned Hikaru Oishi. That guy from earlier belongs to that type too. Second are divine summoners. They can summon divine guardians that obey them absolutely. Information about the butterfly displayed. B rank level 15. Skills. Hidden stats hidden. Next to it was her own info. Ageha human level 6. Class divine summoner. Second tier talent. Hidden divine guardian. Hidden stats hidden. She revealed a divine guardian always stays by its master's side. Divine summoners from the very moment they are born. Finishing her thought, Ageha asked, "Any other questions?" Itsuki realized her level is lower than her divine guardians. Is she really a veteran awake? She sighed, this guy really has no idea how to be tactful. Ageha admitted, that's right. divine guardians absorb experience and level up, so they basically have a higher level than their master. Itsuki deduced, if that's the case, when fighting a divine summoner, targeting their master is the best move. Ajiha thought in mounting fear, that dark aura is pouring out again. What the hell is that? Itsuki needed more info. What about the other classes? You've only introduced two. She replied, third is the mystical class, about which currently very little information is known. Ajiha revealed, your class, Word Eater. She added, the reason it's considered mystical is because every Word Eater has a different ability. But that blue lotus of yours. She continued, others can control their body size at will or create infinite clones. There are also Word Eaters who can stretch their bodies like rubber. Ordinary class skills are divided into 4 ranks from C to S. However, Word Eaters only possess Z-rank skills, which fall completely outside that standard classification system. The reason Word Eaters are considered special is because they possess unique skills. If an enemy learns your skills, a Word Eater loses their greatest weapon. That's why Dad scolded me for asking about your skills. Even so, you are an anomaly even among Word Eaters. From what I've confirmed, you can use at least 3 skills, and 2 of them are things only elementalists can use. Itsuki thought to himself, my master isn't here. It's not good if she keeps talking about me like this. He pivoted the topic. What about the final class? I've never seen it once. Ajiha pondered. The final class is. She teased, I'll let you know after I see it. That's punishment for not giving me any information about yourself. Itsuki stopped giving her a hard time. Fine. Ajiha suddenly remembered. Oh right, the student you rescued is fine now. By the way, what are you planning to do after this? He revealed, I plan to conquer this dungeon a few more times. She reminded him, do you really not know anything? Dungeons have a cooldown period. This place takes a long time to reset, so the earliest you can re-enter is in 2 days. It finally dawned on Itsuki. There's a cooldown too. No wonder that guy Kinoshita Ryuji monopolized this dungeon. If I can't enhance penetrating True Sphere's passives, I'll upgrade Lotus Burst. He asked, is there a dungeon containing a huge number of spirit beasts? Ajiha brought good news. A dungeon with lots of spirit beasts. There is one. She explained, the level of the spirit beasts in that dungeon isn't very high, but the numbers are massive, even by the lowest estimates. There are around 100 locust-type monsters. Many awaken step back when they see those numbers. She was curious, without AoE skills, what do you plan to do? AoE means area of effect attacks. He replied, of course I'm going. Thinking to himself, come to think of it, I still haven't used Lotus Burst in front of her. Does she not know I have an area skill? Ajiha sighed helplessly. Seriously, for someone without AoE skills, it's going to be really tough, you know? Itsuki calmed her. It's fine, don't worry. The people behind who overheard this news panicked. That guy, is he planning to go to the Locust Wasteland? Is he out of his mind? Forget it, if Kinoshita Ryuji finds out about this, he'll definitely show up. They decided, let's get out of here before we get dragged into a fight. When Ryuji arrived, the place was completely empty. No one here. Tanki confirmed, yes, it seems the target went somewhere else. Ryuji's face darkened. It's only been 30 minutes since then, and he's already conquered the Flaming Rock execution ground. He worried, it's hard to believe, but it seems so. What do we do now? Ryuji could only curse. Damn it, how dare they make a fool out of me. He ordered if he used skills, he must have left traces of magic. Contact the hounds and track him down. From this moment on, I've got a score to settle. He continued, we have to capture him alive. I'll make him experience living hell. In a desolate alley, Charles was hiding, thinking to himself, I've never heard of Kinoshita Ryuji having someone this strong by his side. Damn it, I shouldn't have accepted this assassination request. Panting heavily behind a wall, he muttered, if I didn't have Earth Escape, I would have been killed by him. Charles peeked out. Since I've come this far, I must be safe now. Right behind him, a death hound lunged forward with a hideous open maw. It bit down hard on Charles's neck and wouldn't let go. Behind it, the death hound's master, Shisa, walked up and commanded, looks like you have something to say. Death hound, let go a little. Charles wheezed, how the hell did you find me? Shisa revealed so he could die in peace. My nose is really sharp. He added, the stench of death you guys emit. I can smell it. Terrified, Charles begged, please don't kill me. Shisa refused, can't do that. Lord Kinoshita would take his anger out on me. Besides, the death hound hasn't eaten human flesh in a long time, you know. He ordered the death hound, eat up, it's time to eat. It opened its jaws and lunged toward tonight's feast. After finishing its meal, the death hound broke through its limit. Happily petting its thick fur, Shisa cheered. It finally leveled up. System notification, Death Hound B-Rank level 16. Skills, C-Rank Death Chi senses all magical traces in the area to identify and track magic sources. B-Rank Death Desire, after the Divine Guardian dies, the respawn time is drastically reduced. Stats: Attack 250, Speed 250, Defense 150, Magic Power 150. Afterward, he made a phone call to report. Things are done on this end. Shisa received new news. Badly injured. That stubborn Auga. Someone hit his weak point. Understood, I'm on my way. He departed. Let's go, Grim Reaper. A new prey has appeared. Itsuki was currently in the Locust territory. Looking at the golden fields stretching before him, he curiously asked, is this the place? Do these wheat fields, stretching as far as the eye can see, really have that many locusts? Ajaho explained, spirit beasts tend to choose environments they prefer when invading this world. Therefore, deducing the type of spirit beast based on the environment is one of the essential skills for an awakened. He acknowledged, got it. Itsuki looked around. There isn't even a reception desk here. She helplessly revealed, that's right. The danger level of this dungeon is so high they've even considered dismantling. He was puzzled. It has a lower level than the Flaming Rock Execution Ground though. Why go as far as dismantling the reception desk? Ajaha answered. In a normal dungeon, if you can't win. She continued, you can run away. But here, the Calamity Spirit beasts are unusually aggressive and numerous. If you let your guard down even a little, you'll be surrounded by countless locusts and eaten alive. She stated the ending, down to the bone. Itsuki focused entirely on one thing, so there really are a lot of spirit beasts here. Awesome. Ajaha was surprised. What, do you want to die that badly? He answered seriously. I'm not desperate enough to get eaten alive by bugs and die. Watching Itsuki step into the dungeon, she thought, judging by his attitude, he'll probably be fine. Dropping her gaze, Ajaha muttered sadly. He walked into the dungeon on his own, and I gave him plenty of warnings. If anything happens, he'll just have to take responsibility for himself. She suddenly remembered something crucial. Wait, what am I doing? I forgot to tell him that the locusts keep spawning endlessly until he defeats the boss. I have to go inside and warn Itsuki. Suddenly, she sensed someone stepping up behind her. Charles and his death hound had tracked them down here. He grinned slyly at the girl. I'm looking for someone. Inside the dungeon, Itsuki looked at the vast, quiet wheat field before him and assessed. It's pretty desolate here. He clapped his hands to make some noise. Wake up, you pests. I'm here to wipe you out. Hearing the noise, the swarm of locusts flew out. Itsuki relaxed. Their levels are surprisingly low. They meet the conditions for Lotus Burst, so it's fine. Masses of densely packed locusts flew toward him. They were ghost locusts, insect tribe, hidden stats, no talent. Itsuki sighed. There really are a lot of them. He formed a fiery Lotus Burst. Even better. If they bunch up, it saves me the trouble. Once they enter Lotus Burst's range, I'll crush them all at once. Waiting until the locust swarm was densely packed, Itsuki decided, activate Lotus Burst now. A flash of light cut through the dark space. A flurry of notifications popped up as the explosion erupted and incinerated them. Defeated level 1 ghost locust using Lotus Burst. Range of all skills increased by 1%. Standing amidst thick smoke and dust, Itsuki wiped out the first wave without breaking a sweat. Notification updated. Level 2 Lotus Burst. Active effect. Consumes magic power to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 10.5-meter diameter. Power is proportional to the magic power consumed. Passive effect. Every time a living creature from level 1 and above is defeated using Lotus Burst, the range of all skills increases by 1%. He deduced. It's currently at 110%. 110% means I killed 110 of them at once. Ha for spirit beasts at this level. Spending 10% magic power in exchange for 10% firepower is totally fine. Weighing his remaining magic power and his in-combat recovery speed, I can probably fire about 10 more shots. Even if each time eliminates 100 enemies, I can boost my total skill range by another 1000%. Looking at the upgraded magic power notification, Itsuki assessed. Magic power 25228. If this dungeon didn't have a cooldown, things would go much smoother. He curiously looked at the wristband on his wrist. Weird, the successful challenge notification isn't appearing. Reminder notification, C-rank skill detected, Mother's Will, hyper-simulation activated, analysis progress, 1%. Itsuki turned around on guard. Are there still enemies? Larger locusts swarmed around him. Itsuki hurriedly activated a layer of black ice secret to protect himself, shocked inwardly. Mother's Will is the boss's skill. I let my guard down, thinking there wasn't a boss here. He guarded. It's lucky I could increase my skill range with Lotus Burst again. But the problem is I don't know where the boss is. Itsuki activated Lotus Burst. In that case, I'll just wipe out all the small fry until the boss shows its face. A second explosion went off as the locusts were caught in it. Notification updated. Defeated level 1 ghost locust using Lotus Burst. Range of all skills increased by 1%. Currently plus 220%. Itsuki rejoiced. Lotus Burst's range is 16 meters now. The effect is amazing. He continued reading the notification. Level 2 Lotus Burst. Active effect. Consumes magic power to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 16-meter diameter. Power is proportional to the magic power consumed. Itsuki looked impatiently at the sea of locusts ahead. I've eliminated 110 lackeys, but the boss still hasn't shown up. Another dense wave of locusts swarmed in. Itsuki saw them flying up from crevices in the ground. They're appearing again. Notification updated. Analysis progressed 27%. He knew I can only use Lotus Burst 9 more times. Looking at his current magic power reaching 232,280. Itsuki kept using Lotus Burst. No matter how many times you show up, I'll wipe you all out. Blazing firepower surged, radiating intense heat. After the third attack, he reaped a series of compounding results. Defeated level 1 Ghost Locust using Lotus Burst. Range of all skills increased by 1%. Itsuki Chain Lotus burst 7 more times to attack. The roaring flames swept across the entire area. Updated info. Active effect. Consumes magic power to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 54.5-meter diameter. Power is proportional to the magic power consumed. Passive effect. Every time a living creature from level 1 and above is defeated using Lotus Burst, the range of all skills increases by 1%, currently plus 990%. Itsuki wondered, I've beaten the swarm 9 times so far and boosted Lotus Burst's range by 990%, but I only have enough magic power left for one more Lotus Burst. Yet why is my magic power at 5280? Watching the locusts swarm in like a storm, he was startled. Do they never stop? And the numbers aren't dropping at all. One option is to retreat from the dungeon and challenge it again after analyzing. But Itsuki scoffed dismissively. Only losers do that. He continued conjuring Lotus Burst. No matter how many of you there are, I'll destroy every last. Firepower flared fiercely from the giant lotus flower planted at the center. Itsuki was nearly drained of strength from this move. Seeing them swarm in black masses, he panicked. Still coming, and the numbers haven't dropped a bit. When progress hit 91%, Itsuki realized, what's going on? Ever since the first wave, every spirit beast that appeared was level 1, and their bodies were as small as newborn. It dawned on him, I get it. The boss's ability is infinite reproduction. Info on the mother locust displayed. Queen Locust 279, Insect Tribe level 13, Tier 1 talent, trait of spawning a massive number of ghost locust eggs. Skill. C-rank Mother's Will remotely controls hatched ghost locusts up to 110 units. Itsuki understood the logic. If it reproduces infinitely, no matter how hard I try, it's useless. Unless I take out the boss, I'm out of magic power. But as progress ticked from 98% to 99%, Itsuki felt confident. It should finish analyzing soon. When analysis hit 100%, the lotus formed an orb around him. Newly updated info. Analysis of Mothers will complete. Acquired level 1 magic sensing. Level 1 Magic Sensing Active Effect. After activation, continuously consumes mana to sense mana flows within a 100-meter diameter. Effective range expanded to 1,100 meters thanks to Lotus Burst's passive effect. Passive effect. When an enemy unit is detected, recovers 10% of self-mana. Itsuki was stunned. A scouting skill combined with Lotus Burst's passives. The effective range is now over 1,000 meters. Plus, I can recover magic power every time I sense an enemy. He couldn't hide the joy welling up in his chest. This is the ultimate passive effect for this dungeon. Ignoring the boss and continuing to hunt small fry isn't a bad idea either. But I've kept Ageha waiting, so I need to finish this dungeon now. System reminder. Acquired level 1 magic sensing. All stats increased. Cleansed all negative effects and fully healed all injuries. New stats, attack 290 plus 10, speed 290 plus 10, defense 290 plus 10, magic power 290 plus 10, total 1160 plus 40. Itsuki placed a hand on his shield as the lotus turned crimson. Find the boss's location using magic sensing. Sensing shockwaves radiated outward in concentric circles in all directions. Finally, the queen locust's location was pinned down. Itsuki opened his eyes wide and blurted out, found you. He conjured penetrating true sphere to annihilate it. An orb radiating dark energy formed. Itsuki said casually, trying to use your own kids as a shield. Lotus Burst unleashed a massive surge of lightning toward the target. He was certain, it's useless. With Lotus Burst's passives applied to penetrating true sphere, its flight distance will definitely reach it now. Reminder notification. Penetrating true sphere range, 120 meters. Penetrating true sphere plunged straight into the ground. The queen locust scrambled out of its hiding spot in a panic. Itsuki lunged from behind, giving it no escape. He smiled coldly, checkmate. A single slash pierced through the queen locust's body, green slime splattered everywhere. The baby locusts flew around in headless disarray across the sky. Itsuki observed. Losing their queen has thrown them into chaos. He activated Black Ice Secret, flames flaring on his arm. Don't worry, I'll send you to meet your mother soon. After a cleanup sweep, Itsuki estimated, with all skill ranges increased by 1,210%, Lotus Burst's explosion radius is 65.5 meters, and penetrating True Sphere's flight distance has also increased. Penetrating True Sphere's current flight distance is 131 meters. Ward Update Notification. Level 2 Lotus Burst. Active effect. Consumes magic power to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 65.5 meter diameter. Power is proportional to the magic power consumed. Passive effect. Every time a living creature from level 1 and above is defeated using Lotus Burst, the range of all skills increases by 1%. Currently plus 1210%. Penetrating True Sphere flight distance, 131 meters. Itsuki picked up a Karma Stone. This really is a bumper crop. Once the cooldown is over, I'll challenge it again, and this time I'll push Lotus Burst's passive effect into the 5 digits. The notification outside the gate displayed, new record achieved. Challenge time, 17 minutes 7 seconds. Itsuki was surprised. It took 17 minutes. Ajaha must be really worried. She'll probably act cold when I return safely, but actually she's very kind and thoughtful, though her denial is pretty cute too. He stepped out of the gate cheerfully. I'm back, sorry to keep you waiting. Itsuki froze, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he looked at the scene before him. Ajaha was currently being choked and lifted into the air by Charles. He asked with amusement. Itsuki went in alone and came out of this dungeon safely. You're the guy Kinoshita Ryoji is hunting, right? He continued, just in time. I was planning to make her spill information about you, but even in this state, she still hasn't licked a thing. She's stubborner than most guys. Itsuki said in an ice-cold tone, take that filthy hand off her. If you do, I'll just beat you up and let you go. Charles sneered, don't be so full of yourself, level 0 rook. Itsuki moved at blinding speed, raising his fist and charging straight at. Charles panicked and ordered, too fast. Death Hound lunge, use your head to take his punch. System notification, B-rank Divine Guardian detected, Death Hound. Hyper simulation activated, analysis progress, 1%. From that, Itsuki deduced, this dog is a divine guardian, which means the cap-wearing guy is a divine summoner. Charles had already reached a conclusion in his mind. He has no wasted movements, and his speed is insanely fast. No wonder even Auga lost. He probably didn't even have time to use metal transformation. He spoke casually, but I have the Death Hound and a hostage. Ajaha's throat was squeezed so tightly by Charles that she let out a soft groan. Itsuki grew worried for her safety and shouted loudly, Ajaha. Analysis progress hits 34%. The Death Hound broke free from Itsuki's restraint and lunged savagely forward. Charles thought with absolute confidence, Death Dog's bite force can easily crush any defense with stats below 300, and the best he can hope for is just getting his arm ripped off. But reality turned out completely different from his expectations, as Charles gasped in utter shock. What the hell? Itsuki had activated Dark Ice Secret to coat one arm, while his other hand formed a penetrating True Sphere. Lotus Burst was placed right beneath Death Dog's throat as the penetrating True Sphere shot straight through its head. He recalled the saying, without a spirit familiar, a spirit summoner is fundamentally weak, while the analysis progress reached 77%. Charles wondered curiously, since this guy is a rookie, does he seriously not know that spirit familiars can resurrect? Death Dog possessed the B-rank skill Death Desire, which could drastically shorten its resurrection time. Watching Death Dog lunge back into action from behind, he gloated with malicious glee. Keep being careless and become Death Dog's food. Itsuki activated Mana Sensing, sending detection waves rippling outward as the progress hit 89%. He concluded, continuously activating Mana Sensing ever since acquiring it seems like a solid choice, while the progress ticked up to 91%. Itsuki spun around and delivered a powerful kick straight into Death Dog, glancing back at Charles behind him with the thought, the analysis is almost done, and if the Blue Lotus appears because of super simulation, he might get suspicious. His strength and speed completely outclass Death Dog's, and he even has a reconnaissance skill. I can't even pull off a sneak attack like this. Charles used Ajaha to threaten him, barking, if you keep resisting, this woman is totally finished. Itsuki's plan was clear. I want to finish the analysis without making the Blue Lotus appear. As the system notification chimed, analysis progress reached 100%. Analysis of Death Dog complete. Acquired Spirit Familiar Devour Level 2. Spirit Familiar Devour Level 2 active effect. By directly touching a Spirit Familiar of H rank and below, you can make it your own. Passive effect. Number of usable spirit familiars, 0-2. Itsuki muttered in surprise. Turns out I can steal someone else's spirit familiar. And I finished the analysis without triggering the Blue Lotus, as the system notification reminded. Acquired spirit familiar devour level 2. All stats increased by 20. Because super simulation was not fully activated, debuff removal and injury recovery did not take place. New stats: attack 310 plus 20 speed, 310 plus 20 defense, 310 plus 20 mana, 310 plus 20. He deduced, so there's a price for skipping the Blue Lotus and losing the healing effect. But since I already recovered back in that dungeon earlier, I can still fight at nearly full strength without it. This skill seems like it lets me rob other people's spirit familiars, and seeing Death Dog lunging forward with its jaws wide open, Itsuki formed a new plan. The lotus flower bloomed brightly right in the palm of his hand as he muttered, "If that's how it is." Itsuki slammed the flower fiercely against Death Dog's head, declaring, "I'm taking your dog." Death Dog's entire body was instantly seized and controlled by an overwhelming force. He leaned to the side, lifted his leg, and kicked out hard against it. The heavy kick sent Death Dog crashing violently onto the ground, driving Charles into a furious rage as he cursed, "Useless mutt. What did I feed you all those EXP dumps?" He tightened his grip around Ajaha's neck, threatening, "Hey, if you keep fighting back, I'm going to slit this woman's throat." Refusing to let herself become a burden to Itsuki, Ajaha whispered softly, "Don't worry about me." Itsuki raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. "Fine, just don't touch her." Charles warned smugly, "If you had just behaved like this from the start, this woman wouldn't have had to suffer." Itsuki asked coldly, "Why are you targeting me anyway? I'm pretty sure I haven't made any enemies out of you." He replied derisively, still trying to fish for information, "I suppose I can tell you, since you're going to meet him anyway. Kinoshita Ryuji is furious with you for trespassing into South District B without permission, and I am Charles the Dog Man, here to arrest you under his direct order." Itsuki engraved the grudge into his mind. Kinoshita Ryuji, so it's that guy. I'll have to meet him in person and settle this score. Charles reminded him menacingly, "You'll be meeting him real soon, right after your body gets chewed to pieces, because Death Dog is about to rip your legs right off. If you actually care about this woman's life, you better not use that weird ice trick to protect yourself this time." He commanded, "Death Dog, tear his legs to shreds for me." Itsuki issued his own command, "Death Dog, prove that you're worthy of being my spirit familiar." Death Dog immediately clamped its jaws down hard onto the arm that was choking Aja. Itsuki darted forward swiftly, catching the dying woman in his arm. Charles shrieked in agonizing disbelief, "Damn it, why? Why are you attacking me? I'm your master." A lotus flower seal materialized brightly on Death Dog's forehead as Itsuki gently stroked its head, praising, "Good job." He officially declared, "I'm going to return the pain Aja has suffered 100-fold. No, I'll pay it back 1,000 times over." Terrified out of his wits, Charles stammered frantically, "Wait, let me explain. I was just following Ryuji's orders. I had no choice. Look, let's form a party. I'll help you lure Ryuji out." Itsuki replied flatly, "That actually sounds like a great offer." Charles rejoiced inwardly at having bought some time. I totally tricked him. He suddenly hurled a sharp spike straight toward his opponent, screaming, "Go to hell, brat." Itsuki leaned to the side and smoothly dodged it, statting, "But I'd much rather kill Kinoshita Ryuji with my own hand." He ordered, "Death Dog, make him experience Ajaha's pain." Tears of pure terror streamed down Charles's face as he begged, "I slipped up. I'm sorry. Please give me another chance." Death Dog bared its fangs and slowly stalked toward him. Charles desperately tried to jog its memory. "Death Dog, have you forgotten? I'm your master. Look at all the food I gave you." Death Dog swung its massive jaws wide, open straight toward. Once it finished dealing with Charles, Itsuki asked with a dark, gloomy tone, "You've been tailing me ever since I walked out of the dungeon, haven't you?" Itsuki turned his head to look behind him. "How much longer do you plan on hiding? Why don't you just show yourself?" Tucked away in the shadows nearby, someone was hiding very carefully. Iberia stepped out awkwardly and asked, "Did you spot me?" Itsuki's voice remained as chilling as ever. "Are you an accomplice of that guy from earlier?" Startled by the misunderstanding, he quickly clarified, "No, I'm not the enemy. Please just listen to me explain." Itsuki couldn't care less. "Whatever, I don't have time to chat with you. Death Dog, follow me once you're done eating." Seeing how obediently Death Dog listened to Itsuki, Iberia harbored a glimmer of hope. He can even command a mad dog like that. This guy might actually be able to save me. He hurried after Itsuki, walking alongside him as he introduced himself. "My name is Iberia. As for you, that fight just now was totally awesome, even though it was a bit close." But when Itsuki didn't reply, Iberia pressed on. "You're that mysterious guy who took down Auga, right?" He pleaded for help. "Could you do me a favor? I'll pay you well if you want. I can even pay in magic stones or weapons. How about that? But Itsuki completely ignored him and kept walking, leaving Iberia bewildered. What the hell? Wouldn't any normal person be thrilled to get fully paid? Did the old man lie to me? His father's words echoed in his mind. Just like in the middle of a desert, a simple cup of water is worth way more than a treasure trove. Rewards require finesse. Handing a sword to someone thirsting for revenge, or giving medicine to someone who's injured, to them, that's already the most fitting reward possible. This realization suddenly enlightened Iberia. I get it now. He trotted along behind him, calling out, "You walked all the way here, right? You can't travel fast carrying an injured person, and besides, the nearest hospital is dozens of kilometers away. If you stroll along leisurely like this, the woman's going to die." Iberia pulled out a roll of medical bandages. I happen to have a healing scroll. Seeing Itsuki halt in his tracks, knowing his tactic was halfway successful, he added, "I can save her." Itsuki turned around and asked anxiously, "Really?" He answered, "I can't fully heal her, but I can save her life." Itsuki gently laid Ajiha down on the ground for Iberia to bandage up, asking worriedly, "Is it okay to use it right over her clothes?" While Iberia explained, "These aren't ordinary bandages. They're a rare artifact crafted from the wrappings of the Shadow Tribe and the skin of a Kodama." Itsuki looked confused. "What's an artifact?" Prompting Iberia to realize his terminology was a bit too niche. "Given your level, you probably just awakened recently, so it's normal that you don't know." He introduced, "Modern weapons don't work against spirit beasts, which is why you can't fight them with regular firepower. But weaponsmiths can craft special artifacts to combat spirit beasts using parts harvested from the beasts themselves. Artifacts are divided into 4 tiers depending on the smith's skill level and materials: common, rare, epic, and unique. Common artifacts, barely different from regular weapons, aside from being able to deal actual damage to spirit beasts and awakened ones. Rare artifacts enhance a few stats for the wielder, such as the rare sea sword, which boosts mana speed. Epic artifacts not only boost stats but also grant special abilities, such as the epic blood sword, which increases attack power with a special bloodsorption effect that raises blade temperature while reducing the enemy's self-healing ability by 50%. Unique artifacts, the ultimate goal every weaponsmith aspires to, granting massive stat spikes and powerful effects, with only 102 unique artifacts currently in existence. For example, the unique Holy Sword boosts attack and speed with a unique effect that stores an infinite amount of mana inside the blade, allowing for limitless skill usage. Smiths themselves don't possess much combat prowess, and there aren't many of them around, but because they can forge artifacts, they command the utmost respect from all awakened ones. Itsuki asked curiously, "So your dad is a weaponsmith?" He puffed out his chest proudly. "Not just any ordinary smith. There are plenty of smiths who never manage to forge a single unique artifact in their entire lives, and right now there are only 10 such items across all 5 continents, and 3 of them were crafted by my old man. That's why people call him the weaponsmith king of the northern continent." Seeing Itsuki turn his back on him, Iberia complained, "Are you even listening? Hey, I poured my heart out explaining all that, don't just brush me off," as Itsuki pulled out an item. "Is this the crossbow that guy named Charles used earlier?" Iberia walked over to inspect it, thinking, is he seriously not surprised at all when hearing my dad's name? Any normal awakened one would have latched onto me immediately, while Itsuki muttered, "With this thing, I can reduce how often I use the penetrating true sphere and lower the risk of exposing my trump cards." Iberia evaluated the item in Itsuki's hand. "It's a rare artifact," before adding in disappointment, "Too bad it doesn't come with any bolts," though he quickly clarified, "Ranged weapons like this can assimilate regular ammunition into artifact-grade projectiles, so you don't need to worry about arrows," as the item's profile displayed. Hunter's crossbow, rare, speed plus 50. Seeing it vanish straight out of his hand, Itsuki was startled. It disappeared, prompting Iberia to explain with a knowing look, "That's another feature of artifacts. Once it bonds with its owner, it gets stored away, and you can summon it back whenever you need to use it." Itsuki said politely, "Pretty convenient. Thanks for treating her. If you need help with anything, just let me know. Once I'm done here, I have to go track down Kinoshita." Iberia gossiped, "Hearing that name right now made me think I misheard. Having the guts to pick a fight with Kinoshita Ryuji in South District B takes some serious nerve," as Itsuki sighed and asked, "What, are you trying to make me back down?" Iberia denied, "No, if it's Kinoshita Ryuji, then we actually share a common goal," prompting Itsuki to ask in confusion, "Did you piss him off too?" He skirted around the topic. "Not exactly, but I want you to party up with me for the preliminary rounds of the Salvation League National Tournament the day after tomorrow." While Itsuki thought to himself in surprise, the preliminary rounds, speaking of which I completely forgot about that. I heard only the top 10 get to advance to the main tournament, but I've been way too busy these past few days to prepare. He asked suspiciously, what do the preliminary rounds have to do with Kinoshita Ryoji? He confirmed the preliminary rounds are held per continent, and the Northern Continent's venue happens to be right here in South District B, and as the son of the regional administrator, Kinoshita Ryoji is obviously gunning for the main tournament. Actually, his older brother is a savior too, so if he fails to make the top 10, it'll bring utter humiliation to the Kinoshita family, which is why he's monopolizing all the dungeons in South District B to grind level. Itsuki couldn't understand, then why party up with a guy like me? He explained simply, because you're strong. My gut feeling tells me that if we team up, we'll definitely breeze through the preliminaries, while Itsuki reminded him, you're younger than me, right? You'll have plenty of opportunities in the future, so why are you so set on this year? He hesitated. Why, you ask? Iberia recounted, ever since I was a kid, I watched my old man craft artifacts, and every finished piece looked like a flawless work of art, so my admiration for him just kept growing. Which is why I always dreamed of becoming an awakened one someday, and fighting spirit beasts, using gear forged by my own dad. Then a month ago, I finally awakened and was super excited, so I asked my dad to forge an artifact for me, but he refused, saying only true saviors are qualified to use his artifacts. He continued, even so, I kept begging him, and finally he gave me a condition. If you clear the preliminary rounds this year, I'll hand you a masterpiece. That's why I absolutely have to win the preliminaries this year. Itsuki wondered, with a great dad like that, you should have plenty of people wanting to party with you. You don't need to team up with a level 0 like me. Iberia replied, my dad thought so too, and before I left he told me, listen here, pass the preliminaries with your own strength. If you lean on a strong teammate, I'm not giving it to you, prompting Itsuki to admire. Your dad is really strict. He vented helplessly. Based on my intel, most of the promising candidates have already been bought out by Kinoshita, and the remaining ones are either loners who hate partying or already have teams, so there's no one left to ask. But 2 days ago, I heard about a guy who beat one of the 4 pillars and even broke a record, so I dug up some info, and that's how I found you. Itsuki cut him off. All right, I don't care about partying, but first I need to take her to the hospital, and Iberia understood. I'll go with you from here on out, we're teammates. He kept chattering away about nomming ideas. We should think of a team name too. You're Itsuki and I'm Iberia, so how about Ibaton? No, sounds like a store name. eBay isn't great either. How about Tenria? While Itsuki picked Ajaha up in his arms, thinking wearily, good grief, this guy talks even more than Rimu. It suddenly crossed his mind. Come to think of it, how are Ryger and Seo doing? Did they both become awakened ones? Are they joining the preliminaries too? While behind him, Iberia continued enthusiastically. Since both our names start with I, how about double I? The person he was thinking of was currently in the middle of training. Seo furrowed her brow from across the room and asked, are you coming down with something? While Rimu denied it. Nah, someone's probably talking about me, probably Itsuki. Seo worried, Itsuki, how long has it been since that attack? I didn't think we'd be separated for this long. I wonder if he's doing okay. Rimu sidled up with a tease that made her blush fiercely. You're such a weirdo. If you were that worried about Itsuki, why didn't you go see him right after he beat that spirit beast? Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Seo suddenly launched a surprise attack on him. Rimu protested, sneak attacks are playing dirty, while Seo didn't care whether it was dirty or not. We're doing combat training, aren't we? You just let your guard down, right? Someone walked into the room, prompting them to greet him happily. Master, as he issued a stern reminder. The Salvation League National Tournament preliminaries start the day after tomorrow. There's no time to mess around. Seo cheered happily. Finally, another awakened one to spar with. I'm so sick of fighting Rimu, as her status displayed. Seo Hisaragi, level 11 human class, water elementalist, primary talent. Hidden stats, attack 110, speed 160, defense 125, mana 160, total 555, while Rimu replied. I've never been to South District B before. I heard it's a bustling city. I'm so hyped to see it in person, bringing up his own status. Horino Rimu, level 10 human class, elementalist, secondary talent. Hidden stats, attack 100, speed 100, defense 100, mana 183, total 483. Meanwhile, over on Ryoji's side, he was inspecting a suitcase filled with karma stones laid out before him. Before casually asking, where's that hunting dog? Being this late doesn't sound like him, while Tanky expressed concern, could something have happened? Hearing this sent Ryoji into a fury. Again, those useless subordinates, as he crushed a karma stone in his hand, absorbing the experience points. He waited for instructions. Should we send someone to look for him? But Ryoji answered, forget him. The preliminaries are our top priority. If I lose, the old man's gonna lock me in the isolation room. By the way, how's that task I asked you about going? Prompting Tanky to report. Out of the 3,113 applicants in the northern continent, we've successfully persuaded 887 of them, and as requested, all of them are level 5 or higher. Ryuji praised, very nice. You really are a reliable subordinate. Watching Ryuji absorb the power of the Karma Stone, Tenki noted, that was the last magic stone. As he underwent the leveling process, lightning crackled violently around his body while Ryuji declared with supreme confidence, to crush a bunch of commoners, this is more than enough, as his status window displayed. Kinoshita Ryuji, level 12 human, class, lightning elementalist, secondary talent, hidden stats, attack 135, speed 168, defense 130, mana 170, total 603. Over on Itsuki's side, as soon as he stepped outside, he teleported straight to Nento. Apologizing remorsefully, I'm sorry, master, for putting Ageha in such grave danger. He answered it couldn't be helped. I can eliminate him if you want. Rejecting the offer, Itsuki said, no, leave him to me. Pleased by Itsuki's independence, Nento nodded. Very good. Fill me in on the whole story later. Standing nearby, Iberia thought with excitement. So the supreme commander of the northern continent is his master. No wonder he wasn't surprised when I mentioned my dad. Nento is truly a mysterious person. I should totally ask for his autograph later. They were currently inside a hospital room where Ageha was resting and recovering after her treatment, as Itsuki announced. And that's why I've decided to participate in the Salvation League National Tournament preliminaries alongside Iberia, so I didn't stop him. While Nento checked up on her health. I see. How are you feeling, Ageha? Glancing down at the butterfly resting on her finger, she replied, B healed me so I'm completely better now, all thanks to Iberia treating me with a rare artifact. Nento turned to ask in surprise, you possess the wood spirit bandage artifact crafted by Aiden, so you must be his son, right? Iberia thought in astonishment, not only does he know about artifacts, he even knows my dad. I need to behave properly in front of the weaponsmith king's eldest son. Proudly pointing at himself as he introduced, that's right, I am Aiden's dad. Itsuki corrected him, you got that backward. Blushing deeply with embarrassment, Iberia stammered a correction. My bad, Aiden is my dad. Ignoring the slip-up, Nento cleared his throat and said, anyway, thank you for saving my daughter. Once the qualifiers are over, let me take Itsuki to go pay respects to Aiden together. But you guys must have preparations for the tournament, right? You're dismissed. Ageha and I will be watching tomorrow. Itsuki replied, yes, while Iberia swore with determination. Rest assured, I'll make sure everyone sees that we can breeze through the preliminary. Ageha observed that her father genuinely liked Itsuki, recalling how back when Kazunari and she were around, her dad always brought her along to meetings. He explained the reasoning. Itsuki harbors a strong self-destructive urge when facing spirit beasts due to childhood psychological trauma. But that urge subsides whenever there are people he wants to protect by his side. Which is why I put you by his side. Ageha reflected on those words. To become his close friend, become his weakness, and then become the person he wants to protect. The person Itsuki wants to protect. Before leaving, Nento issued a final reminder. By the way, regarding the spirit beast attack at the school, it's been confirmed not to be an accident but a planned plot, prompting her to ask, what did you say, Dad? As he continued, the number of traders siding with spirit beasts is on the rise, and although the scale varies, similar attacks have targeted supreme commanders across other continents, meaning humanity's future is looking mighty bleak right now. He stated with firm conviction, Itsuki will undoubtedly wipe them out and become the light of hope. The next day, at the Salvation League National Tournament preliminaries, venue in South District B, Itsuki stepped into the arena and looked around at the massive crowds in surprise. There are way more people here than I thought, as Iberia answered. I heard that as soon as the news broke that Nento was coming to watch, people who weren't planning on joining suddenly changed their minds, causing the participant count to skyrocket from around 3,000 to nearly 5,000. Hearing this news darkened Ryuji's expression. Nento, that old bastard. This throws off way too many variables, while Tenki reassured him. Rest assured, they're just a mixed bag of last-minute joiners with no time to form proper teams, so we still hold the numbers advantage. Just tell our recruits to wear a red band around their right arm so we can recognize our own. Coincidentally, Rimuru and Seiyo were also there. Rimuru asked, is the red ribbon trending? Should I wear one? Because Nento is here watching. Seiyo added, Itsuki will probably wear one too. Saoryu Fujiwara, the host of the national tournament preliminary round, stepped up to make an announcement. Everyone, I will explain the rules before the preliminary round begins. He elaborated on the match rules. The preliminary round venue is divided into two areas, the inner zone and the outer zone. In the first stage of the preliminaries, you will start from the four main directions of the outer zone. First, you will compete based on the time it takes to enter the inner zone. The moment you enter the inner zone, Your ranking will be recorded on your wristband, and only the top 300 will advance to the second round. Rimuru looked at the device on her wrist in surprise, asking, "The wristband has that function?" Seo thought anxiously. Eliminating thousands of people in the first round is so brutal. Saoryu Fujiwara continued to announce, "You are allowed to carry 2 gear items, team up with anyone, and use whatever you like. Results are what matter." After the first round concludes, the rankings will be announced along with the rules for the second round. Iberia suddenly shouted, "Itsuki, look over there." He and his cronies drew everyone's attention. It was Kinoshita Ryuji. He gave an order, "Understood. Anyone who runs ahead of me or blocks my path gets killed." Iberia whispered, "The guys beside him are probably candidates he bribed. For now, let's just get into the inner zone as fast as possible. Once Kinoshita enters the inner zone and lowers his guard, we'll ambush him." He started and stared in utter astonishment at Itsuki's next move. Itsuki walked right up to them and warned, "I heard everything." 2 members of the group spoke up. "Who the hell are you? Careful. This guy isn't wearing a red armband." Saoryu Fujiwara declared, "Then round 1 begins." The number of young people wanting to join the Salvation Alliance is increasing, which is wonderful. But quantity means nothing without quality. Nakira commented from the side, "Back in our day, we had quite a few fewer candidates below level 15. He replied, "Quite a few indeed." Information about him displayed. Nakira, Scarlet Heaven Star Stone Pavilion, all other info hidden. Saoryu Fujiwara reminisced, "The year you participated, there were only 2 people, right?" He replied, "That's why I said it would be boring without rookies like Kazunari Satsumi. Let's hope there are some." He stated casually, "Don't be so ridiculous. A once-in-a-century genius like that doesn't just show up out of nowhere." Nakira turned to Nento and asked, "I heard that in the northern continent, a student defeated an 8th-level skeleton soldier right after awakening and became your disciple. Is that true?" Saoryu Fujiwara was startled. "Defeated an 8th level right after awakening? No way." Yet Nento confirmed, "That is indeed true." He asked with interest, "Is that person among them too?" Saoryu Fujiwara thought to himself, the second disciple recognized by Nento after Kazunari Satsumi. He must possess monstrous talent. Pondering as he gazed at the screen, he asked curiously, "Who is it?" Then he paid attention to each person. Rimuru, level 10, Golden Elementist, mediocre second-tier talent, not him. Seo, level 11, holding a first-tier talent, but she's a support-oriented Water Elementist, probably not her either. It must be this girl, Habin Hana, Wood Elementist, but she has an unusually high level of 16. Seeing Nento remain motionless, Saoryu Fujiwara doubted, "Is it not? But Hana is the candidate with the highest level." Nakira said in surprise, "There's a level 0 candidate this time." He replied, "Every year there are people who join out of curiosity only to get crushed instantly and retreat." Ryuji's side laughed mockingly. "A level 0 candidate? Really?" Tenki sneered beside him. "Did you get lost, brat?" Itsuki took out Charles's weapon and strapped it onto his arm. Ryuji's smile gradually grew stiff. "That belongs to Charles. What kind of freak are you?" Itsuki asked quietly, "Are you looking for me?" Ryuji realized this low-level trash is the one who took down Aoga. "Are you kidding me? I see. Did you come here on someone's orders just to tick me off?" Ryuji ordered his subordinates, "Throw him out." Tenki obeyed, "Leave it to us. We'll make him regret insulting you." They surrounded Itsuki, planning to gang up on him, but he teleported away. "I don't have time to waste talking to garbage like you." Then he landed right in front of Nakira. Assessing silently, 2 level 6s and 2 level 7s, the outcome is obvious without even looking. If you beg for mercy now, you might just survive. Iberia braced himself. "I can take down 1 guy, but no matter how strong Itsuki is, taking on 4 at once." He touched the gear box worn at his waist. "That means I have no choice left but to use that thing." Honda stepped up in front of him and said disdainfully, "I thought there'd be some tough opponents waiting, but it's just level 0 trash." Itsuki walked up with a gloomy expression and commanded, "Step aside." At first, the guy was stunned, because it was his first time being treated that way. Then Honda burst out laughing, and the rest joined in. Nakira thought with satisfaction, "Good, I like that attitude." He declared, "If you're going to die, I'll save you." Honda reached out toward his head. "I'll smash your head open to see what's inside." A direct punch to the face knocked out several of his teeth. Itsuki repeated for the last time, "I said step aside." Nakira was stunned, an opponent with a higher level than him, and he took him down in the blink of an eye. His accomplices were shocked. "Honda is level 7, how did that newcomer?" The guy beside him reassured. He condensed a fireball in his hand. "Don't panic, he just caught him off guard." He activated the B-rank skill, full power fire release, unleashing a full-strength fire cannon and declared, "I'll burn you to ashes." Seeing the incoming firepower, Iberia panicked. Too fast, I don't even have time to use my gear. Someone on their side expressed concern. Isn't this a bit overkill for a level 0? Tamu showed no fear. The preliminaries always have casualties. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for acting tough when you're only level 0. When the flame in his hand faded, someone spoke up. Wait, something's not right. The rest looked shocked. Amidst the blazing fire, his black ice wall had shattered that flame into pieces. They were shocked. What is that? Iberia reacted with surprise mixed with joy. No way, he blocked all that Wideria fire attack. Awesome. Itsuki reminded them in an icy tone. Get away from me. System notification. Black Ice Wall successfully defended against a B-rank fire attribute skill using Black Ice Wall, increasing defense by 10%. Attack 310, Speed 310, Defense 341, Magic Power 310, Total 1240 plus 31. He thought to himself, defense increased by 33. Need to check if Black Ice Wall's passive effect still triggers when defending against the same skill from the same target more than once. Tamu panicked seeing Itsuki completely unharmed. Is that his ice attribute skill? Where did a water elementist come from? How did he? How can he use ice attribute skill? He challenged the opponent. Try using that move again. I won't block it this time. He continued conjuring a fireball. Are you mocking me? A real man never goes back on his word. Itsuki replied casually. Yeah, I promise. He unleashed a stronger move. B-rank skill, overheated fire cannon. I'll definitely finish you off with my strongest move this time. A surging torrent of fire poured down toward where he stood, radiating intense heat, making Itsuki realize its firepower was stronger than before, but it was still a fire attribute skill. Within the raging flames, his figure vanished. An accomplice reminded him, you went overboard. Tamu was confident in this firepower. It can even take down a level 8. He thought regretfully, it drained all my magic power. This is the finishing blow. A bit wasteful on a level 0 opponent, but this show is over. Having barely felt smug, Tamu retreated in panic. What? He appeared right in front of him. So if it's a skill from the same person, Black Ice Wall's passive effect doesn't trigger anymore. I see. Itsuki stated leisurely. Verification complete. Time to end this. Tamu collapsed onto the ground in terror. He blocked my ultimate skill that easily. No way. Sama behind him was generating firepower to counter. Yeah, that ice skill is strong, but I've figured out its weakness. He poured in more power to block Itsuki. This guy's B-rank skill is Lotus Fire, when attacked by fireballs. Itsuki realized, trying to overwhelm me with numbers, activate Black Ice Wall. Where he stood, the firepower erupted violently into an explosion. Sama believed, even if he has a powerful skill, a level 0's magic power has limits. If we can drain his magic power until he can't create that ice screen anymore, we win. However, Itsuki's hand tightly grabbed his, causing the flames to extinguish. Sama broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe it. What? He closed the distance in an instant. Enveloping his body in Black Ice Wall, he reminded him, even after blocking so many fireballs, the passive effect only triggers once. Veins bulged on the guy's muscular body. If your advantage is speed, ours is strength. Itsuki asked dismissively, are you even using any strength? First, he landed a sweeping uppercut straight to Sama's jaw. You look like you're struggling, so I'll make it easier for you. As he collapsed, Itsuki calculated mentally, a 33-point defense increase, not 234. So it's calculated based on the defense value before enhancement. System update. Black Ice Wall defended against a B-rank fire attribute skill using Black Ice Wall, increasing defense by 10%. Defense 310 plus 62 from Black Ice Wall. Itsuki glanced at the remaining two more elementalists. Come at me, I'll use you guys to boost Thunder Shock Wave's passive effect. Assuming the other two were defeated without a doubt, they thought, this guy is faking his stats. Let's get out of here. He mocked, you think I'll let you leave. The two of them charged simultaneously. Damn it, then we'll take you down. This isn't fire attribute, don't think that trick will work. They used the C-rank skill, Silver Serpent, unleashing Rolling Lightning. System update. Absorbed C-rank lightning elemental skill via Thunder Shock Wave, increasing speed by 5%. Attack 310, Speed 341, Defense 372, Magic Power 310, Total 1333. Heighten Akira was stunned. He's taking down Awakened with higher levels than him like it's a joke. He mused silently. Who on earth is he? Itsuki thought to himself. So Thunder Shock Wave's passive effect is the same as Black Ice Wall's. It doesn't stack for skills from the same target. Iberia looked at the people collapsed on the ground and uttered in a daze. They're all down. He admired, I thought this would be a tough match. I didn't expect Itsuki to be this strong. What kind of ability are you using? Tamu asked suspiciously from behind. What kind of monster are you? You can't possibly be level 0. Iberia laughed coldly. Did you just ask, who are we? Itsuki was surprised. We. He introduced solemnly. We are Team E, remember that name, because one day we'll be the strongest duo in the northern continent. He dragged Iberia away by the collar. Forget about that. Let's go after Kinoshita. He wailed loudly. We were just getting into the groove. Tama was speechless at the name. Team E, so lame. Ryoji's side assumed. Pretty noisy. That level 0 guy must have been beaten down already. But that crossbow is definitely Charles's. I'll have to investigate it later. No one in this northern continent could capture Charles except to save. As he pondered, veins popped on his face in anger when someone brushed past. Kan had just overtaken him. Ryoji thought triumphantly, overtaking another one. Unlike those muscleheads, I switched to speed. While gloating, his entire body was struck by lightning. Kan fell to the ground, trying to look up. Attacking us at top speed. What kind of freak? Ryoji happened to land right on top of his head. He arrogantly announced, that's the consequence of running ahead of me. Ryoji turned back to remind his group, pull yourselves together. I need to conserve stamina for the second round. Don't waste my time with trash like this. Nento observed the situation and asked, is that the son of North District B's administrator, Kinoshita Ryoji? Saoryu Fujiwara judged. So arrogant. No idea how he was raised. He sighed helplessly, but he didn't break the rules, so we can't do anything. Ryoji's side recovered their strength. Thanks to them clearing out all the nuisances, my stamina is almost fully recovered. Not a single person in the crowd behind dared to step forward. Ryoji looked at the building ahead and thought with confidence. With this, I can breeze through the second round. So the inner zone is ahead. This is way too easy. Behind his back, lightning rumbled heavily. Someone called out, Kinoshita. He was startled and glanced back, not expecting a variable in this critical moment. Ryoji turned back to glare at the crowd behind and demanded, who dares to call my name directly like that? They panicked. It wasn't me. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything. Someone from the back recognized him. It's him, the level 0 newcomer. They parted into two lines to clear a path for him to walk forward. Ryoji had an ominous feeling. Level 0, don't tell me. Seeing him approach, he got his answer. It really is him. Ryoji was annoyed with his subordinate's competence. Seriously, did he take all of them down? No way a level 6 and a level 7 couldn't handle. He concluded, I see, he must have bribed them. Ryoji spoke up. How long have you been following me, you level 0 trash? Itsuki cut straight to the point. You're staying right here until we're done. Iberia felt secretly lucky. Basically, Itsuki brought me here, and every opponent we faced got knocked out instantly. If not for Itsuki, I would have been eliminated halfway through. He turned around without giving him the time of day. I'm busy. I don't have time to mess around with you, but I've prepared a few opponents for you. He ordered his subordinates. You guys deal with him. They showed contempt. What? Just for a level 0 brat. Calling Kinoshita by his name directly. Wake up, we'll teach you some manners. Don't worry, I'll show those two what hell looks like. Iberia miscounted. 80, 78, 79. There are over 100 of them. What should we do? Itsuki grabbed the back of his collar, directing, cover your head. With that, he teleported away from the spot. Ryoji's collar was also grabbed from behind by Itsuki, and he was tossed outside, while Iberia was tossed inside. Ryoji was caught by his subordinates, while he was utterly stunned. He confronted him. It seems you didn't understand my word. Let me repeat until we're done here. You are not allowed to go anywhere. On Seo and Rimourou's side, they entered the inner zone tiredly, with the notification displaying. She ranked 4th and he ranked 5th. Rimuru sat down to rest. Those guys wearing red armbands joined in on this too. They still haven't learned their lesson and are still trying to block our path. Seo continued. If we hadn't stuck together, we probably would have been taken down before setting foot in this place. He expressed disappointment. But I thought we were the fastest. I didn't expect someone to be even faster than us. Gakuge was ranked 3rd here, thinking with dissatisfaction. I can't believe I'm only 3rd. Shinakagami, ranked 2nd, teased her opponent. Are you hungry already? You just finished eating. She turned her gaze toward 1st place. Above all, look at the person in 1st, Kana Hanyu, she's level 16. Seo thought to herself, Itsuki must be acting alone, and if he gets obstructed like we did. Rimuru dropped her jaw in astonishment. Look, is someone flying this way? Hearing that, she frowned and looked in that direction. He fell heavily to the ground with a thud. System notification. Iberia reached the inner zone in 6th place. At that moment, Iberia called out anxiously, Itsuki. Rimuru was stunned. Did that person just say Itsuki? Seo confirmed. That's right, I heard it too. They looked into the distance and saw his imposing back facing over 100 people. Rimuru thought to herself, that back is definitely him. It's Itsuki. Amidst the pouring rain, he repeated, until we're done, I won't let you go anywhere. Saoryu Fujiwara wondered. That newcomer is just a step away from the inner zone. Why is he clinging to Kinoshita Ryuji like that? Ajaha dropped her gaze sadly upon seeing his situation. He suggested to heighten Akira, help him if he gets into trouble. He thought to himself, Itsuki just unleashed terrifying speed back there. I wonder if I could pull that off at his age. Over there, Ryuji said darkly, you keep getting in my way time and time again. Get ready. What's about to start isn't just a battle, but total humiliation for you. In other words, this was a 100-on-1 gang-up. Itsuki didn't care about tournament rankings. Passing the preliminaries can wait. Right now, avenging Ajaha is my top priority. Ryuji shouted his command, kill him for me. Everyone activate your abilities. A fierce momentum rushed toward him, while Itsuki stood there calmly, the wind and rain making his coat flap wildly. A fire attribute guy rushed forward. I'm not letting anyone else take the credit, I'll take your head. C-rank skill, Fire Fist. Seeing Itsuki block his attack with just one bare hand, he was stunned. What? He counterattacked, throwing a direct punch straight to the opponent's face. That fire attribute guy crashed heavily to the ground, teeth and lips mixed together. The charging crowd stopped in their tracks. He took him down with one punch, someone reassured. Don't panic, we outnumber him. We can't lose to some mediocre level 0. They regained their momentum. That's right, everyone charged together. Itsuki said calmly, even better. Black Ice Wall successfully defended against a B-rank fire attribute skill using Black Ice Wall, increasing defense by 10%. He generated area of effect damage using Lotus Fire. Let's bring this farce to a swift end. Activate Lotus Fire. Streams of fire radiating terrifying heat coiled around Itsuki's arm. A blast shot toward the crowd, sending them flying backward from the explosion. Rimuru, who hadn't seen him in a while, was startled. That's Itsuki's skill. Seo and Iberia were left speechless. Gakuge noticed the commotion over there and asked, what the hell was that explosion? While Shin stroked the cat in her palm without a care in the world, saying, an explosion on that scale is totally small potatoes to me. Kana sat alone in a corner clutching her sword, seemingly deep in thought about something. Saoryu Fujiwara looked at the sight of the shockwave in sheer terror. That explosion was unleashed by a level 0 boy. The firepower is one thing, but how on earth is he able to use a skill that doesn't belong to his own class? Heighten Akira fell completely silent in the face of that shocking spectacle, while Ajaha thought to herself, I never expected Itsuki to have a large area skill like that, which explains why he was so confident back in the Locust Wasteland. Just how many hidden trumps is he keeping up his sleeve? Itsuki calculated, 30% firepower should be enough, and since my opponent is human, I have to hold back so I don't kill them. Ryuji stared blankly at the ruined devastation before him, muttering, our side is completely wiped out, and the enemy is totally unscathed. He walked up to settle the score with a cold expression. You're up next. Ryuji staggered backward in disbelief. We had over 100 people, and you took them all down in the blink of an eye. What kind of monster are you? Why are you so obsessed with me? Itsuki found that utterly ridiculous. Obsessed? You're the one who targeted me first and severely injured my friend, so today I'm going to return the pain she had to suffer right back to you. Ryuji unleashed his power in a burst and ranted. I am the son of the prestigious Kinoshita family from South District B, and every dungeon around here belongs to me. I don't even have to struggle against calamity spirit beasts, because by using the karma stones provided by my family, I can easily reach levels ordinary people wouldn't ever dare to dream of. And our foundations are in completely different legs, so I'm going to kill you and I'm definitely going to win. As he activated the B-rank skill Purple Lightning Cannon. The system chimed, B-rank skill Purple Lightning Cannon detected. Super simulation activated analysis progress, 1%. He charged straight at Ryuji, slamming hard into his body. Ryuji clutched his stomach as his entire body trembled in pain, thinking to himself, he dodged it, this speed. Is he really level 0? There's no way to win this fight. He cried out for assistance. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and help me. Tanky understood the stakes. Breaking the rules is one thing, but I don't need to care about saving face anymore. He thought with supreme confidence. Tanky is a level 35 Awakened One. Prepare to go to hell, brat. Over on Nento's side, preparations were already underway as Heighten Akira eagerly cracked his knuckles to warm up. Got it. He sensed someone approaching from behind. Magic resistance. My mana sensing is reacting. Someone is closing in at high speed as the system notified. Analysis progress, 19%. Naturally, Itsuki saw right through it and knew there was more than one person. A heavy tremor reverberated from right in front of him. Itsuki glanced calmly at the unfolding situation over there. He pinned Tanky down beneath him in no time, reminding him, keep going. Itsuki resumed what he was doing earlier with murderous intent shrouding his body, glancing down at Ryuji beneath his feet. Looks like your subordinate isn't going to make it. Terrified, Ryuji blurted out his family background. Wait, my dad is the regional administrator of South District B, and my older brother is a member of the Salvation Leg. Do you have any idea what the consequences are if you dare touch me? He didn't care in the least. Who gives a crap who your dad and brother are? Before knocking Ryuji unconscious with a single punch. Itsuki felt a sense of relief. With this, Ajaha has been avenged. Realizing that everything he did today was for her sake, her face flushed red with a fluttery heartbeat. Saoryu Fujiwara gasped in astonishment. That boy actually beat Kinoshita Ryuji. Why is he looking over this way? Itsuki calculated quietly. If I stop the analysis at 99% right now, I can restore my stamina when entering the second round once the simulation hits 99%. As the system prompted, analysis paused. A voice called out from behind him, Itsuki. He looked surprised upon hearing that familiar voice. Itsuki turned around to see Seo standing there. She had been waiting for him for a long time as she urged, "Get inside already, or you're going to get disqualified," her tone overflowing with gentleness. He stepped inside and greeted her. "Long time no see," as the system announced. Itsuki has entered the 7th tier inner zone. Iberia and Rimuru rushed over and hugged him tightly, crying out, "Itsuki, I missed you, and you bastard, I'm so glad you're okay." The two of them glared at each other with sparks flying as Rimuru asked unhappily, "Who the hell are you? Why are you crying over Itsuki like that?" While he replied with a casual shrug, "Me." He introduced himself proudly. "I'm Itsuki's teammate, Iberia." Rimuru turned on Itsuki in anger and snapped, "You never told me you were going to team up with someone else, you traitor." While Seo reacted in surprise. It's so rare for Itsuki to make friends. Iberia shot back defensively. "Itsuki is a traitor. Are you guys a couple or something? What's your team name anyway?" While he retorted, "Team name? Who gives a crap about that? We're not kids." But boasting smugly, Iberia said, "Naturally we have one," prompting him to probe, "Do tell." Itsuki tried to stop them. "Cut it out before things get ugly." But it was already too late as Iberia proudly blurted out, "It's double E. We actually racked our brains real hard to come up with that name." That name sent Rimuru into a fit of laughter. Team E, talk about lame, and an annoyed Iberia snapped, "What are you laughing at? It's a great name." Saoryu Fujiwara announced, "The number of people who have entered the inner zone has reached 500, and anyone who isn't here by now gets disqualified, so the second round will begin shortly. In this round, you will fight spirit beasts solo inside the testing zone for 1 full hour." Rimuru gasped in surprise, "Solo?" While Iberia turned serious. It's finally time for round 2. Height Nakira had been waiting forever for this moment. "It's finally here. I've been waiting this whole time." Genuinely looking forward to it, as he muttered, "Let's see what you kids are really made of." They moved to the venue for the second round, where the area surrounding the arena was packed solid with spectators. Rimuru asked with curiosity, "Is this where the second round takes place?" Iberia couldn't stop shaking. "It's so dark and spooky in here," while Rimuru teased, "It's been forever, but you're seriously still level 0. Is your level actually permanently fixed?" And Itsuki admitted it, prompting him to wonder, "Then your stats don't go up either, right? How on earth do you even get stronger?" And Iberia chimed in, "I've been wondering the exact same thing. How is Itsuki this strong even at level 0? Prompting Itsuki to reply, "About that, my master told me I'm not allowed to tell anyone." Seo chimed in, "We were taught that a Calamity Destroyer's skills are classified under national security," before turning to Itsuki and adding softly, "Itsuki, you don't need to pay attention to them." Saoryu Fujiwara appeared and asked, "Are you all ready?" Iberia looked starstruck as he watched him walk over. The crowd exclaimed in awe as they looked up at the elevated platform. That's Saoryu Fujiwara. He hosts the national tournament every single year, and standing right beside him is Height Nakira, a veteran of the Ice River battle with the strongest physical constitution around, and that masked person. Could it be the legendary Nento? Before cheering, "It's a gathering of living legends." He spoke up, "I will now explain the rules for the second round, so listen closely. Numerous calamity spirit beasts will appear within the testing zone, and clear points are awarded based on difficulty. Defeated Nightmare Grade Spirit Beast, 5,000 points. Clear points breakdown. Beginner, 100 normal, 500 hard, 1,000 nightmare, 5,000. Saoryu Fujiwara continued explaining the rules. There is a 1-minute rest period after defeating a spirit beast, after which you will be forcibly transferred to the next difficulty level. Remaining rest time, 56 seconds. Gakuge said with absolute confidence, "I'm going to push straight through to Nightmare Grade," as his status displayed. Gakuge level 13 human class, Earth Elementalist, secondary talent, hidden stats hidden. Itsuki suddenly spoke up, "I have a question." The surrounding people started whispering noisily. "That guy is level 0. How on earth did he even pass round 1? He must have gotten carried. And did he just realize round 2 is solo and start getting cold feet? Definitely." Saoryu Fujiwara permitted, What is it? Go ahead and ask. He didn't beat around the bush. Is nightmare grade the highest difficulty? Nakira burst out laughing upon hearing that, while Saoryu stared with his jaw hanging open in shock. The rest of the crowd immediately chimed in with scorn. What's with the boasting? A level 0 stands 0 chance against a nightmare grade spirit beast, and I bet he can't even beat a beginner grade 1, let alone a nightmare, while Gakuge joined in to mock. Must be some trash who only knows how to put on a flashy act. Saoryu answered seriously. Theoretically speaking, the difficulty of calamity spirit beasts has no upper limit. You'll understand once you actually try clearing a nightmare grade beast. Itsuki replied, no upper limit, prompting Rimuru to advise. There's no point thinking about that. Nightmare grade is at least level 10 and above, so we'll be super lucky if we can even clear hard grade. Saoryu went on. The points accumulated during the qualifiers will carry over directly into the official national tournament, meaning whether or not you can join the Salvation League later on depends heavily on your performance today. Rimuru cheered happily. The points we earn here count toward the main tournament too, while Itsuki made a silent decision. I'm forced to use that move now. Kazunari Satsumi's record is 115,000 points. I have to seize this opportunity to surpass. A notification reminder chimed out. Everyone enter the testing zone. The second qualifying round is now starting. Stepping inside, he thought, so this is the testing zone. It doesn't look all that different from regular dungeon. Countless glowing red eyes stared directly at Itsuki from the darkness. They stepped out into the light as the system prompted. Beginner Spirit Beast, Level 1 Calamity Dog, 10 beasts, clear points, 100. Itsuki rejoiced inwardly. Finally get to fight some spirit beasts. The system announced, Dark Ice Wall activated. Hopping to wrap things up quickly, he thought, I can't raise my stats using small fry like this, so let's end it fast. Itsuki's feed was broadcasted live on the large screen, prompting Saoryu to ask Nakira with keen interest, are you watching that kid again? And he replied, I wanted to see how that girl Kana Hanyu fights. But this boy is way more interesting. Keeping his eyes glued to the screen, Nakira said, here it comes, prompting Saoryu to ask curiously, is there actually something that's surprising about? Inside the zone, Itsuki wiped out the entire pack of calamity dogs in one fell swoop. As the system displayed, clear time, 1 second, points earned, 100. Saoryu was shaken, 1 second. It usually takes a few minutes, while Nakira said cheerfully, didn't I tell you so? Nakira remarked, this boy is way more interesting. I don't think a level 8 fire dragon is going to pose any threat to him. Nento walked over and asked how the other applicants were doing, looking apologetic as he said, sorry, we got too focused. I'll switch to multi-screen mode so we can observe the top 10 applicants simultaneously, while Ageha saw right through Nento's intent. Dad, are you trying to shift the attention away from Itsuki? Saoryu glanced over and noted, looks like most of the other applicants are still struggling with the beginner grade. Seo used water element magic to strike down spirit beasts, while Gakuge engaged in close combat, swinging his war club to smash them to pieces one by one. Kana used wood element magic to crush the spirit beasts, prompting Saoryu to compare. Kana Hanyu is the only one keeping pace with Itsuki. Ageha cried out anxiously, oh no, Itsuki is about to. He's getting scorched by the fire dragon's flames. Saoryu stepped forward, saying, did he exhaust all his stamina fighting the calamity dogs and lack the energy to dodge? He's going to get severely injured if he takes those flames head-on, call the medical team. But Nakira stopped him. Hold on, let's watch a bit longer, convinced that, with the speed he showed earlier, dodging an attack like this is a piece of cake. The system announced, Dark Ice Wall activated. Completely enveloped within the Dark Ice Wall, he emerged without a single scratch on him. A single slash cleaved the fire dragon's body cleanly in two. As it crashed to the ground, the system updated. Clear time, 5 seconds. Points earned, 500. Saoryu was shocked. Not a single scratch. Did that ice armor wrap around his entire body? He could have killed it instantly all along, so why bother taking the hit on purpose? The system reminded, Dark Ice Wall successfully blocked a C-rank fire element skill, increasing defense by 10%. Itsuki calculated to himself, I need to seize every single opportunity to boost my stat. Checking his stats, he noted, my defense is at 434 now as his updated profile refreshed. Itsuki, unfixed level human class, Calamity Destroyer talent, special grade Nirvana skills, Z-rank super simulation, Thunder Shock Wave level 1, Dark Ice Wall level 2, Lotus Burst level 2, Penetrating True Sphere level 2, Mana Sensing level 1, Spirit Familiar Devourer level 1 stats. Attack 310, Speed 341, boosted by 30% via Thunder Shock Wave, Defense 434, boosted by 40% via Dark Ice Wall, mana 310, total 1395. The screen displayed, remaining rest time, 58 seconds. Skip rest. He clicked yes, looking forward to it inwardly. Let's test my defense against the next Calamity Spirit Beast. Heighten Akira explained. This difficulty tier tests the applicant's speed and combat reflexes. Saoryu confirmed. That's right. When a thunder rhino attacks, it channels electrical current through its horn to unleash a dual physical and lightning combo attack. And if he takes that hit directly, his body will get pierced due to lacking defensive stats. Plus he'll get paralyzed and unable to move due to zero lightning resistance. To beat a thunder rhino, he has to use his speed to dodge and strike when it's exhausted. Seeing Itsuki's next move, he froze in sheer astonishment. Wait, what the hell is he doing? Itsuki was currently reaching out to touch the thunder rhino's horn. He tapped it lightly to test it out, thinking, this horn is just perfect for testing my defense. Lightning crackled wildly around the horn as visible veins bulged across the thunder rhino's face, and thick smoke billowed from its nostrils. It violently tossed its head to fling Itsuki backward, sending his entire body airborne. Oijaha called out his name in sheer panic. Itsuki. Heighten Akira couldn't figure out his line of action. This boy, everything he does is unpredictable, but every single time, he delivers results that completely surpass imagination. The spot where he was floating exploded with a deafening blast as the system chimed, successfully blocked a C-rank lightning element skill using Thunder Shock Wave, increasing speed by 5%. He realized, test complete. Looks like attacks from level 10 spirit beasts and below can't even hurt me. Losing interest in playing around with it, Itsuki stated, time to end this. Activating Thunder Shock Wave for a 50% speed boost, he shot forward like a rocket toward the thunder rhino. It haughtily raised its head high, bracing itself to meet the incoming opponent. Itsuki plummeted downward from high above like a shooting star, driving his dark ice wall-encased fist straight into the thunder rhino's head, prompting the system to report, clear time, 7 seconds. Points earned, 1,000. Heighten Akira chuckled as he commented, so far his total clear time is under 15 seconds. Not only is he faster than I was in my youth, but it feels like he hasn't even gone all out yet. Saoryu expressed concern, but next up is those lightning-fast hand movements and razor-sharp claws that tear enemies to shreds in a split second. A giant maw that spits out iron chains to swallow everything whole, and a massive body encased in armor-like hardened shell. He has all of those traits combined, making it the strongest and most ferocious calamity beast in the qualifiers, and the ultimate target for all applicants. Itsuki stood facing the nightmare-grade spirit beast, Purgatory Giant, level 15, clear points, 5,000. Itsuki activated the penetrating true sphere, watching the sphere pierce straight through its head. The system updated, defeated level 15 Purgatory Giant. Penetrating true sphere flight speed increased by 200%. The spectators watching this scene stood utterly dumbfounded. He checked his stats, penetrating true sphere flight speed, 9 ms total speed increase, 900%. Itsuki said with keen interest, on to the next one, while Saoryu was forced to completely reevaluate this young man, even a nightmare-grade Purgatory Giant. He killed it in mere seconds, as the system displayed clear time 3 seconds, points earned 5,000. The scene shifted to Seo's location, where a spirit beast opened its jaws and unleashed a wave of elemental energy, prompting Seo to activate the C-rank skill Water Bullet while calculating. If I take down the remaining 2, I'll clear the normal grade as the system updated. Beginner Tier 1, completion progress, 80%. Gakuge thought with confidence, I skipped the rest period, so the first person to reach normal grade is definitely going to be me, as the notification displayed. Normal grade, completion progress, 0%. She calculated, I'll recover my consumed mana before moving on, right up until the normal grade progress hit 100%. The notification rang out, nightmare grade conquered. Clear time 21 seconds. Rank 1. Seo cheered happily, that has to be Itsuki, while Gakuge stared in shock. Someone faster than me. Is it Kana? Though the person in question, Kana, remained completely silent upon hearing the result. Itsuki had already finished off that spirit beast, suggesting, let's head to the next floor. Saoryu Fujiwara still couldn't believe his eyes. He killed a Purgatory Giant in the blink of an eye, piercing straight through its armor. What on earth is that dark sphere? Heighten Akira instructed, bump up the difficulty, let's see just how far that brat can go. The notification warned, Nightmare Grade Stage 2, Purgatory Giant Level 15, 2 beasts, clear points, 10,000. Itsuki looked around at the surrounding spirit beasts in disappointment. I was wondering what would happen, but they just increased the number. The ferocious spirit beasts roared wildly, sending shockwaves of sound echoing through the area. Itsuki calculated, While it's roaring, I'll take out one of them first, as the system prompted. Penetrating true sphere activated. The sphere pierced straight through one of their heads, accompanied by the notification. Defeated level 15 Purgatory Giant. Penetrating true sphere flight speed increased by 200%. Penetrating true sphere flight speed. 11 ms total speed increase value, 1100%. Saoryu Fujiwara asked in bewilderment, in a single hit, what is that sphere? Is there seriously no limit to using it? Heitan Akira evaluated, it's extremely powerful indeed, but that skill has one fatal weakness, leaving Saoryu confused, a weakness. Itsuki was currently facing the final spirit beast. He furrowed his brow in comparison, this speed. It's faster than any spirit beast I've faced before. Outside, Heitan Akira offered a logical explanation. Because of their massive bodies, people often mistakenly assume they're super slow, though Saoryu Fujiwara still didn't quite get it. What are you trying to say? Inside, Itsuki was condensing the sphere. The system prompted, penetrating true sphere activated. The sphere looked utterly negligible compared to the spirit beast's colossal size. Heitan Akira continued, as a racial trait, they possess no magic power, but in exchange, their other stats are significantly enhanced. Despite their massive size, they actually belong to the speed type. Just as you predicted, it dodged the penetrating true sphere. Information about the spirit beast displayed. Purgatory Giant 1008, Giant Tribe level 15, Tier 2 talent, unable to use magic, but all stats increased by 25%. Skills, none stats, attack 320, speed 300, defense 320, magic power 0, total 940. Only now did Itsuki realize the situation was becoming dangerous. It actually dodged. Heitan Akira admitted, true, that Dark Orb deals a massive amount of damage, but its flight speed isn't very fast. He takes advantage of its habit of roaring before launching an attack to strike preemptively. That brat, his combat intuition is really good. But if he can't increase the flight speed of that black orb, he probably won't be able to clear this stage. A punch from the spirit beast sent Itsuki flying far away. He was slammed into the stone cliff behind him, causing a massive tremor, thick dust billowing into the air as the cliff face caved inward. Itsuki dragged his aching body. It can dodge even at medium range. Outside, Saoryu speculated, knowing it won't hit, yet he still uses it, meaning he must be hiding yet another trump card. He thought to himself, is that really the case? They noticed Itsuki's unusual expression, so why is he smiling? Because he now had a solution. Fast, if that's the case, I'll close the distance. Immediately, Itsuki activated Thunder Shock Wave, and instead of staying where he was, he shot forward toward the spirit beast. It savagely raised its giant fist, preparing to smash it down. A single punch sent shockwaves rippling across the area, cracking the ground for dozens of meters. Ageha covered her mouth in shock, genuinely worried about him. Saoryu hastily grabbed his phone. This attack is completely different from the Thunder Beasts. If he takes a direct hit like that, even he won't walk away in one piece. Call the medical team right now. This time, Nento stopped him. Wait. Heitan Akira had also figured it out. The power of that punch is indeed terrifying, but it's useless if it doesn't hit. As the spirit beast's fist lifted, thick smoke blocked a clear view of the situation. Finally, as the smoke cleared, it looked down in panic at the deep crater in the ground, but there was no sign of anyone. Itsuki's voice rang out from behind, over here. It instinctively and hurriedly turned back to look. A penetrating true sphere shot straight past the spirit beast's head. Itsuki himself had launched a surprise sneak attack from behind to pull off this move. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. System notification, defeated level 15 Purgatory Giant. Penetrating true sphere flight speed increased by 200%. Penetrating true sphere flight speed, 13 ms flight speed increase value, 1,300%. Duration 12 seconds. Rewards received, 10,000 points. Saoryu teased Ageha. Rarely do we see Ageha get this flustered. She shyly brushed it off. I was just praying for everyone's safety. Listen, if a young person carrying the future of humanity were to die, it would be a huge loss for us. His family would be very sad too. I just want everyone to be safe, nothing more. I completely do not have the thought that Itsuki looks cool defeating those purgatory giants or anything like that, because Itsuki would react the same way, so don't misunderstand. It's not like that either. Saoryu reminded her, Ageha, you're much more talkative now compared to the last time we met. Nento was left speechless at his remark about his daughter. Saoryu turned to ask Heitan Akira, by the way, how did you know Itsuki would dodge that attack? Heitan Akira replied, that brat. His speed isn't drastically different from the purgatory giants. But when electricity surged all over his body, his speed increased significantly. When that happens, the purgatory giant can't hit him. He wondered curiously, He successfully defeated two, but there were also quite a few dangerous moments. With his current score, he's definitely secured first place. If it were me, I'd stop right here. But Itsuki's goal was different. If I want to surpass Kazunari Satsumi, the strongest human, I must keep pushing forward. I can't rest for even a single second. System update on the spirit beast attacking Itsuki. Stage 3 Nightmare level. Level 15 Purgatory Giant, 3 units. Elimination points, 15,000. As usual, he activated Penetrating True Sphere, blowing off one's head. Itsuki counted silently, 1 down. Height Akira praised. He chose to keep going. Truly the person I had my eyes on. Saoryu Fujiwara suddenly remembered. Now that you mention it, you went straight to stage 3. He replied, so did you. He compared, even for you, who possessed the strongest physique, stage 3 was already the limit. I wonder how Itsuki will handle this. Inside, Itsuki was facing the ferocious spirit beast. Its fist reached out to grab him, but Itsuki dashed away in a flash. He was now teleporting right onto its head. I'll boost my speed with Thunder Shock Wave and close the distance as I jump behind it. When Penetrating True Sphere plunged down, Itsuki counted. That's the second one. System update. Defeated level 15 Purgatory Giant. Penetrating True Sphere flight speed increased by 200%. Penetrating True Sphere flight speed. 17 ms flight speed increase value, 1,700%. Itsuki calculated how to handle the next spirit beast. The third one is. He was currently inside its mouth. Sharp teeth were preparing to snap shut. The spirit beast's mouth clamped shut without a single gap, but its head flew off in an instant. Itsuki, trapped inside, calculated, let's see me rip your guts out. Activate full power Lotus Burst. The spirit beast's mouth began emitting a fiery glow. Firepower burst outward from within, blowing its body apart into pieces. System notification. Defeated level 15 Purgatory Giant using Lotus Burst. Range of all skills increased by 1%, currently plus 1101%. Duration 13 seconds. Rewards received 15,000 points. Saoryu Fujiwara couldn't believe his eyes. That's the skill that blew away numerous candidates in stage 1. Itsuki thought to himself upon seeing the notification, my magic power is below 310. My magic power has completely hit rock bottom, but as long as those calamity spirit beasts keep spawning, Magic Sensing's passive effect will replenish my magic power. System display, level 1 Magic Sensing, passive effect. When an enemy unit is sensed, recover 10% magic power. Facing Itsuki were high-tier spirit beasts. Stage 4 Nightmare level. Level 15 Purgatory Giant, 4 units. Elimination points, 20,000. Current magic power, 124,310. Sensed 4 enemy units, recovering 40% magic power. Saoryu Fujiwara discussed. Stage 4 has begun. If he clears this stage, he'll surpass your past record. Height Akira admitted. That's right. Only Kazunari has ever cleared stage 4, no one else has managed it. I'm eager to see just how far this kid can go. Inside the trials, he was tumbling to dodge the spirit beast's attack. Every time Penetrating True Sphere's flight speed increased, Itsuki noticed a pattern. The accuracy rate also increased. At this rate, if I increase the flight speed just a bit more, I'll be able to hit them without having to close the distance. My magic power has limits. I cannot afford to waste a single Penetrating True Sphere. These spirit beasts were linked to one another by iron chain. He frowned upon discovering this detail. Iron chains. That spirit beast was tilting its head and pulling the chain back, meaning the Penetrating True Sphere, just thrown toward the other's head, had missed. Its hand reached out toward Itsuki to grab him. When caught, he thought, no, I can't find any leverage in this posture. The spirit beast's hand clenched tightly, attempting to crush Itsuki to death. The bones inside his body were squeezed tight, hurting so much he coughed up blood, and cracks appeared on his joints. Finishing the job, it violently hurled Itsuki far away. Covered in blood, he crashed heavily to the ground with a thud. Saoryu Fujiwara worried. Akira, go help him right now. He was stunned in utter disbelief. Is this really where it ends? Height Akira recalled his own appearance back then, just like me in the past. Right as you're about to step in, I'll go save him. Nento stopped him once more. Wait, he firmly believed. Itsuki hasn't given up yet. Saoryu Fujiwara protested unfairly. Nento, this is not the time to talk about whether he has given up or not. Ageha chimed in. That's right, if we don't step in, Itsuki is going to die. Height Akira added. He's in a desperate situation. Nento calmly stood facing everyone's criticism, but I know he still has a trump card. Saoryu Fujiwara was startled. A trump card? How on earth would you know that? He emphasized, those are not the eyes of someone who has accepted their fate. Itsuki doesn't give up so easily. To kill it, I did everything possible to train myself. System display. hypersimulation activated, continuing analysis. He recalled during his battle with Kinoshita Ryuji that hypersimulation had triggered on his skill, but he had decided to cancel it at the very last second. Analysis progress, 99%. Canceling the analysis was to prepare for a situation just like this. When progress hit 100%, the system reminded, analysis of B-rank skill, purple lightning cannon complete. Acquired level 2 lightning smash. Ajaha cheered happily. Look, the blue lotus. Saoryu Fujiwara, seeing this scene for the first time, couldn't help but be curious. Is that also one of his skills? But how does that blue lotus help in this kind of situation? Haitna Kira suspiciously glanced at her expression. Ajaha looks extremely happy. Does she know something? The notification on Itsuki's end updated. Level 2 lightning smash, active effect. Can absorb lightning attribute attacks from B rank and below into the body. When releasing the absorbed lightning energy, self-speed stat increases by 100%. Absorption capacity 0.5. Passive effect. Every time a B-rank lightning attribute attack is absorbed, self-speed stat increases by 10%, currently plus 15%. His hand was covered in a layer of black armor, clenching his fist as he proceeded to absorb the power. System notification. Acquired level 2 lightning smash. All stats plus 20. Cleansed all negative effects and fully healed all injury. The spirit beast's descending fist was blocked by the blue lotus. Itsuki had no time to play around anymore. Warm-up is over. From now on, I'm going all out. His stat info refreshed. Attack 330 plus 20 speed, 330 plus 20 defense, 330 plus 20 magic power, 330 plus 20 total, 1320 plus 8. Saoryu Fujiwara was dumbfounded. He was just beaten to pulp yet recovered completely in mere seconds. That healing power exceeds even a healer's. From that crazy Wideria skill to this, exactly how many overpowered skills does this guy have? As penetrating true sphere zipped past its head, the system reminded, defeated level 15 Purgatory Giant. Penetrating true sphere flight speed increased by 200%. When another one was defeated, the notification repeated. System display, successfully cleared stage 4 nightmare level. Duration, 31 seconds. Elimination points, 20,000. Looking at their corpses piling up behind him, Itsuki felt confident in his current strength. No matter how many Purgatory Giants appear, I will still win. Itsuki plunged into the giant clearing sweep. System notification. Defeated level 15 Purgatory Giant. Penetrating true sphere flight speed increased by 200%. The next penetrating true sphere flew past a giant's head. Penetrating true sphere flight speed, 27 ms increase value, 2,700%. The next one was pierced straight through the chest. Successfully cleared stage 5 nightmare level. Duration, 57 seconds. Elimination points, 25,000. The one after that was pierced vertically from bottom to top. Successfully cleared stage 6 nightmare level. Duration, 1 minute 34 seconds. Elimination points, 30,000. This scene was enough to terrify the viewers watching through the screen. Looking at the pile of giants stacked into a small mountain, someone couldn't help blurting out, "This place is completely wrecked. I'm starting to doubt who the real monster is, Itsuki or the Purgatory Giants." Itsuki noticed, where's the next stage? Hey, are the Purgatory Giants not spawning anymore? Saoryu Fujiwara had yet to recover his composure. Unbelievable. I can't believe my eyes at what's happening. He pressed the red control button on the side, then spoke into the microphone announcement. Itsuki, it's over. You've defeated every single Purgatory Giant we prepared. Gazing at the pile of corpses stacked into a small hill, Saoryu Fujiwara repeated, You've defeated all the Purgatory Giants we prepared. Itsuki couldn't believe it. I wiped them all out. Wasn't there no limit to the difficulty? He walked over the piled corpses of the giants. I don't remember how many I defeated or how many points I earned. Since I've reached the limit, the gap between me and Kazunari Satsumi probably isn't that large. Furthermore, I achieved my other goal of increasing penetrating True Sphere's flight speed, which is pretty great. System notification. You have defeated 11 level 15 Purgatory Giants. Penetrating True Sphere flight speed increased by 1,100%. Penetrating True Sphere flight speed, 38 ms increase value, 3,800%. Itsuki compared. 38 ms is faster than a regular car. Suddenly, strange energy waves appeared behind his back. Itsuki quickly glanced behind him, on high alert. Seeing no danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. I thought there were still more. Oh right, I completely forgot. Since I can't level up, the experience from the spirit beasts that died here turns into a karma stone. Behind him was a giant karma stone as wide as a person. Saoryu Fujiwara startled. Is that a karma stone? Why did it appear in the testing area? If it's blue, it contains at least 10,000 experience points. Nento revealed. Itsuki cannot absorb experience points, so any drop of experience that comes out will turn into a karma stone like that. Nakira realized, I thought his fix level was because he was hiding his stats, but it turns out he really can't level up. Saoryu understood. If Itsuki teams up with someone and enters a dungeon, then that teammate can absorb all the experience points. It's a good thing that kid is human. If he were a spirit beast, I wouldn't dare imagine it. He collected the karma stone, and it shrank down to the size of a palm. Itsuki walked toward the gate. I've done what needs to be done. Time to head outside. The heavy gate slowly creaked open. Saoryu Fujiwara cheered joyfully. He's coming out. As Itsuki stepped out, the system displayed. Itsuki completed preliminary round 2. Points earned, 106,600. Duration, 3 minutes 55 seconds. Rank 1. He walked up to him and offered, Itsuki, I've watched your performance. You truly have potential. Want to come with me? I guarantee to recommend a mentor worthy of you. Itsuki refused without a moment's hesitation. Thank you for the offer, but I already have a master, so I don't need it. Saoryu Fujiwara asked skeptically, don't you understand? So what if you already have a master? No ordinary person can guide a young talent like you. Coming with me will be much better. I have both connections and resources. Nakira reminded him. He already said he doesn't need it. Being this pushy is going to make people hate you. He was stubborn. You think I'll give up so easily? You plan to let Itsuki's talent be ruined by someone else. Itsuki had an impression of him. You handled Kinishida's subordinates back then. Nakira said comfortably, don't worry about that. I just dealt with some rule breakers. Besides, he's Nento's disciple, so there's no reason to try and persuade him anymore. Am I right? Saoryu Fujiwara was startled. What did you say? Whose disciple? Itsuki politely said to him, thank you for back then. He still couldn't believe his ears. Itsuki is Nento's disciple. Nento confirmed from behind. Yeah, that's right. He froze. Turns out the monster that suddenly appeared is Nento's disciple. Itsuki finally had time to greet Nento, Master. He was very satisfied with today's performance. Well done. I watched your performance very closely. Are you injured anywhere? If so, I'll have Ageha heal you. Ageha blurted out anxiously. He's even planning to challenge stage 7. You'd better not drag any injuries back. Itsuki explained, not injured, but running out of stamina. A little rest and I'll be fine. Saoryu Fujiwara regained his composure. If he's Nento's disciple, it makes sense. Another disciple of his also wiped out all the calamity spirit beasts we prepared. Do you know who that was? Did Kazunari Satsumi reach stage 6 too? Saoryu denied. No, back then stage 4 was the highest, so we upgraded it to stage 6 afterward. But if it's still not enough, I suppose we'll have to upgrade it to stage 8. He calmly requested, just sit down and observe the other candidates. The second round is starting now. Inside the trials, Rimourou's nightmare level progress hit 100%. He shook from exhaustion fighting the thunder beast. I can't lift my arms anymore. Nightmare level seems a bit out of reach. System notification. Horino Rimuru finished stage 2 trial. Duration, 17 minutes 17 seconds. Points earned, 1,600. Seo was also running out of stamina, nightmare level progress hitting 100%. She tiredly lifted the thunder beast encased in water high up. Lacking high damage skills, I'm just trying to suffocate it by trapping it in a seamless water sphere. But this takes way too long and my magic power is almost depleted. Higher difficulties are impossible. When energy ran out, system notification. Seo finished stage 2 trial. Duration, 19 minutes 1 second. Points earned, 1,600. Itsuki was surprised. Rimuru and Seo are giving up at the nightmare level. I thought they could keep going. Saoryu reminded him, don't think everyone is as strong as you. Most candidates can't even clear the regular level. Those two took down the thunder beast so fast, they'll definitely be in the top 10. He wondered they should have failed, so why haven't they come out yet? He answered, unless severely injured or under special circumstances, you cannot leave the testing area. However, you are an exception. Nakira looked at the screen with interest. Looks like another candidate has climbed to the nightmare level. He predicted, with his rare ritual gear, Gakuge will probably take down at least one purgatory giant. Divine Summoner Shinakagami has also made it this far. Impressive skill. When the giant near Shin prepared to attack her, it suddenly froze in place. In a split second, Shin's cat pulled the other giant over, redirecting it toward the one attacking her. They ended up slaughtering each other. Itsuki asked suspiciously, can Shikigami change their forms? Can Ageha's Bichi do that? Ageha denied. No, this is the first time I've seen one with shapeshifting abilities. Shikigami come in many types, and their powers are truly full of mysteries. Be especially careful if you encounter any Shikigami master from now on. He thought of the Zaikuan, looking closely, that Shikigami actually seems quite strong. I've been ignoring the Zaikuan I snatched from Charles all this time, but from now on, I'll pour all my dropped experience points into. He thought to himself, Seo and Rimuru have already given up. There's no need to stay here anymore. Let's go. But Itsuki had to change his mind when he saw. That was the fact that Iberia's battle was still not over. Looking at his mysterious armor, Itsuki was surprised. Iberia, what is that armor? Is it from your dad? He thought to himself, this is the strongest epic artifact the old man made for me. The system displayed information. Epic dragon armor. Attack and speed increased by 100. Epic effect. After 1 equipment minute, attack and speed increased by 20. Maximum stack limit of 15 minutes. Iberia understood clearly. This artifact has spiritual intelligence and chooses its own master. I had to get tangled up in a bunch of trouble to get it. Attack and speed increase by 20 for every minute equipped, but equipping it for more than 15 minutes incurs crazy penalties. It has to be resolved within 15 minutes. The notification displayed. Stats increased current. Attack plus 120, speed plus 120. He deduced. Regarding the nightmare level conquest notification from earlier, Itsuki-san must work harder so as not to drag him down. His victory gave Iberia an extra boost of strength. He darted toward the giant. One of Iberia's feet stomped down on its face. He absolutely refused to let Itsuki lose face. After all, we're Team E. Seeing this from the outside, he smiled and uttered, he's really going all out, huh? The mechanical notification sounded. Round 2 is over. Saoryu Fujiwara announced, only the top 10 in points will advance to the finals of the national tournament. In addition, the top 2 will receive special rewards in the final. Gakuge lay flat on the ground to rest, extremely confident. Aside from Kana, no one has more points than me. That special reward is definitely mine. Saoryu Fujiwara reminded, now the top 10 will be announced. The scoreboard displayed, first, Itsuki with 3 minutes 55 seconds, total points over 100,000. Second, Kana with 23 minutes 43 seconds, nearly 17,000 points. Third, Gakuge with 24 minutes 15 seconds, total nearly 7,000 points. Fourth, Iberia with 27 minutes 59 seconds, total points equal to Gakuge, followed by Shinakagami, Rimuru, and Sei. The others were astonished, over 100,000 points. Even the lantern guy only had around 60,000 points. With a score like that, it'll be easy to get first place nationally, right? Each purgatory giant is probably 5,000 points. How many did he kill to get 100,000 points? Gakuge was shocked reading the leaderboard. What? I'm third. Who the hell is this Itsuki guy? Never heard of him. Kana blurted out, Itsuki, I really want to cross swords with him. Seo said sadly, the gap between us and Itsuki is so huge. I guess I'm just not cut out for a close combat class. Saoryu Fujiwara joyfully shouted, the regional qualifiers have ended. The national leaderboard is out. Itsuki is leading in first place, far ahead of second place by a whole 65,000 points. Ajaha glanced at Nento, who was wearing a mask, feeling a bit regretful. I can't see his expression, but I can feel that Dad must be very happy. Humanity's new sun is shining brighter and brighter. Upon hearing this news, Iberia was extremely happy. Over 100,000 points. I knew Itsuki would take first place. But I delivered a performance worthy of Team E. Beside him lay the carcass of a giant. Itsuki walked over to praise him. Yeah, you did a great job. You really surprised me. Iberia's vision began to blur, but he still smiled and replied, right. At the arena, Saoryu Fujiwara officially announced, the preliminary round of the 21st Salvation League National Tournament has concluded. Itsuki carried the passed-out Iberia on his back as he left the qualifier. At this moment, in a luxurious room in South Continent Army 1, an old man was sitting with his eyes closed and motionless. Kiori asked unhappily, we were dragged all the way out here at the crack of dawn just to watch an old man meditate. The person next to him warned him to watch his mouth. That is the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the South Continent. He has the ability to foresee the future. He is a prophet. The person they were waiting for was none other than the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the South Continent, Balg. Kiori had something he didn't understand. Then why are barriers always set up before announcements are made? If he can really foresee the future, tell us where the points will drop before it happens. He explained, it's true that Elder Balger can only foresee a small fraction of the future, but he is still a monumental figure of humanity, the only one who can stand on equal footing with the North Continent's Supreme Commander-in-Chief, Nento. Suddenly, Balger opened his eyes wide, sweat pouring down his aged face like rain. The old man screamed, it's him, because his prophecies are 100% accurate. Balger collapsed, muttering, the North Continent. 2 disciples stepped forward to support him. Elder Balger, are you all right? Balger wheezed. The North Continent is in danger. He terrifiedly blurted out. A massive attack of spirit beasts is about to descend upon the North Continent, including several above level 100. Night fell, and outside was a piece of tranquility. He checked his stats. Finally, my stats have exceeded 1,500. His updated info, Itsuki undetermined human. Class, Calamity Exterminator. Talent, Special Grade Nirvana. Skills, Z-Grade Super Simulation, Lightning Destruction, Thunder Suppression Wave Level 2, Black Ice Wall Level 2, Lotus Burst Level 2, Penetrating True Sphere Level 2, Magic Sense Level 1, Shikigami Devour Level 1. Stats: Attack 330, Speed 380, increased by Thunder Suppression Wave 35%, Defense 462, increased by Black Ice Wall 40%, Magic 330, total 1502. Itsuki remembered, I heard that every time I level up I get 50 stat points. The system reminded, level up received 50 stat points. Please decide where to allocate. He calculated, 1500 is probably around level 30 for a normal awakened. Speed and defense can be increased infinitely through skill passives. When the update notification came, speed plus 10%, defense plus 10%. Itsuki thought about magic power. My magic power also recovers infinitely thanks to the passive of Magic Sense, but attack is the only thing that has no way to increase, no way at all. A voice echoed from behind, cooking is done. He turned back to look. Rimuru wore an apron and called out to him, Itsuki, I cooked a lot of dishes you like. Seo was beside her. He secretly felt happy. This is fine for now. Super Simulation will probably acquire a skill to boost attack stats soon. They gathered around a sumptuous dining table, with Nento sitting at the head of the table. Itsuki exclaimed, it's been a long time since I last ate Rimuru's home-cooked food. Itsuki glanced around. Where is Iberia, still sleeping? Ageha reported the situation. I treated him a little while ago, and all his injuries are gone. But it looks like he exhausted himself to the absolute limit, so he's still sound asleep. Rimuru continued, even so, I'm still amazed. A nightmare level that even Seo and Seo couldn't clear. Yet a level 0 guy like him managed to conquer. Seo let out a huff. He misunderstood. Is my cooking so delicious that it moved you to make noises out loud? She reminded. Behind his back appeared a figure with a gloomy appearance. Rimuru turned back. Is there something behind me? He saw that person starving like crazy. Food, give me food. Rimuru fell backward off his chair out of fright. Seeing Iberia eating like a famished tiger, he put his hands on his hips and scolded. Scared me to death. Sneaking around like that gives me a heart attack. And why are you eating at someone else's seat? He finished a large bowl of rice, his head still lowered. Rimuru was scared for the second time. What's wrong? Are you angry at me? Looking like a child licking his lips, he happily said, delicious. He breathed a sigh of relief. Back to normal, are you? You should be grateful for my cooking skills. Iberia smiled brightly and asked, did you cook this meal? Why don't you quit being an awakened and become a chef? You have more talent in cooking. Hearing this, Rimuru got irritated again. Was that a compliment? Nento suddenly spoke up. You two also want to become saviors, right? Then I want to ask you something. He posed a question to the two of them. What is the most terrifying thing? Rimuru rubbed his chin in thought. The most terrifying thing is probably things going against what I expect. My dream is to become a savior, save a lot of money, travel the world while I'm young, and enjoy good food. The opposite would definitely be aging. Once you get old, you won't have the energy to travel anymore, and your sense of taste might even get so bad that you can't tell different flavors apart. He shook his head violently, grimacing as he said, just thinking about it gives me the creep. Nento paid attention to Seo. What about you? She recounted. Me. I was born into a doctor's family and grew up in a hospital. In my memory, ever since I was little, I've seen many people go through illnesses big and small. Some patients died right in front of the little girl. She continued, it became an obsession for me, so even a cold or a fever makes me feel extremely terrified. Itsuki understood the reason, so that's why she ran away the other day. Just because I sneezed a little. He recalled that day's action and her terrified expression. Nento spoke up. Awakened people have a lifespan about twice as long as ordinary people and almost never get sick. You can finally say goodbye to the things you feared. Seeing Nento glance at him, Iberia panicked. Is it my turn? He hesitated. What I used to fear the most was failing to pass the preliminaries. Right now, I'm afraid of not being able to fight side by side with Itsuki anymore. Iberia was curious. Itsuki, what are you most afraid of? Itsuki replied, why are you suddenly asking me? Seo looked at him and thought, I wonder if he's afraid of anything. Over on his side, they urged, speak. Don't tell me you're not afraid of anything. Rimuru was curious. It's unimaginable what Itsuki could possibly fear. Itsuki opened up. After my parents passed away, I was genuinely worried about how I would keep living. Helplessness, anger, sadness, hunger. My body was possessed by those negative emotions until Seo and Rimuru appeared in front of me. Back then, they came to care for and check on the young Itsuki. Why are you sitting here crying alone? The sky is so beautiful. It's a waste to keep staring down. Seo sat down and asked, are you catching a cold? Should we go to the hospital? and Rimuru held a lunchbox in her hand. Eat something and all your worries will vanish. Itsuki emotionally said. The warmth I received from those two pulled me out of that negative world. Afterwards, I met my master, Ageha, and Iberia too. Like gaining more comrades, the people present all looked at Itsuki gently. He compared, or like my family in the past. This sense of peace is something I haven't felt in a very long time. Sometimes, I think I wish this moment could last forever more than anything else. I've always been afraid of living all alone by myself. Ageha blushed and thought to herself, Itsuki's current atmosphere. It's very calm and peaceful. It's completely different from the hair-raising feeling from before. Iberia emotionally hugged him. Itsuki, I will absolutely never leave you. Itsuki denied. No, that's not what I meant. Nento explained. The reason I asked was to confirm whether, when you two become saviors and face real danger, you would regret choosing this path. For a savior, regret is the only thing the two of you must never allow to happen. Remember this well, a death without regret is the goal of every savior. They agreed in unison. Yes, I will engrave that in my heart. He stood up, left a sentence, and walked away. Then hurry up and finish your meal, then go get some rest. Seo and Rimuru have to return to the North B district tomorrow. The next morning, they saw their two friends off. Iberia waved goodbye. Next time, treat me to your home-cooked meal again. Rimuru agreed immediately. All right, leave it to me, as long as you don't cause trouble for Itsuki. Seo waved goodbye. Then see you at the national tournament. Seeing him sobbing next to him, Itsuki was curious. Since when did you and Rimuru get so close? Nento turned back and urged, let's head back too. He suddenly thought of something. Come to think of it, there was something I wanted to ask Seo. I can probably ask during the national tournament. Seeing someone running from afar, Itsuki was surprised. Ageha. Why does she look in such a hurry? Nento asked, what's wrong? She was panting heavily, hastily reporting. There is a top-secret report from the South Continent. He had a bad premonition. What report? Ageha found it inconvenient to speak here. This top-secret information has a very high security clearance. It can only be revealed to saviors above level 50 and continent command. Nento permitted. It's fine, go ahead and speak. It's fine to let these two know. Continue. Ageha got straight to the point. A new prophecy has just been issued by South Continent Commander Elder Balger. It looks like a large-scale attack by the Calamity Spirit Beasts will take place in the North Continent within the next 3 days. Itsuki was shocked. Elder Balger, is that prophecy reliable? As far as Iberia knew, Elder Balger is the most renowned prophet across all 5 continents. His prophecies are almost certain futures that will happen. Ageha suggested, then Dad should quickly leave the North Continent. He deduced, there must be a reason why the Calamity Spirit Beasts launched such a large-scale attack. It's very likely their target this time is me, the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the North Continent. Therefore, if I stay here, I will definitely be a wonderful decoy. Ageha disagreed. You were never a combat expert to begin with. If you know you're the target, there's no need to stay and take such a risk. For now, let's just evacuate to the Central Continent. Itsuki agreed. I agree with Ageha too. If you're short on people, I'll stay and fight. He refused to listen to persuasion. I've already decided, no need to say any more. Itsuki, I need you to do something else. He asked about another matter. What about protecting Master? Nothing is more important than that. Nento mentioned Iberia's father. Aiden is the most outstanding artificer across all 5 continents. It would be bad if anything happened to him. I want you and Iberia to be responsible for protecting Aiden. I will also dispatch Awakened from here to support you. Iberia was surprised, deploying special combat forces just for my old man, and he thought similarly. Is Master trying to get me out of the battlefield? Seeing his children unhappy, Nento reminded Ageha, I also have 3 requests for you. He issued a series of orders. First, announce this upcoming attack to the residents of the North Continent and ask Awakened below level 50 to evacuate civilians to a safe place. Next, notify all Awakened in the North Continent above level 50 and ask them to stand ready to deal with the Calamity Spirit Beasts at any time. Finally, have Height and Akira come here. In this sparsely populated North District 1, we won't have to worry about civilian casualties while fighting. Right here, we will face them head-on. The next day, Ageha came to report on work progress. Dad, I've arranged everything as you instructed. Height and Akira should arrive soon. Nento felt apologetic. I'm sorry for all this trouble. Ageha was sad and didn't want to talk. He saw through her mood. Are you worried? Even though Aiden already has experienced bodyguards with him. In that case, I'll just wipe out all the small fries and lure the boss out. Ageha admitted, just as expected of you. You saw right through it. He revealed there has been a prophecy that a level 100 or higher Calamity Beast will appear this time. Exposing all our trump cards is unavoidable. The reason I specifically sent Itsuki there is that with Itsuki's ability, if he joins the battle against such a Calamity Spirit Beast, she understood, fighting in his own style, his ability will be exposed to them and they will act to eliminate Itsuki at all costs. Ageha, I understand. Then to prevent that from happening. Nento added, right, but there's another reason. Looking at his battles so far, it seems Itsuki is lacking in attack power. There is a rumor that Aiden possesses an artifact that helps boost attack power. If he can absorb that artifact, from attack, defense, to magic power, Nento predicted, a perfect awakened possessing everything will be born. The first day of the prophecy, 8:00 p.m. In every district of the North Continent, the curtain rose for the attack with stone pillars falling like rain. North District B, Itsuki accelerated his run, asking Iberia, who was closely following behind. It's 8:00 p.m. already. How much further until we reach your place? He estimated. Probably about 100 km left. He urged it wouldn't be strange if a spirit beast attacked suddenly. We must hurry to Iberia's father's place. He panicked and pointed in a direction. Itsuki looked. His footsteps stopped, and that was. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a stream of firepower smashed down from above. Iberia screamed, stone pillars. The attack has started, and the stone pillars are landing right in the urban area. They could only watch helplessly as the stone pillars smashed down toward the high-rise building. Itsuki thought tensely. The information was just announced, so the residents must still be in the process of evacuation. If the spirit beasts arrive at a time like this, people in the city will panic, and heavy casualties will be unavoidable. A spirit beast was approaching. Everyone run, stone pillars, just as Elder Balger predicted. Damn it, it's too early. Iberia was anxious. The barrier is starting to form. If we abandon the civilians here, there will be many casualties, but if we go help, it will interfere with the mission. He calculated. Iberia was very tired after the long trip, but he didn't ask for a rest even once. He must be very worried about his father. If I suggest saving the civilians, he will definitely refuse. Yet Iberia requested instead, Itsuki, let's go provide support. The spirit beasts inside the barrier are at least level 20. If there are no high-level awakened, a lot of people will die. He agreed, understood. Change of plan. We'll wipe out the spirit beasts inside the city first. In the city, a giant foot of a spirit beast stomped onto the ground, producing a rumbling sound. It was a level 21 flame puppet, its whole body blazing with fire. Yama on the opposite side encouraged everyone, 3 level 15s and 1 level 16. This will be tough, but facing a level 20 spirit beast, we still have a chance of winning. He had a C-grade skill, Stone Shield. At this moment, Yama was forced to calm down and command, don't mess up the formation. I will block its attack. As soon as its firepower attacked, he shouted, everyone find an opening and counterattack. One punch from it sent Yama flying backward. The violent impact caused the wall behind him to crack. Yama wheezed, no way. The people in the team became desperate. Even him, the one with the highest defense stats among us, was killed instantly, so we definitely have no chance. Someone panicked. What should we do? Someone ran away. What do you mean, what should we do? We have to run. Fighting a thing like that is self-destruction. A teammate shouted, hey, watch out. Nanki sneered, you guys had better worry about yourself. Only then did he feel the danger approaching from behind. Nanki blasted a palm strike towards it while begging, please, I'll do anything, just don't kill me. He had a C-grade skill, water cannon. Nanki looked at the hole in front of him, thinking to himself, since when was this thing behind me? That's why I let those pathetic words slip out. But this is the end. After all, I am a water elemental master, the natural enemy of fire attribute calamity spirit beasts. The others crept up to check. Did he really succeed? To be sure, I'll finish it off. Nanki stopped them. You guys don't interfere. I defeated the spirit beast alone. I must be the one to finish it off. The spirit beast had resurrected, blazing firepower radiating all over its body. He panicked, looked back at his teammates, and urged, it's resurrected, kill it. Looking at the sea of fire descending upon them, they felt their doomsday had arrived. What kind of giant flame is this? We're done for. Right in the nick of time, Itsuki appeared, using black ice wall to form a shield blocking the firepower. Iberia stood behind him and announced, just leave this place to Team E. Itsuki directed, Iberia, don't worry, I'll handle this one. You go evacuate the citizens. He smiled brightly and replied, understood. System notification. Black ice wall defense increased by 10% after blocking a B-rank fire elemental skill with black ice wall. The people present buzzed with chatter, blocking a gigantic flame that easily. Are you two saviors? Itsuki replied. We aren't saviors yet, but one day I'll become a savior even stronger than Kazunari. Nanchi maintained his disdainful attitude. A savior stronger than Kazunari. What an arrogant kid talking big. Iberia criticized. What on earth are you guys doing letting a kid save you? He retorted stubbornly. Nobody asked for help. I was going to take it down myself anyway. A bystander was shocked. Not a savior. Can an ordinary awakened take on that spirit beast? Is that ice armor wrapping around his body a magical artifact? Itsuki thought to himself. Come to think of it, Master gave us some advice before we left. Nyan too reminded. The black sphere whose power you release is terrifying, but it takes time to chant. And compared to truly powerful calamity spirit beasts, its flight speed can't really be called fast. If you miss your first strike, they will become alert, and it will be even harder to hit them after that. Therefore, try to avoid using that move in future battles. Save it as a trump card for when it truly matters. Listen carefully. You only use that black sphere when you are confident you can take down your opponent. He assessed the situation here. I can't use penetrating true sphere in front of a crowd. The group behind him was still gossiping. Is the rescuer an awakened? He's wearing such nice armor. He must be a high-tier awakened. Itsuki rushed forward to prepare for close combat. If that's the case, I'll just have to defeat it with brute force. Lightning surged around Itsuki's fist. System update. Activated Thunderquake Wave. He teleported right in front of its head, and the entire spirit beast was blasted flying backward. It crashed heavily to the ground, struggling frantically to get back up. How could Itsuki possibly give it a chance? His entire body became massive, covered in black ice wall, and he leaped down from above straight onto the spirit beast's head. The stomp made the ground shake violently, sending shockwaves spreading outward. Everyone witnessing this scene doubted reality. The spirit beast is being completely pushed back. Isn't it supposed to be super strong? Someone speculated. I saw that awaken's face. He looks at most 18 years old. The spirit beast must have been heavily injured beforehand. Someone broke out in cold sweat. Are you kidding me? Even a level 21 fire puppet can't put up a fight against him. What kind of monster is this guy? Seeing Itsuki no longer in front, he wondered, where did that guy go? Someone in the back recounted. Right after defeating the spirit beast, he went somewhere with that blonde guy. Nanchi stepped up to take the credit. A level 0 loser like him was only able to pull that off because I had already worn down the fire puppet's HP to its absolute limit. The other guy was in awe. Even I, a level 15, couldn't keep up with that speed with the naked eye, let alone muster the strength to blow away a fire puppet barehanded. That level 0 punk, he compares to a level 30 person at least. Itsuki was still not very satisfied with his recent performance. Even with a spirit beast at that level, killing it instantly is impossible. This is not looking good at all. I must find a way to increase my attack power at all costs. System stats update. Attack 330 speed, 760 via Thunderquake Wave activation. Defense 495 plus 50% via Black Ice Wall activation. Mana. Recovers 10% mana upon detecting an enemy unit. Day 1, 10:30 p.m. Iberia hurriedly jogged after Itsuki, exclaiming excitedly, "That was amazing, Itsuki-san. Your speed just now, my eyes couldn't even keep up." Itsuki replied briefly, "Even if your fast speed without strength is meaningless." Stopping when they reached a safe place, Iberia panted heavily and said hesitantly, "I never even thought about it that way. If you want to boost your power, there's a really effective way." Hearing this, Itsuki immediately asked him curiously, "An effective way?" Iberia confidently and loudly assured, "My old man's warehouse is full of artifacts. There's bound to be a few attack-boosting artifacts in there. Itsuki-san, you're super strong and you're Nyan Tusan's disciple, so he'll probably be more than happy to give you one." With that, he couldn't help daydreaming, grinning pervertedly as he muttered, just imagining Itsuki-san equipped with an artifact. Itsuki got goosebumps and asked, "What's with that creepy smile? What on earth are you imagining?" Iberia promised brightly, "Let's get out of here. Once we get home, I'll have the old man prepare a suitable artifact for you." Itsuki was a bit distracted, lost in deep thought. I thought I was holding back my speed on the way here, but even so, keeping up must have been the absolute limit of what he could do. Finished thinking, he suddenly walked over and scooped Iberia up horizontally. Iberia shrieked in shock, "Itsuki-san, what are you doing?" Itsuki calmly replied, "If you're tired, don't push yourself. At this rate, even if you run into a spirit beast, you won't have any stamina left to fight." Without dragging it out any longer, he grabbed Iberia and jumped up. Iberia panicked and complained, "I wasn't ready yet." "You're too fast." Itsuki didn't slow down his pace, simply saying offhandedly, "We've wasted too much time already, just hang in there." Prophecy Day 1, 11:05 p.m., a clear moon and a cool breeze, a lonely wooden cabin deep in the dense forest. Itsuki and Iberia arrived shortly after. Iberia stretched his limbs while endlessly complaining, "We're finally here. I thought my arms were going to fall off." Itsuki looked around the house for a moment before asking Iberia, "Why do you live so deep in the woods? It's safer in the city." He replied with great confidence, "The old man says the city is too noisy and he can't concentrate on craft." Don't let the rundown exterior of this wooden house fool you. Its defense system is no joke. The old man has set up dozens of traps all around the place. Hearing him say that, Itsuki dawned on him internally. I see, no wonder I was wondering why I kept sensing faint magical fluctuations. Thinking to himself, he quietly activated sensory magic. At this moment, Iberia took the lead, boastfully instructing him. Don't worry though, if you follow right behind me, you won't trigger any traps. Just stick close. Itsuki didn't dare say it aloud, only thinking. Without you, I could easily dodge them using my sensory magic anyway. While Iberia sauntered ahead leisurely, Itsuki hesitated for a moment to warn him. Hey, over there. But Iberia didn't hear a thing, secretly glowing with pride inside. I finally get to take the lead. Hidden beneath a layer of leaves on the ground was a small switch. Iberia, letting his guard down, accidentally stepped right on it. Realizing he had triggered a trap, he panicked and yelled, "Oh no, I got too excited and forgot there was a trap here." Itsuki asked back, utterly helpless and incredulous, "Is this seriously your own house?" Right then the ground began to shake violently, and Iberia cursed loudly, "Crap, this is the most annoying trap." At that exact moment, Itsuki also noticed. Come to think of it, the magical fluctuations are getting stronger. Rising from the ground was a humanoid artifact. Epic Iron Golem, attack 500, speed 300, defense 500, mana 200. Seeing it, Itsuki gasped in astonishment, blurting out, "He even has a humanoid artifact." Right then, the Iron Golem threw a powerful punch, straight toward Iberia, before Iberia could even regain his composure to counterattack. Itsuki quickly stepped in, pushed him out of the way, and faced the Iron Golem head-on. He threw a powerful punch, blocking its fist directly, but he couldn't hold out for long, getting knocked flying backward. Itsuki had to skid across the ground to stabilize himself, while inwardly reflecting, even a mere artifact has a higher attack power than me. Because it's an artifact meant to protect Iberia's dad, I can't destroy it with penetrating true sphere. This is so annoying. Tense, Itsuki immediately turned to Iberia and asked, "Iberia, is there a way to stop it?" He quickly chimed in with the answer, "Aim for the mana crystal on its chest. That's its energy source. If you destroy that thing, it won't move anymore." Hearing Iberia say this, Itsuki immediately cast his gaze toward the Iron Golem and instantly spotted the mana crystal he mentioned. Without further hesitation, Itsuki activated Thunderquake Wave. His entire body was instantly enveloped in flickering, dancing arcs of electricity as he proudly declared, "If you know its weakness, then this is easy. Even if I lose in raw power, I'm faster." With that, he suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of electricity at the Iron Golem. As it repeatedly slammed its iron fists down to attack him, he easily dodged every single blow. Taking advantage of the Iron Golem, being entirely focused on attacking with zero defense, Itsuki nimbly dashed behind its back to mess with its reflexes, then seized the opportunity to snatch the mana crystal right off its chest. Deprived of its energy source, the Iron Golem ground to a halt, exactly as theory predicted. Just as Itsuki was sighing in relief, holding up the mana crystal and asking Iberia, "This should do it, right?" a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him, crimson eyes staring fixedly at him as a sword blade prepared to slash down. Iberia immediately screamed at the top of his lungs to stop him. "Wait, Yusuke-san." Sensing danger, Itsuki whipped his head back just as the sword was cleaving downward. Hearing Iberia's voice, the man swiftly halted his blade before it was too late. Itsuki stared at the sword resting inches from his face, wondering in a cold sweat, just when did he get here? Mudayu finally spoke normally to explain, "Iberia, I thought some bandits were sneaking in." Itsuki kept staring at him, thinking incessantly, what the hell? While being targeted, I didn't feel a single trace of magical fluctuation. Mudayu looked back at him and asked, "Who's this?" Watching him stow away his sword in the blink of an eye, Itsuki was astonished yet again, thinking to himself, the sword just vanished. Iberia finally stepped in front of Itsuki, grinning as he introduced him to Mudayu. "This is my friend Tenma Itsuki. He's level 0, but he's super strong. We're a team called." Before Iberia could finish, Itsuki gently placed a hand on his shoulder and cut straight to the chase. "More importantly, where's your dad?" Hearing that, Iberia asked Mudayu, "Right, where's the old man?" Mudayu answered honestly, completely unaware someone was approaching from behind. "The master is right behind you, but be careful." It looks like he isn't in a very good mood. Aiden walked up with a dark expression on his face without making a single sound. Seeing him, Iberia immediately bragged, "Dad, listen to this. I passed the preliminary qualifier." He then reiterated their previous deal. "I even cleared the nightmare tier and ranked 4th in the region. Just like you promised, let me pick any artifact I want." Yet Aiden didn't say a word and slapped Iberia hard across the face. Aggrieved with tears welling in his eyes, Iberia clutched his cheek and protested angrily, "Hey, why'd you hit me?" Aiden's face turned red with fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, "Hand over the dragon armor. You stole it, didn't you?" Iberia stubbornly argued back at the top of his lungs. "So what? I just borrowed an epic artifact for a little bit. Do you have to hit me like that? Aiden remained furious, pointing a warning finger at him. If you wear the dragon armor for too long, something irreversible will happen. If you ever use it without permission again, I won't hold back next time. In a huff, Iberia threw his bag to the ground and snapped. Fine, whatever. I get it. I'm never using your stupid artifacts again, before storming off. While Itsuki was still staring blankly after Iberia, Aiden called out to him. Ah, you must be Tenma Itsuki. Nice to meet you. Itsuki snapped back to attention and got straight to the point. A prophecy has predicted a large-scale attack by calamity spirit beasts on the northern continent, so Master ordered me to escort Aiden-san. Before he could finish, Aiden abruptly cut him off flatly. I've already heard about that. There was a hint of contempt in Aiden's tone as he said straight to Itsuki's face. Considering how strict he is and how rarely he takes on disciples, why on earth would he take in a totally ordinary-looking teenager like you? But right after that, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in sheer shock as he blurted out, wait, your level, is it locked? Looking at the ability stats, Aiden couldn't believe his eyes. Tenma Itsuki human level, locked class, annihilation seeker, skills, hidden stats, hidden. Aiden looked at Itsuki in astonishment and asked loudly, are you using an artifact to conceal your stats? Not exactly. He fell into deep thought. I see, no wonder Quan Nyan too wanted that artifact. Aiden walked closer to Itsuki. Your master is someone who calculates gains and losses very carefully. He always demands a return. Master only told me to escort you. I haven't heard anything about a reward. He was surprised to hear him continue. He contacted me, saying in exchange for you escorting me, I have to give you a specific artifact. Master said that. It's fine, even without an artifact, I'll still protect you safely. But Aiden immediately stopped him and asked curiously, no, I have plenty, giving you one is no big deal. I'm just curious why he insisted on a piece of junk. Itsuki asked in surprise, a piece of junk. Aiden recalled the time the artifact was created, back when he had been so excited. Originally, it was a masterpiece crafted to push an Awaken's attack power to its absolute limit. Unique crit gem. Crit attack power is doubled when landing a critical hit. Crit rate, 99%. Unique effect. The user's attacks always land critical hits. Aiden was startled when a crack suddenly appeared on the artifact, out of nowhere. He took out the artifact and explained further. The artifact's rank became unknown, and a mysterious effect was added. Bugged crit gem. Rank, unknown. Effect. Attack power is multiplied by 10 when landing a critical hit. Crit rate, 0%, increasing by 1% every time an enemy with higher attack power than the user is defeated. Bugged effect. The crit rate resets to 0 every time the user levels up. So because of that, all the hard-earned crit rate builds up and resets to 0 every single time you level up. It's completely useless to a normal awakened. Exactly. That's why I refused when he asked for this scrap. But looking at your stats, I finally understand why. Itsuki held the artifact in his hands. He stared intently at the item in his hands while Aiden kept talking. You're quite unique, aren't you? I don't know how you got stronger, but since you don't level up, this artifact suits you perfectly. The power within the artifact surged around Itsuki, but the released energy was so overwhelming that he couldn't help screaming as blood vessels popped across his face. Because you keep defeating spirit beasts, your crit rate will gradually reach 100%, but in the future, with attacks multiplied by 10. World-destroying Iron Fist equipment, bugged crit gem, crit rate, 0%. When the power subsided, Itsuki gradually returned to normal, then fell into deep strategic thought. My crit rate only increases when I defeat opponents with higher attack stats, that makes things a bit tricky. I'll come up with a countermeasure after we get through this sweep. Bugged crit gem rank, unknown effect. Attack power is multiplied by 10 when landing a critical hit, crit rate, 0%, increasing by 1% every time an enemy with higher attack power than the user is defeated, bugged effect. The crit rate resets to 0 every time the user levels up. Aiden looked at him seriously. Looks like it equipped properly. It really fits you well. Honestly, I've been struggling quite a bit with my low attack power. This helps a lot. Thanks, Aiden. With that, he turned around and walked away, waving his hand. I make the artifacts, and you guys use them to fight the calamity spirit beasts. Both of us are doing this for humanity's survival, so no need to thank me. Unless someone leaked my location, there's no way spirit beasts would attack a remote place like this. For now, you should go get some rest. But before he had taken a few steps, a violent crash erupted right behind Aiden, making him jump in fright. A gigantic meteorite plummeted straight down toward the forest where they were taking shelter. It generated a terrifying shockwave, forcing everyone to shield their faces and step back. Iberia immediately rushed out, panicking as he yelled, "What is that? What's going on?" His face drained of color as he stared in disbelief. A barrier. A barrier manifested before their eyes. Why is there a barrier here? Aiden muttered in deep contemplation. Only the supreme commanders of the 5 continents know my location. Is a stone pillar dropping here a coincidence? Or, Mu Daoyu immediately went on high alert, stretching out his arms to shield the others. Fall back, the spirit beasts are coming, they're heading this way. Itsuki stared fixedly at the barrier with a cold gaze. I can sense it. Something is approaching at an incredible speed. From afar, the rapid stomping of spirit beasts echoed. 6 of them. They're rushing over at horrifying speed. No, 8. And right as they arrived, the spirit beasts immediately lunged forward to attack. One Horned Demon, 3088. Swift Horned Demon, level 14. Here they come. But in a split second, he blocked the spirit beast's strike with icy eyes. Itsuki immediately drove his blade straight through the spirit beast, blood spraying everywhere as he activated Black Ice Wall. The spirit beast was instantly taken down, but the other spirit beasts kept charging in to attack continuously. He nimbly dodged the spirit beast's attacks. Against enemies of this level, no matter how many there are, I can wipe them out instantly with Lotus Burst. Over on the other side, Mu Daoyu kept fighting the horde of spirit beasts without rest. Yusuke can withstand the shockwaves from Lotus Burst, but Itsuki glanced back at the wooden cabin behind him, feeling deeply worried. Aiden and Iberia are hiding in that house right behind us. If I use Lotus Burst carelessly, those 2 might get caught in the blast. Afterward, he burst forward like lightning, charging straight through the horde of spirit beasts ahead. In an instant, they were all wiped out. I guess I really am only suited for playing solo. Suddenly, Itsuki looked deep into the forest and instantly went on alert. More magical fluctuations, and these are stronger than the previous one. Higher-tier spirit beasts were closing in. Twin-horned guardian beast 815, swift horned demon level 24. A hellish landscape unfolded as magma churned, and monsters writhed deep within the fiery abyss. The Demon King sat high upon his throne, his darkness and oppressive aura enveloping the entire space. We have teleported the first vanguard wave, including low-level slaves, to the human realm. Who among the 8 Demon Kings should we assign to lead the main force? A cold voice echoed throughout the realm. Thanks to the eye I left behind when I descended to the human realm last time, I sensed the presence of someone important. Capture. Another Demon King with a deformed face and 9 heads. This guy has 9 heads. Absolutely terrifying. One of the 8 great Demon Kings, Enma Rakuyama. Should we entrust this task to one of the 8 Demon Kings right away? The Demon King sitting high above gave a cold command, causing Enma Raku to immediately drop to his knees to receive his orders. A Demon King-class entity might completely destroy the eye I left behind. I'll leave this to a Demon General. Understood. Then he continued, his terrifying gaze sweeping across the room. And I will grant full command of the main force to Enshokuma, the flesh-eating beast. A gigantic flesh-eating beast appeared. They usually eat rocks, and since it hasn't tasted live human flesh in a long time, I bet it's starving to death by now. A scream rang out, startling Itsuki. That was Iberia's voice. Have the spirit beasts broken into the house already? A monster lunged straight at him. Itsuki quickly threw up both hands as the system interface appeared. Twin-horned guardian beast 815, swift horned demon level 24. He furrowed his brows tightly, telling himself, if it comes down to this, I'm forced to use that move. The demon swung its arm to attack Itsuki. He quickly ducked low to dodge, raising his hand to form an energy orb as he thought. Its attack power is probably higher than mine, so if I defeat it, I can boost my crit rate. The system popped up again. Bugged crit gem, rank, unknown effect. Attack power is multiplied by 10 when landing a critical hit, crit rate, 0%, increasing by 1% every time an enemy with higher attack power than the user is defeated, bugged effect. The crit rate resets to 0 every time the user levels up. A dark purple-black beam of light shot straight up into the sky as he activated the glowing orb, penetrating true sphere. The system notified, crit rate increased by 1%. Itsuki clenched his fist in thought. It really did increase, just like I thought. A monster slowly emerged from behind him. The notification window appeared. Bugged crit gem, crit rate, 1%. Itsuki shouted loudly, Yusuke, I'll take care of the spirit beast that broke into the house. I leave the rest to you. He slashed heavily toward the monster and replied, leave it to me. Itsuki bolted, sprinting straight toward the wooden cabin. He shoved the door open hard. Inside, Iberia was covered in injuries, leaning against the wall and panting heavily. It's no use. Without the dragon armor, we can't win. A claw struck straight toward him, and Iberia muttered, if it's come to this. The monster thrust its claw straight toward him, and Iberia cried out loudly in tears, Itsuki, save me. However, the person who appeared was Aiden, who used a hammer to strike a heavy blow directly onto the monster's head. Iberia blankly looked at him and thought, the old man is a non-combat class, but he's not afraid of spirit beasts. Aiden hoisted his hammer onto his shoulder, looked at the monster, and said, "You're really tough." The monster angrily whipped its head around to look at Aiden. He stood still and calmly waited for the monster's attack. "I'll leave the rest to you." He called out Tenma, and at that moment, Itsuki quickly appeared before the monster's attack could touch Aiden. Itsuki reached out and tightly grabbed the monster's wrist. The system popped up, activating Black Ice Spike. A long blade emerged from Itsuki's hand, and he quickly used it to pierce straight through the monster's body. Itsuki stood up and said to Aiden, "Sorry I'm late. It took a little time to deal with the ones outside," and the old man calmly asked, "How is the situation outside?" Itsuki raised his head to quietly sense, "I can't feel any magic fluctuations outside anymore." Then he replied, "I think Yusuk has wiped out the spirit beasts." Aiden and Iberia stepped outside, and he looked at the monsters lying scattered across the ground, crying out in shock, "Did Yusuk do all this by himself?" Yusuk raised his head to observe and warned everyone, "Don't get complacent right now. Unless we break that barrier, spirit beasts will continue to spawn from inside it infinitely, and as time passes, they will only grow stronger." He turned around and said to Itsuki, "I plan to go destroy that barrier and wipe out as many spirit beasts along the way as possible, but if any get past, you die." Itsuki's face darkened, and he angrily retorted, "No, I'll be the one dealing with the spirit beasts inside the barrier. Yusuk, stay here to protect Aiden and Iberia." Seeing this, Aiden was secretly astonished. That gaze, there isn't a single trace of fear. Instead, he is brimming with a craving for battle. He spoke up, "We'll leave the destruction of the barrier to Tenma." Yusuk wondered, if it's a green barrier, the spirit beasts inside will be at least level 25. Are you sure you have what it takes to handle this? Itsuki's entire body was enveloped in a faint white layer of mana as he affirmed, "I'm sure." Then he dashed away, a flash of lightning sparking as Itsuki's figure instantly vanished. Itsuki thought to himself, "Finally I can fight to my heart's content." Iberia stayed behind and shouted loudly, "If Itsuki goes, then I go too. All right, Yusuk, take care of my old man," and Aiden coldly commanded, "You're not going anywhere." He immediately protested, "Why not? We're a team." And Aiden explained, "Stop with that whole team nonsense. It's ridiculous. You and Tenma live in two completely different worlds." Iberia shouted loudly, "We've come a long way together on this journey. What do you mean different worlds?" And Aiden loudly replied, "A team is meant to support each other and make up for each other's flaws." He sternly declared, "But what kind of support do you provide? You're just a burden at this rate." Aiden continued, making Iberia freeze in terror, "You're going to get Tenma killed." He walked past Iberia and warned, "And naturally, I'm not just talking about you. Tenma is very special. No one in this generation can stand on the same level as him." He coldly said, "Did you see the look in his eyes when facing the spirit beasts? That gaze is a gaze consumed by hatred." On Itsuki's end, the system appeared. Magic Sense detected 5 enemy units, restored 50% of the user's mana. Itsuki secretly sneered, "5 spirit beasts, huh, they must have just crawled out from the barrier. Thanks to that my mana is fully restored." A dual-horned beast rushed out to block Itsuki's path. Unflinching, he charged forward while shouting, "Get out of my way." An explosion occurred, flames flared up, and the system announced, "Lotus Burst activated. Defeated 5 enemies with Lotus Burst. Skill scale increased by 5%. Currently plus 1106%. Critical hit rate 1%. Flawed crystal critical hit rate 2%. Itsuki continued to cloak his body in mana, running while pondering. The defense of the dual-horned beast is too high. It took 80% of my mana just to take it down with Lotus Burst, but I won't let a single one touch Iberia and the other." Iberia saw the explosion from afar. Yusuk quickly stepped in front of him, blocking the shockwave while shouting in astonishment, "Where did that explosion come from?" And Iberia loudly replied, "That's Itsuki's skill. He must have run into spirit beasts in the forest." Yusuk frowned in thought. An explosion of that scale isn't something an ordinary level 0 can pull off. Could the reason Tenma can't level up be due to the negative effects of his talent? On Itsuki's side, he stood before a blue barrier and thought, "So this is a green barrier. These spirit beasts seem to be on a completely different level from the ones I've encountered before." The system notified, Magic Sense activated. Itsuki muttered, "I didn't expect Magic Sense to be blocked. I can't measure the number or strength of the spirit beasts inside." He recalled, "Come to think of it, Master said you can gauge the spirit beasts inside a barrier based on its color. Dark barrier spirit beasts level 1 to 25. Green barrier spirit beast level 26 to 50. Blue barrier spirit beast level 51 to 75. Purple barrier spirit beast level 76 up. Red barrier spirit beast level 101 and above. Since it's green, the spirit beasts are level 26 to 50. Itsuki looked at the mark on his hand and muttered, If I kill them all, a ton of experience points will drop. He raised his hand, and petals of light fell to the ground as the system popped up. Summon Shikigami, Zai-Quan. The Black Hound let out a long howl, and the information panel appeared. Zai-Quan B rank, level 16 0%, skill Death Chi C rank, detects all magic traces in the area to locate and track the source. Death Desire B rank, greatly reduces respawn time after the Shikigami dies. Stats, attack 250, speed 250, defense 150, magic 150. Itsuki stroked it and promised, I'll give all those experience points to you. He continued forward with it, but until I give the order, don't you dare touch them. He coldly declared, all the spirit beasts here are my prey. At a garden on the first day of prophecy, 11:30 p.m., a girl reported, Father, the escort awakened have arrived. A blue-haired man with a long scar on his face saluted, Lord Izumi, from this moment on, I, first-class savior Kei Kairajima, will serve as your bodyguard. He was a level 63 wind elementalist, first-class savior Kei Kairajima. The man immediately replied, thank you for coming, and the girl wondered, besides him, 5 third-class saviors and 3 second-class saviors have also arrived. Hasn't Height Akira arrived yet? He answered, I've assigned him the task of patrolling the surrounding area. The girl adjusted her glasses and reported, when we spoke on the phone 6 hours ago, he said he was on his way here, however. When I tried calling him back 1 and 3 hours later, I couldn't get through. She continued, huge stone pillars have been falling across the northern province since 8:00 p.m. tonight. Maybe he ran into some trouble along the way. The man with a lantern on his head was Nento Izumi, and he replied, an ordinary spirit beast wouldn't be able to threaten him. After all, he is one of the 6 pillars of the special grade savior team. He ordered, keep trying to contact him. Only a special grade savior can fight the spirit beasts appearing here, and the girl immediately replied, understood. Kei suddenly spoke up, aren't you overestimating the special grade saviors? No matter how strong Wajin-Tei and Height Akira are, they're still human. He arrogantly declared, I don't believe there is such a huge gap between them and first-class people like us. We might have some trouble, but there's no way we couldn't take down a spirit beast that they can. Hearing this, Nento warned, confidence is good, but if you think you can stand on equal footing with a special grade. He continued, it seems to be because you've never fought a truly powerful spirit beast. A giant fireball suddenly appeared in the sky. Kei instantly grabbed his sword and shouted, it's a stone pillar. A spirit beast is coming. Nento stood up and calmly said, it's finally here, and the girl shouted back, it's useless, you can't compare to height. Kei arrogantly replied, if even a special grade can't handle it, then they aren't worth relying on, don't worry, we'll wipe them out. He frowned to himself, I'll prove right now that a first class is just as strong as a special grade. On Itsuki's side, the green barrier glowed brighter and brighter. He entered with Zai-Quan, observing his surroundings. The scenery inside the barrier didn't look much different from the outside. He looked into the distance and thought, but there is an aura here that makes me uncomfortable. The system notified, magic sense activated. Itsuki pondered, I can feel the magic fluctuations inside the barrier from here, but as expected, I can't figure out what's happening outside. It's as if the inside and outside of the barrier are separate spaces. The system popped up again. Magic sense, 5 enemy units detected, mana restored by 50%. Itsuki thought, all right, I've got a rough idea of where the 5 enemy units are located. He ordered Zai-Quan, wait here. If you see any spirit beasts trying to run away, you can eat them, and the hound immediately and obediently sat down. Itsuki praised, good boy, and a notification appeared. Lightning destruction, thunder suppression wave activated. He smiled coldly and shouted, I should make a move too. At that moment, 2 monsters came charging frantically. A blue bolt of lightning struck straight at them. Itsuki appeared and quickly wiped out the monsters, a notification appearing. Black wall, black ice wall activated. Another bolt of lightning pierced through another monster's body. Continuous bolts of lightning tore the monster's bodies apart. Itsuki rushed straight toward a large monster, barring its claw. He leaped high into the air, forming a dark purple orb in his hand. The system notified, penetrating sphere activated, and the orb was instantly fired, shooting straight through the monster's body. He landed on the ground, a notification appearing. Critical hit rate plus 1%, broken critical crystal, critical hit rate 3%. Itsuki thought to himself, my critical hit rate went up again to 3%. He ran straight toward the pillar of light in the center while pondering, statistically speaking, out of every 100 strikes there are about 3 critical hits. I'll probably witness my first critical hit soon. Even so, this is the first time I've seen a stone pillar this close. He calculated, if I smash the stone pillar, the barrier will disappear, right? 1 hit should be enough. The system suddenly popped up. 1 enemy unit detected, 10% mana restored. Itsuki instantly froze. There's still one more. He stopped, and a surge of lightning immediately wrapped around his body. Black tentacles struck straight toward Itsuki. They lunged down, and he quickly sidestepped to dodge. Itsuki thought, if I hadn't sensed the magic fluctuation and stayed on guard just now, I would have been pierced right through. He looked toward the distant pillar of light and realized, so it was hiding behind the stone pillar. This is. A hazy figure emerged, and Itsuki mentally assessed, a different type of spirit beast from the ones earlier, outside the green barrier. Iberia stared with wide, uncomprehending eyes, still unable to shake off the shock from the explosion. Yusuke advised, even if Tenma can't stop all the spirit beasts, outside is too dangerous, so you should wait inside. He asked sadly, Yusuke, will I really get Itsuki killed one day? Yusuke immediately replied, my lord is just exaggerating, so don't worry too much, and Iberia hesitated, but thinking about it, I really am just a bird. He looked toward the barrier and said, the level of spirit beasts inside a green barrier is 20 to 50. Do you have the confidence to defeat a level 26 spirit beast? Iberia sadly lowered his head and answered, I'm not sure. Yusuke patted his shoulder and said, don't be too sad, I'm not saying you're weak. When I was your age, I didn't even have the courage to step into a green barrier and fight spirit beasts. Iberia cried out in surprise, even you, Yusuke. He explained, the difference between the spirit beasts in the dark barrier and the green barrier isn't just about level. Iberia wondered, is there more? Yusuke continued, spirit beasts inside the dark barrier lack intelligence. They are simply creatures trapped in an endless cycle of slaughter and destruction. He recalled a giant tiger and said, they're strong, but if you make a plan, you have plenty of ways to kill them. However, inside a green barrier, just like us humans, intelligent spirit beasts can exist. Inside the barrier, a monster slowly walked toward Itsuki and coldly spoke, did I miss? It seems he has some kind of sensory skill. The system popped up, 4 directions general, level 34. Outside, Yusuke said, among the young people of Tenma's generation, only a few can fight spirit beasts at that level. Itsuki's face darkened as he muttered, just as I thought. The spirit beasts inside this barrier are different from the ones I faced before. Yusuke explained, so the reason you are a burden to Tenma isn't because you haven't grown up. It's simply because he is too strong. Itsuki coldly uttered, seeing through my skill in just a few seconds, and on top of that, it can speak human language. I've finally met an intelligent spirit beast like the ones I've heard about. The monster sneered, what are you babbling about? Are you begging for your life? It looked at Itsuki and remarked, I thought you were strong, but you're just a level 0. A coward trembling at the sight of me. He smiled and challenged, I'm just excited. I've wanted to ask your race a question for a long time. Since you can talk, why don't you give me an answer? It stepped forward and replied, fine, if that's your last wish, I'll grant it. Flames flared up from Itsuki's body, his eyes flashing with a fierce red light as he loudly asked, do you know pain? Hearing the declaration of war, the 4 directions general mocked, an ordinary human wanting to cause me pain. Don't be arrogant. It proudly declared, inflicting pain is our exclusive privilege. Next, the 4 directions general unleashed razor-sharp tentacles that swept through everything they touched. Meanwhile, Itsuki was looking for a way to close in on it. Lightning fast, he launched a surprise attack, pushing the 4 directions general back a short distance. Itsuki secretly asked himself, did it go down? No, its magic power is erupting even stronger. He keenly noticed, and its tentacles have gotten faster too. However, Itsuki believed, but when it comes to speed, I still have the advantage. Taking advantage of his distraction, it quietly whipped a tentacle around behind Itsuki's back to launch a sneak attack. Luckily, he managed to dodge in time, cursing inwardly, damn it, my attack power is too weak, I can't even chop off its head, and my attacks deal almost 0 damage. The 4 directions general was quite surprised. At this level, you shouldn't be able to move that fast. What is your real level? Even so, it disdained, whatever, no matter how fast you are, to me you're still just an insect. Launching its attacks, the 4 directions general constantly taunted, even if you hit me 100 times with that strength, it wouldn't even be enough to scratch an itch, but if you take 1 hit from me, you die. Contrasting with its leisure, Itsuki was forced to dodge the incoming attacks. Tentacles attacked from multiple directions, including from behind. He blocked one only to be struck from the side. Finally unable to hold out, he was knocked down heavily. Itsuki was pinned hard against a tree trunk by a tentacle. Despite that, he broke free and provoked, if you can do it, then try your best. The 4 directions general immediately realized, that state, it's just a skill to boost your speed, right? Let's see how long before you run out of mana. After observing, Itsuki estimated, those tentacles aren't skills, they're a part of its actual body. That's why super simulation didn't trigger. He sighed in his heart, how many hits was that just now? The 18th hit, or maybe the 19th. It sneered mockingly, It's useless. Now Itsuki's mana was down to 97 out of 330. Itsuki was in dire straits. I've been using skills continuously. My mana is running out. My stamina is also wearing thin. If this keeps up, my speed will drop, so I'll pour everything into attack. Therefore, he calculated, increase the attack frequency. As long as I can land even a single critical hit, I'll win. Immediately afterward, Itsuki used the flawed critical crystal, undefined rank effect. Attack power is multiplied by 10 when landing a critical hit. Critical hit rate is 0%. Increases by 1% when an enemy with higher attack power than the user is defeated. Flawed effect. Critical hit rate resets to 0 every time the user levels up. He told himself more, I must attack more to land a critical hit. I just need to keep throwing punches. Then Itsuki tried to exploit an opening to strike directly at the Four Directions General. It immediately retaliated by thrusting a tentacle into his stomach. Mocking him, the Four Directions General sneered, rushing blindly at me like that. What an idiot. It teased, what's wrong? Weren't you going to cause me pain? Seeing Itsuki still moving, the Four Directions General praised, still alive. It seems your defense stats are quite high. It turned out to be a trap he set when he spoke up. It's finally time. At that moment, the system flashed, a notification from the flawed critical crystal. Your next attack will be a critical hit. Sure enough, the destructive power of Itsuki's punch was completely different. A horrified scream burst from its mouth. Just a single punch sent the Four Directions General flying backward. It couldn't believe it. What just happened? Why did you suddenly hit so hard? He was equally surprised. It's stronger than I thought. Not only that, after the critical hit, all kinds of emotions welled up from deep within his chest. Fulfillment, focus, satisfaction. I've never felt like this before. Furthermore, even though blood was flowing from his stomach, he didn't feel any pain at all. On top of that, Itsuki felt wonderful. At that moment, he asked the Four Directions General, so did you feel any pain from that hit? It couldn't accept it. What's wrong with this guy? Aren't humans weak, fragile creatures? Clearly it's over level 40. Showing fake stats is such cheating. Hey, what are you doing? This time it was Itsuki's turn to mock. Normally spirit beasts have no intelligence, so even when they die they rarely scream. He wore a bizarre smile, but hearing a scream from an intelligent spirit beast that can feel pain must sound really enjoyable. The Four Directions General screamed in terror, no way, you're going to crush my head. You're not human. Right after dealing with it, his critical hit rate instantly increased by 1%. Itsuki breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Flawed critical crystal. The critical hit rate has increased to 4%. Suddenly he felt strange. As the danger passed, that special feeling was fading away, and the pain from his wound was taking over. Simultaneously, the barrier had turned transparent, which meant no spirit beasts were left inside. Itsuki thought to himself, if I smash this thing, only the stone pillar is left now. Right after that, he decisively threw a punch, softer than I thought. A moment later, Itsuki grew gradually exhausted and sat down on the ground. He muttered to himself, before going back, I need to check one thing. Then Itsuki muttered, Zai. Instantly a beast appeared as soon as he finished speaking. Come forth. Itsuki dropped his jaw in astonishment. You've gotten bigger than before, haven't you? He was even more surprised, and Itsuki's inner self shook. You've gone up 3 levels and 150 points. Specific info. Zai Quan B rank level 19, 14.8%. Skill Death Chi C rank. Detects all magic traces in the area. Locates and tracks their source. Death Desire B rank. Greatly shortens respawn time after dying. Stats. Attack 250, Speed 250, Defense 150, Magic 150, Points 150, unallocated. His mood visibly brightened, so when you level up, your body gets bigger too. I wasn't hallucinating, which means. Itsuki guessed if you go up dozens more levels, how huge will you get? I can't wait. Shifting scene to the Izumi mansion, the first day of prophecy, 11:35 p.m. Night enveloped the forest alongside a dense, dark aura. Iberia pointed up at the sky, saying to Yasuke in astonishment, the barrier, it's gone. Itsuki had actually pulled it off. Yasuke contemplatively observed the changing atmosphere. He had destroyed that silver barrier in just about 10 minutes. Perhaps there weren't any monsters inside smart enough, but regardless, that speed was still unbelievable. At the very least, Itsuki was now much stronger than he used to be. Returning to Itsuki's side, he collapsed against a cliffside, his breathing growing fainter. After a long journey and consecutive battles, his body was nearly depleted of stamina. Losing too much blood, he had truly reached his limit. Despite being heavily injured, Itsuki still managed to clutch his Shikigami's shoulder. Zai, you can track magic traces, right? Follow my mana stream and take me back to Iberia. The loyal black wolf let out a deep roar, then dashed swiftly through the dense forest canopy beneath the quiet night. At the same time, Yasuke stopped in his tracks, on high alert upon hearing the echoing howl, the roar of a calamity spirit beast. Shouldn't the barrier have been destroyed already? Why is it? Realizing danger was approaching, Yasuk immediately turned and shouted to protect his comrade. Iberia, go back to your room right now. Iberia stood frozen, his face revealing deep anxiety as he whispered, "This roar, I've heard it somewhere before." From deep within the profound darkness, a gigantic dark shadow with razor-sharp claws lunged forward at terrifying speed. Yasuk drew his greatsword, taking a murderous stance in the dark. It's getting closer. I don't know where it came from, but if it's a calamity spirit beast, I'll slash it to pieces. A clash erupted. Yasuk swung his sword fiercely toward the pouncing monster. Iberia suddenly blurted out in shock. That's the wolf Itsuki turned into a Shikigami the other day. Seeing Yasuk about to deliver the finishing blow, he hurriedly shouted to stop him. Wait, Yasuk, that's Itsuki's Shikigami. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the air, missing the charging black wolf by a mere hair's breadth. Yasuk paused, staring in bewilderment down at the unconscious body of Itsuki, lying right beside the monster, his very own Shikigami. Yasuk began to ponder deeply upon the abnormalities of this young man. Only a Shikigami user can command them, right? Combat strength far exceeding his peers, a level that never increased, and he even possessed the skills of multiple classes. Iberia rushed over frantically, tears welling up. Are you okay? Seeing the pool of blood on the ground, Iberia anxiously lifted his friend's head. What on earth happened here? There's so much blood, Itsuki. Itsuki weakly moved his lips, his voice as faint as a breath. Let me rest for a while. Itsuki's eyes closed, causing Iberia to break down. He sobbed uncontrollably. What are we supposed to do? Itsuki boohoo. Yasuk checked Itsuki's condition, then spoke in a cold yet reassuring tone. He isn't dead yet, so there's no need to cry like that. Iberia stopped crying, looking up at Yasuk with eyes full of hope. Yasuk, is he still alive? Yasuk pointed at Itsuki's lightly heaving chest. Look, he's still breathing normally. Iberia, you have Kodama bandages, right? These wounds need immediate treatment. Iberia replied. Yes, I'll take care of. In the dim room, Itsuki lay motionless with bandages wrapped around his abdomen. Iberia secretly resolved. It's true I might never catch up to Itsuki in combat strength, but I have something only I can do. He recalled the nature of his magic. His class was Wind Mage, a controller of air and currents of wind. This was a versatile hybrid class, capable of both combat and support. But the stat panel revealed his special talent, second-tier healing focus talent. Effect: Wind attribute attack damage reduced by 50%, but the recovery speed of wind attribute healing skills increased by 50%. A low-level second-tier talent that could only heal oneself or teammates. Iberia stared intently at his hands, his gaze burning with resolve. I used to hate it, so I never used this skill even once. But for Itsuki, I'll use it as many times as it takes. Green mana erupted around Iberia. The system announced, C-rank skill activated healing window. Warm light enveloped Itsuki. Iberia secretly prayed, please recover quickly for the sake of our duo as well, Itsuki. At the same time, near the vicinity of the mansion, 11:35 p.m., a gigantic purple barrier was deployed from a fallen stone tablet. A tremendously powerful attack struck down, shattering all protective defenses. Kairajima collapsed miserably in the gray smoke. Ageha could only scream in despair. Kairajima. Ageha rushed to use healing magic on Kairajima, urging, I'll heal you right now. What's the situation outside? Kairajima only uttered weakly, run. Kairajima's face was distorted with terror as he looked at the giant dark shadow behind them. Size, defense, power, speed, everything was on a completely different level. Even a special grade savior couldn't fight it. Humanity had no way to defeat a monster like that. A majestic entity loomed imposingly. Squad 14 Warrior, Minotaur Tribe, level 81. Amidst despair, Nento appeared, stepping forward to shield them. Kairajima screamed, Ageha, run. The monster growled upon seeing the new challenger. That weird outfit. You must be Izumi Nento, right? It laughed arrogantly as it prepared to attack, running straight into our target. How lucky. At this rate, we won't even need to bother Enshokuma. Nento calmly replied, so your target really is me. If so, that's a relief. Boom, a heaven-shaking collision broke out, a blinding white light blanketing the entire area. Ageha panicked and screamed, Dad. While Kairajima despaired, it's truly over. Everything is finished. The dust and smoke gradually cleared. Nento stood imposingly, looking at the figure that had just appeared. You're late. A young man with glowing red eyes and overwhelming killing intent revealed himself. Akira Height. Akira Heighton stepped forward to shield Nento. Sorry, leave this thing to me. The monster laughed with utter contempt. Haha, I don't know where you crawled out from, but your mouth is sure big. Kairajima tried to warn in a panic. Careful, that thing is extremely strong. Without a word of surplus, Akira Heighten focused his internal energy into his fist. Swish, an attack tore through space. Black blood splattered everywhere as the monster exploded. Kairajima widened his eyes, completely struck dumb by the horrifying spectacle. Looking at the back of the person who had just struck, he blurted out, "So this is the power of a special grade save." Kairajima trembled, realizing the truth. "I used to think specials were just humans too, but this is no longer human. A monster with power far beyond common sense." Ageha rejoiced, "We did it. Does that mean we've overcome the crisis?" "Right," Akira Heighten coldly replied. "No, things are only just beginning." Immediately, the sky shifted to a menacing color. First day of prophecy, 11:40 p.m. The barrier near Izumi Nento's mansion changed from purple to red. A gigantic furry creature emerged amidst the flames inside the red barrier. How would Enshokuma torment humanity? A demon with blazing fiery hair smiled savagely. "I really want to watch that scene right here." He was the Fire Demon King, level 37. A stark white monster roared from behind, following up. "You agree with me too, right? That guy was the White Demon, level 49. An authoritative hidden figure commanded, "Don't do anything unnecessary. Our mission is to capture that person. If we fail, you know the consequences, right?" The powerful leader revealed himself, Bone King General Mew, level 87. The Fire Demon wondered, "Why were we sent with the barrier alongside Enshokuma instead of the target?" Bone King General calmly explained, "If all three of us shared one barrier, it would turn purple and attract unwanted attention. The red barrier Enshokuma creates will attract strong humans nearby, and that way, we can complete Ringa's mission without anyone interfering." One of the 8 great demon kings, Enshokuma. The demon kings looked toward the mansion, while Enshokuma drew attention, "Head straight to the destination. You know where the destination is, right?" The demon king affirmed, "Relax. Ringa will guide us through the magic eye left behind in the human realm." Of course, he could see the coordinates of the magic eye and even peek at what it was seeing. And right now, that magic eye was in the exact same place as our target. The clock struck the first day of prophecy, 11:35 p.m. Itsuki lay motionless. In his subconscious, he saw himself as a child standing before his mother. "Mom, I finally found a calamity spirit beast that knows how to feel pain just like us." Young Itsuki smiled brightly and innocently. "I crushed its head. Now Mom's revenge will." His mother looked at him with a sorrowful gaze. "No, Itsuki." She gently taught him, "There are things far more important than revenge." Itsuki looked dazed. "Something more important than wiping out all calamity spirit beasts." His mother smiled tenderly. "Power isn't meant for revenge, but to protect the ones you love." Itsuki lowered his head. Darkness enveloped the young boy. "That's impossible." He screamed in anguish. "I will never forgive the calamity spirit beasts that killed Mom and Dad." Young Itsuki's eyes suddenly burned red with hatred. "I will definitely wipe all of them out." His mother quietly looked away, her face laden with heartache over the path of hatred her son had chosen. She smiled sadly and slowly faded away. "It's time for me to go." "Where are you going, Mom? I still have so many things I want to tell you." She reached out and touched his cheek gently, giving a final admonition. "Itsuki, please, don't let hatred consume you." Young Itsuki wailed, stretching his small hands into empty space. "Mom." But those hands only managed to touch glowing specks, vanishing into the void. Itsuki's face was struck with horror, tears falling endlessly as he realized his mother had truly gone far away. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from the darkness within his mind, crying over the dead, truly a typical act of weak creatures. Itsuki gritted his teeth, his eyes suddenly turning red with fury. "Bastard." He screamed with bitter hatred toward the dark shadow consuming his soul. A powerful demon appeared amidst a sea of blood. The demon of destruction sneered. "Finally awake. Looks like you only turn into a kid when you're around." Itsuki strained himself, killing intent exploding around his body. "You son of a bitch." He lunged to attack the enemy within the illusion with a thunderous roar. "I'll kill you." The mysterious entity easily deflected it, whispering threateningly, "Calm down. I'll let you experience that again soon enough." He dealt a fatal blow to the boy's mind. Absolute despair. Itsuki screamed in despair as he was knocked flying. "Ringa, I'll kill you no matter what it takes." Returning to reality, Itsuki suddenly woke up drenched in sweat as if he had just been through a battle. Casting his gaze around, he saw Iberia slumped over on the bed, thinking to himself, "Was it a dream? My eyes, they aren't even injured, but why does it hurt so much?" Mentioning this, Itsuki seemed to realize something. "Come to think of it, my wounds healed and I was in critical condition. Did Iberia use Kodama bandages to cure me? Is he really sleeping in a place like this? Ah well, he did say he was going to rest for a bit. I should make sure Zai doesn't bark so he can rest." Thinking of this, Itsuki turned to signal the wolf. But upon seeing his master wake up, Zai barked loudly out of joy, which made Itsuki's face darken completely. Damn it, he muttered inwardly. And sure enough, this woke Iberia up, who instinctively screamed out, "Spirit beast, I have to protect Itsuki." Itsuki sleepily opened his eyes, looking at the weak wind currents around him. A bit of wind like this wouldn't even scare a calamity spirit beast. Iberia cheered excitedly upon seeing him move. "You're awake, Itsuki." He rushed over and hugged Itsuki tightly, making the latter awkwardly think, "Thank goodness. Looks like my healing spell actually worked." Still hugging me whenever he gets excited as usual. "How long have I been unconscious?" Iberia let go and replied, "Not long, maybe about 3 hours." Itsuki calculated, 3 hours, so it's around 3:00 a.m. on the second day of prophecy already. Are Yasuk and Aiden safe? Iberia smiled brightly to reassure him. Yeah, no calamity spirit beasts appeared after that. Itsuki remained dazed, recalling the voice in his dream. "Don't rush, I'll let you experience it again soon." Even though it was just a dream, those words kept haunting him. It felt too real to just be a dream. The calamity spirit beasts are definitely plotting something. The clock struck the second day of prophecy, 3:30 a.m. Itsuki woke up from his coma, standing up with determination. "We can't let our guard down." Iberia looked at him with admiration. "Great, you look like you've fully recovered." Itsuki walked quickly toward the door, not forgetting to instruct. "Master said reinforcements will arrive soon. I'm going to go check on the situation with Yasu." On the way, Iberia curiously asked about the black wolf. "Itsuki, what's the name of that dog Shikigami? Is it just a dead hound?" Iberia enthusiastically suggested. "You didn't know? Shikigami users can give them any name they want. Want me to give it a really cool name? I'm great at naming things." Itsuki replied flatly. "I'm not a Shikigami user." Iberia pouted in disappointment. "Oh, that's a shame. I really wanted to name it." Itsuki broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "There's no way in hell I'm letting him name it." Itsuki looked at the golem right outside the yard, internally assessing his healed wounds. "Kodama bandages alone couldn't completely heal me this fast. Looks like Iberia finally used his true power." Itsuki looked at Iberia in surprise. "I thought you never used skills. Turns out you're a healer." Iberia flusteredly replied, "No, I can use attack skills too, it's just that they're really weak." Turning to Yasuk standing next to the charred monster corpse, Itsuki asked thoughtfully, "Yasuk, did any awakened come here after I passed out?" Yasuk narrowed his eyes, probing Itsuki. "Why do you ask?" Itsuki explained further. "Master said they'd send awakened nearby. A whole day has passed, they should have been here by now." Before he could finish his sentence, the swordsman replied, "This place is deep in the woods, though. You couldn't get here this fast without Ajaha leading the way." Itsuki grew contemplative, his sharp gaze filled with anxiety. "That makes sense, but I still have a very uneasy feeling." He looked deep into the pitch-black forest, where a dark aura was gradually spreading, as if something evil was drawing closer. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of trainees was sprinting through the forest at breakneck speed. A boy panted heavily as he ran. "Kobayashi, how much further to the target?" Kobayashi replied, "Just a few more kilometers, we're almost there." Another member said excitedly while running, "Complete this mission and I'll finally graduate from trainee to third-class savior." The brown-haired guy replied in a tired voice, "Man, this place is way too remote. Does the best blacksmith in the North Continent really live in a place like this?" Suddenly, the pink-haired girl in the group leaped into the air, screaming, "Stop right now." The whole group immediately halted, taking ready combat stances amidst the dark, murderous forest path. The brown-haired guy turned back to ask his teammate alertly, "What is it? Do you sense something strange?" She answered, "Something is coming from ahead." From the gloomy darkness, two towering figures emerged to block the path. "They've spotted us." The group of trainees simultaneously drew their weapons, shouting to steady themselves. "Calamity spirit beast, prepare to fight." Yet the entity that emerged was a demon king with a mocking smile. "Where are you kids rushing off to? Don't tell me." He closed in with terrifying glowing red eyes, revealing sharp fangs. "Are you heading to the exact same place as us?" The outcome when a group of rookies clashes with two bosses goes without saying. The swordsman in the group was set ablaze by the fire demon. The demon even spoke with contempt. "To think a simple fireball left them like this. Humans truly are fragile creatures." Saying that, he turned to his companion and asked, "Hey, white demon, are you done yet?" Beside him, the white demon's fist had already crushed another group member. His fist was still stained with the victim's blood. The fire demon walked over, clicking his tongue. "They look just like dumplings. You really are a cruel bastard." Not far away, the only girl in the group witnessed this and screamed, "There isn't even a barrier nearby. Where the hell did you guys crawl out?" In response, the fire demon smiled. "Well, we had to travel quite a long way to get." The pink-haired girl seemed to have accepted her fate, biting her lower lip tightly and refusing to look forward anymore. Yet at that very moment, the Bone General from behind commanded, "Protect them, you are not allowed to kill them." The fire demon complained instead, "It's been so long since I've had any fun. Don't interfere while I'm enjoying myself." As soon as those words fell, a chilling cold swept in. Instantly, the fire demon's body was frozen solid, leaving him stunned. The one who struck was naturally the general. If you dare ignore orders again, the punishment won't be this gentle. At this point, the fire demon dared not push his luck any further. He hurriedly pleaded, "I get it. Please lift the spell, or else my body will." Without letting him blabber more, the ice on his body slowly melted away. The fire demon quickly flared up his flames to chase away the chill. "I thought I was going to freeze to death," he muttered. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl clung to a shred of hope, quietly asking herself, "Are they going to spare us?" On this side, the fire demon crossed his arms and continued, "We're just not allowed to harm the target and the magic eye's owner, right? Does this woman have some special power too?" The Bone General shook his head in reply, "Not really. I just wanted to test the new ability Lord Ringa bestowed upon me." Hearing them say that, the pink-haired girl was startled, her face turning pale. But before she could react, a stream of black smoke suddenly shot out from the demon general's palm and surged straight into her body, causing her to let out a shrill scream. Yet very quickly, just a few seconds later, her body grew eerily still. Over here, the fire demon also curiously walked over to observe and asked, "What is it? Did she bite the dust after all?" To which the demon general explained, "She is undergoing the demonization process." Sure enough, right after those words, the girl's eyes snapped wide open as a powerful aura radiated from her body. The fire demon seemed not to understand what demonization was, so the demon general explained right away. Humans who go through the demonization process become completely obedient to Lord Linga. In other words, this woman is now one of us as well. Up ahead, the demonization process appeared to have concluded as the pink-haired girl immediately dropped to her knees and pleaded, "Lord Wang of Resentment, please give your orders." The demon general swiftly issued a few commands to her. "You will conceal your identity and secretly operate within human society until the day Lord Linga descends. Afterward, you will report that your team was attacked by spirit beasts in the forest, and that you were the only survivor thanks to the sacrifice of your comrades. If you understand, get on your way quickly." After about 2 seconds of silence, the pink-haired girl seemed to return to her original state, looking startled and panicked, before hurriedly scrambling away from this place. Watching her figure fade into the distance, the fire demon still could not understand. "Making them obey our commands is fine and all, but what is the use of recruiting such a weakling?" Hearing this, the demon general shared a part of the plan. "She is not the only one. 10,000 people have already been demonized, including some awakeners. When Lord Linga unifies this world, they will play a crucial role. Now stop talking nonsense and follow me. This mission is far more important." With that, the two of them quickly departed. Time passed until the second prophetic day at 3:05 a.m. The swordsman Yasuk was explaining the automaton before him. "The stats of the steel-forged guardian are on par with 30 awakeners combined, so this thing will make up for our lack of manpower." Iberia chimed in with admiration. "I don't think we'll even need this thing if Itsuki and Yasuk are here." Yasuk seemed to remember something and prompted, "Speaking of which, where did Itsuki go?" Iberia smiled and said, "He went to the forge. He said he wanted to ask the old man to do something with the critical strike gemstone." Shifting the scene inside the forge, Old Man Aiden also asked the male protagonist, "You said you landed a critical strike while fighting a spirit beast. At that time, what was your critical hit rate?" The male protagonist replied, "It was 3% initially, but after I defeated that thing, it went up to 4%. Iberia marveled at Itsuki's luck. "You triggered a critical strike with just 3%. That is seriously lucky." Itsuki nodded in agreement as well. "Yeah, I sometimes think the same way. After that critical hit, I couldn't bear the surge in concentration. I entered a strange state that made me feel like an omnipotent being. Is that also an effect of the critical strike gemstone?" The old blacksmith suddenly startled and hastily turned back to ask, "A feeling that makes you sharp enough to perceive everything around you, yet you can remain so calm that you don't flinch at all." The male protagonist rubbed his chin and nodded once more. "Yes, that exact feeling." Aiden temporarily halted his forging work, turned around, and exclaimed, "Astonishing, you've entered the state of Muga." The state of Muga occurs when you focus entirely on a single task. It is a state where your perception of time becomes distorted, while your concentration and excitement reach their peak. In short, it means being in a state of hyperfocus. Much like an artist who forgets to eat because they are so engrossed in their work, or an athlete whose body moves entirely on instinct, as if it has a will of its own throughout a mat. Or a student who loses track of time while solving a difficult math problem. Those are also signs of muga. When an awakener enters the state of muga, not only do they concentrate deeply, but their senses become incredibly acute as well. At the same time, their stats and skill effects increase to 120% of their initial value. Hearing him say this, Itsuki could not help but be surprised. I've never heard teachers or other awakeners talk about this. Besides, I've never met anyone who entered the state of muga. Upon hearing that, Aiden scolded him with a chuckle. What on earth do you think muga is? Only a handful of people can pull that off. It demands the awakener's own skill, a clear mind, and extreme luck. If even one of those elements is missing, entering the flow state is impossible. Itsuki bowed his head slightly, never expecting the conditions to be so harsh. Old man Aiden continued to lecture him on the matter. It is no exaggeration to say that entering the state of muga is the dividing line between a genius and an ordinary person. Among the awakeners across the 5 continents, including Wajin, not a single person can enter the state of muga at will. The first time I entered muga was 2 years after becoming an awakener. 2 years is quite early, yet you managed it only a month after awakening. At that moment, a sound suddenly rang out, interrupting their conversation. Wait, did you hear that? Aiden asked. While Itsuki's expression grew even darker, he explained, 3 entities with terrifying magical energy are approaching. Old man Aiden speculated. They must be the awakeners sent by Nento Izumi to act as my bodyguards. Contrary to his guess, Itsuki had already sensed the abnormality of this energy source. No, that rough and grating wave. It feels more like a spirit beast than an awakener. Without a moment's hesitation, Itsuki immediately requested, Aiden, go back to your room. While he himself ran off to check, thinking to himself, I cleared out all the spirit beasts within the barrier, and there are no signs of new stone pillars dropping nearby. Let's just hope this is only my imagination. Outside, seeing him step out, Iberia cheerfully spoke up. Itsuki, you're finally out. What's wrong? You look really tense. Itsuki slowly recounted what he had discovered. I felt a rather deliberate wave of magical energy. It could be a spirit beast. The other 2 seemed unwilling to believe Itsuki's finding. No stone pillars have appeared around here, so that's probably not it. Even if a rogue spirit beast has reactivated the Steelforged Guardian, we can easily take down any ordinary spirit beast. However, as if to refute his words, the body of the Steelforged Guardian was suddenly sent flying past Itsuki by something. A deep dent appeared on its chest, instantly stripping the automaton of its combat capability. Iberia screamed. The Steelforged Guardian was defeated before it could even react. Itsuki and Yasuke immediately shifted into combat mode. The ones who had arrived were none other than the Demon General's party. Seeing that Itsuki's group consisted of only 3 people, the Fire Demon arrogantly remarked, only 3 people. This is going to be a piece of cake. Switching back to Itsuki's perspective, just by looking at the 3 monstrous entities before him, he made a preliminary assessment. They were in an entirely different light compared to the ones inside the barrier, especially their leader. He had never felt such an overwhelming wave of magical energy before. Unaware of the thoughts running through his head, the Demon General ordered his 2 companions. I am going to capture the target. Leave the rest to you 2. Make sure you don't ruin the magic eyes. The Fire Demon answered almost immediately, his tone as confident as if this were the easiest task in the world. Yeah, don't worry about it. Over here, the group grew even more panicked upon hearing the 3 of them converse. The target is Aiden. The spirit beasts are talking. We won't let you pass, everyone shouted. Yet in the blink of an eye, the Demon General's body flashed past all 3 of them before the group even realized it. Yasuke hastily turned his head and blurted out in shock. Since when? Itsuki was also startled by the Demon General's speed. But there was no time to overthink. The group rushed toward the Demon General to block him. We'll stop you. No matter what, you won't be getting anywhere near Aiden. In response to the group's reaction, the Demon General waved his hand, and a massive ice wall instantly rose up, separating the 2 sides. The swordsman Yasuke was somewhat surprised by this ability. When he tried slashing his sword against the wall, he discovered it was ultra-hard ice. While he was caught off guard, the white demon also swung its fist, charging in from behind as a warning cry rang out. Yasuke, watch your back. Hearing this, Yasuke startled and hastily turned around, raising the sword in his hand, just in time to block the white demon's punch. However, the sheer force of it still sent his body flying far away. Itsuki's face filled with worry upon seeing that. Yet his opponent, the fire demon, had also prepared to launch an attack. You don't have time to worry about others. With that, he used his A-rank skill, Crimson Flame Bullet, firing a scorching fireball straight toward Itsuki. Itsuki instantly activated his black ice wall skill to block the attack while demanding, "Iberia, get out of here right now." Knowing he couldn't be of much help, Iberia could only tuck his tail and run for his life. Returning to the battle, although Itsuki managed to block that fireball, both of his hands were charred black. The system issued a notification, a rank skill Crimson Flame Bullet detected. Activating Super Simulation Analysis Progress, 1%. Looking at this notification, Itsuki's face turned pale. His skill is A rank. I could have dodged it with Thunder Flash Wave, but I relied too much on Black Ice Wall. Up ahead, the fire demon seemed to read his thoughts and mocked. "Did you really think that flimsy piece of ice could stop my fire? How stupid." Having said that, a hint of panic flickered in his own heart as well. Wait a minute. Did I overdo it? What if this guy is a magic eye? But very quickly, he realized Itsuki's level was 0. So a sly smile crept back onto his face. Level 0, and he's just a human, a member of a lowly race. There's no way he could be a magic eye. I can burn him to ashes without a second thought. Itsuki began summoning the Death Hound to assist in battle. This prompted the fire demon to burst out laughing. "Are you planning a 2-on-1 by summoning a Shikigami? Even if you summon 10 more bugs like that, you stand no chance." He launched another attack as he spoke. Over here, Itsuki never intended to have the Death Hound fight in the first place. He turned back and told his friend, "I'm leaving Aiden's protection to you. Go." At the same time, the attack exploded, though both Itsuki and the Death Hound appeared to have dodged. The fire demon watched the Death Hound's trajectory and speculated, "That Shikigami. Is it heading toward the target? Do you really think you can take me on all by yourself?" Regarding his words, the male protagonist was actually secretly relieved. "This guy completely looks down on me. If I keep pretending to be weak, he won't finish me off right away. This buys me time to analyze, but I don't think I can keep pretending to be cowardly in front of a spirit beast anymore." Thinking this, he also flashed a smile. "That's right, got a problem with that. After all, you look pretty pathetic." Itsuki's expression was blatantly arrogant as he said that. That drove the fire demon absolutely mad. Such arrogance from a lowly human. "I was going to toy with you a bit, but I've changed my mind. I'll turn you into ashes right now." He let out a loud roar and launched an attack even more ferocious than before. However, Itsuki was still able to dodge using his own speed, remarking, "He got bigger, but his speed didn't increase. He's a ranged elementalist who relies solely on skill. If I can close the distance, I've got this match in the bag." With that thought, Itsuki dashed forward at top speed. That speed startled the fire demon. What, this speed? He closed the distance in the blink of an eye, but still not enough. A cunning smile appeared on the demon's face. Sure enough, just as Itsuki closed in and unleashed a kick, it was blocked by a red shield. At that moment, Itsuki's expression froze. The shock on his face amused the fire demon. "Did you think I wouldn't know my own weakness?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he unleashed an attack that sent the male protagonist flying back. After the impact, Itsuki hastily regained his footing, reminding himself inwardly, "Right, my opponent is an intelligent spirit beast. How could I have been so careless?" Up ahead, the fire demon spared no praise. "With that speed, you're not level 0, are you? You completely fooled me." In his line of sight, Itsuki was struggling to pull himself up once more. The monster smirked and said, "Still want to fight? Wouldn't it be easier if you just lay there and died?" His words were met only with a cold remark from the boy. "Being an A-rank skill, it sure takes a while to analyze." According to the system notification, the analysis progress is at 81%. The second day of the prophecy at 3:14 a.m., the demon general successfully infiltrated the house and was currently interrogating Aiden. "Aiden Hild, I hear you've crafted 3 unique artifacts, 16 epic artifacts, and countless mythic artifacts. You are the most talented artificer among humans." Without letting him ramble further, Aiden immediately cut him off, summarizing his achievements. "Summarizing my achievements like that, are you planning to murder me?" In response, the demon general tried to reassure the old man, "Calm down. As long as you're useful, I have no reason to deal with." Over here, Aiden replied with a tone dripping with sarcasm, "Understood. Unfortunately, I'm not the type who likes to chat." As he spoke, he reached out to grab a dagger on the table and immediately drove it straight toward himself, as if wanting to commit suicide. But how could the demon general let him achieve his goal so easily? Right before the blade touched Aiden's face, his body was frozen solid. This ruined Aiden's plan, his eyes bloodshot with anger. He encased his body in ice in the blink of an eye. This has got to be at least an A-rank skill. Across from him, the demon general seemed to see right through Aiden's thoughts, coldly warning him, "Give it up. Whether you live or die is for me to decide." Elsewhere, the hiding Iberia was sweating profusely with anxiety. At this rate, Dad is going to be kidnapped. What should I do? Should I ambush him? While the young man was deep in thought from outside, the death hound summoned by Itsuki charged in to attack the demon general. As it closed in, it leaped up, opening its jaws wide to strike. Too bad the demon general spotted this early on. In a single second, the death hound's body was frozen midair, before crashing hard onto the ground with a loud thump. Having done that, he even scolded his two subordinates outside. What are those two idiots outside doing, letting a Shikigami slip past like that? Aiden felt a glimmer of hope rise within him. A Shikigami, has reinforcement arrived? Contrary to his thoughts, Iberia's face had darkened with tension. He thought to himself, even a Shikigami that strong couldn't get near him. There's no way I can beat. I should go to Itsuki's location. If I do that, then surely. Thinking this, an angry shout from Aiden from a past day suddenly echoed in his mind. You're going to get Itsuki killed. That reminder seemed to snap him back to reality. That's right. Before coming here, Itsuki was already heavily injured. If he had any strength left, he would have come himself instead of sending a Shikigami. If I go to him now, I'll only put Itsuki in greater danger. I can't let that happen. I have to save Dad myself. Then, as if remembering something, his eyes widened like saucers. Right, the dragon armor and that thing. I'll have a chance at winning. It must be under Dad's bed. Hang in there, Dad, I'm coming to save you. Returning to the demon general's perspective, his senses naturally picked up Iberia's presence. Yet he merely sneaked in contempt. Looks like someone was hiding, but he ran away instead of helping. What a coward. Over here, the old blacksmith heard this and felt somewhat relieved. Iberia, well done. That's an opponent neither Itsuki nor Yasuke could defeat. No matter what, don't come back. Ignoring the old man's thoughts, the demon general had achieved his goal and prepared to leave. Now I'll take you away. We'll leave the cleanup to those two. Back to the battle between Itsuki and the fire demon. The latter used the Crimson Flame bullet skill once again. Meanwhile, Itsuki also activated Black Ice Wall to block the attack. I'll use Black Ice Wall to encase my burned leg. That should help me move a bit. With that thought, the moment the giant fireball hurtled toward him, he activated Thunder Flash Wave to gracefully dodge to the side. However, the fire demon coldly remarked, "You can still dodge with a crippled body. What a stubborn bastard. But your speed has dropped significantly. Let's see how long you can keep dodging." With that, he unleashed a barrage of Crimson Flame bullets, firing an uncountable number of fireballs forward. The protagonist was slightly startled by his use of both hands to cast the skill simultaneously. The fire demon kept firing his skill like a machine gun, without pausing for even a second. A rain of his skills made Itsuki's face pale. All the fireballs were aimed squarely at him, making it extremely difficult for Itsuki to dodge them. He muttered inwardly, "There are too many projectiles to track. Normally I could dodge them all, but in this condition." Just as the thought crossed his mind, a fireball struck Itsuki square in the chest, knocking him off balance. Seizing the opportunity, all the other fireballs began to close in, battering the protagonist's body until he looked no different than a torn sack. Finally, his body was charred completely to cinder. Amidst his hazy consciousness, Itsuki seemed to recall the image of his mother burning up just like that. Opposite him, the fire demon wore a smile. He gathered another fireball with greater power and blasted it straight ahead, letting out a loud laugh. Die, penetrating Crimson Flame bullet. However, as if Itsuki's time was not up yet, right at the most dangerous moment, the analysis progress reached 100%, and his body abruptly emitted a blue glow. The Crimson Flame bullet pierced right through this light and exploded behind him. This sudden mutation caused the fire demon's expression to shift slightly as he muttered, "What is that?" Meanwhile, having completed the analysis, Itsuki himself received several enhancements. Analysis complete. Crimson Flame bullet. Acquired Black Ice Wall Level 3. Black Ice Wall Level 3. Active effect, when activated, continuously generates ice on the surface of the body by consuming mana, capable of blocking fire attribute skills of A rank and below. Passive effect, defense increased by 15%. When blocking fire attribute skills of A rank and below, currently increased by 50%. All stats increased by 50%. Removes all negative effects and heals all wounds. Looking at these notification screens, Itsuki felt somewhat more reassured. Just as I thought. I didn't acquire a new skill, I simply upgraded Black Ice Wall. My stats collectively increased by 50%, which is equivalent to 4 levels higher than a normal Awakener. No way. I don't have to fear his Crimson Flame bullet anymore. Once I close the distance, I win. Back to the fire demon. Seeing his skill suddenly lose its effect, he gritted his teeth and questioned. The Crimson Flame bullet didn't even scratch you. What kind of defensive skill is this? Anyway, you can't possibly maintain it for long in that condition. Right after that, the lotus-shaped light enveloping Itsuki slowly opened up. The fire demon chuckled coldly at the sight. I knew it, playing around ends here. It's over. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his expression flipped 180 degrees, sweat pouring down incessantly. Because at that moment, Itsuki's body had fully recovered without a single scratch, leaving the fire demon utterly in disbelief. What is this? Your body was completely mangled just a moment ago, and now it's fully healed. In response, Itsuki spoke in an icy tone. I was going to ignore you and go save Aiden. But your flames brought back some unpleasant memories, so I've changed my mind. I'm going to crush you first. As he said those words, Itsuki's expression filled with murderous intent. Shifting the scene to the swordsman Yasuke's battle, his body was just sent flying by the white demon. He's too strong. If I hadn't blocked that blow with an artifact, I'd have been done for long ago. Thinking this, he forcefully planted his sword into the ground to keep himself from sliding far back. After regaining his footing, he thought to himself, how far did I get blown away? None of these guys are normal. I need to get back quickly. Just as he thought that, a powerful figure suddenly landed right in front of him. Yasuke narrowed his eyes and observed ahead. The guy who chased me all the way here. Good. This will make it easier for Itsuki to handle things. Itsuki can escape on his own, but the real problem is Master and Iberia. I'll stay and sort this out as fast as possible before heading back to support. Please hold on until then, he prayed inwardly. Shifting over to Iberia's location, the young man was still searching for the dragon armor. I think it's somewhere around here. He reached under the bed to search. Very quickly, Iberia's hand brushed against a box. His eyes burst open with joy. Opening it, sure enough, inside the box was a set of armor. Here it is, dragon armor. With this, I can fight. Right before his eyes, Iberia quickly grasped the armor's stats. Attack plus 100, speed plus 100, epic effect. For every 1 minute equipped, speed and attack increase by an additional 20%, capped at 15 minutes. With no time to overthink, Iberia immediately put on the gear and swore to himself, Itsuki, just focus on the opponent in front of you. This time I won't be a burden. Dad warned me that wearing it for over 15 minutes brings a disastrous side effect. I can save Dad within those 15 minutes, no matter what happens. With that, he bolted out of the room like a race car. Meanwhile, with the demon general, he was carrying Aiden away while the old man tried to converse with him to gather information. Is strolling like this really wise? They'll catch up to you soon. In response, the demon general was supremely confident in his strength. Among humans, only a special grade savior can pose a threat to me. But right now he's busy with the demon king. His words made the old man realize something. If even the demon king was dispatched, they must have another objective. Should I trick him into talking? Acting on the thought, the old man spoke up. You went through all this trouble just to capture me. His question nearly made the demon general laugh out loud. Don't flatter yourself. You aren't the only target. We have plenty of other objectives. Thanks to this, Aiden confirmed his suspicion was correct, so he continued to probe. Then you guys are out. Before he could finish his question, the demon general abruptly spun around upon sensing something, muttering, how annoying, these pests. By now, he had begun spotting Iberia's figure, darting rapidly through the bushes. Naturally, old man Aiden couldn't know that yet, only speculating inwardly. Is it Yasuke or Itsuki? If it's just me, there's practically no chance of winning. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Iberia's figure lunged out to attack, shouting loudly, give my dad back. A cold flash appeared in the demon general's eyes. After a brief pause, he muttered, another brat, what the hell are they doing? Returning to Itsuki's battle. The fire demon was still in utter shock watching the protagonist recover as if nothing had happened, despite his entire body having been charred black. How on earth did you recover to this extent? Fine, no matter how many times you recover, the result will be the same. Rapid crimson flame bullets. Roaring, he unleashed a rain of skills straight at Itsuki. Our protagonist also activated Black Ice Wall to block the attack. Just like that, a storm of skills slammed into the ground. Seeing his attack hit home, the fire demon sneered, daring to take it head-on without dodging. How foolish. I'll turn you into charcoal right here. Unfortunately for him, after the flames cleared, Itsuki reappeared without a single scratch. Flames of this level won't work on me anymore. You're the fish on the chopping block now. As he spoke, he activated Thunder Flash Wave, darting forward like lightning to close in on the fire demon within a single second, making the monster tremble violently. Yet he tried to reassure himself. His speed increased, but I still have my fire shield. Opposite him, Itsuki wore a demonic smile. First, I'm going to peel your scales off. every single one of them. Finishing his sentence, he thrust both hands forcefully forward. But naturally, the fire demon managed to use his fire shield to block the skill just in time. This guy, did he forget I have a shield? The monster wondered. However, the shield could no longer withstand Itsuki's attack, as his hands pierced straight through it and shattered it into countless pieces. He laughed as if losing his mind. "It's cooking time," Itsuki roared again. Realizing he couldn't beat Itsuki anymore, the fire demon thought about making a run for it. "I have to run. If he catches me, I'm dead for sure." With no time to overthink, he hastily turned tail and fled. But disastrously, he tripped over a rock outcrop and face-planted onto the ground. Meanwhile, Itsuki slowly approached from behind. Feeling he could no longer run, the fire demon turned around and launched a counterattack. "I never thought someone like me would be overpowered by a lowly human." Itsuki tilted his head, easily dodging the attack. The fire demon was completely in despair. "Compared to a level 0, you're a monster." The male protagonist channeled power into his fist as the system issued a notification. "Critical strike, gemstone bug notification. The next attack has a 100% chance to trigger a critical strike." The fire demon himself sensed the danger from this attack and was scared out of his wit. Following that, without needing to think twice, Itsuki let out a shout, "You demon." Then he delivered a lightning punch. The blow instantly shattered the monster's face. The fire demon's body collided with the ground, creating a sizable explosion. In the end, his head was completely smashed to pieces. Itsuki looked at the body and said with a cold voice, "Why did a critical hit have to trigger right now? I wanted to torture him longer. Now I've entered the state of Muger again. It activated right after that critical hit, just like last time. Could it be that landing a critical hit automatically triggers the state of Muga?" He glanced briefly at the system interface, realizing his status was overclocked to 120%, and thought, "Between my weapon and passive skills, my total stats have already exceeded 2,000. Thinking this, he suddenly saw a green light rising from the fire demon's body. Is this the orb formed from the karma of the dead spirit beast? Before Itsuki could even react, the green light split into two and flew off in opposite directions. The protagonist quickly made his guess. It flew toward the forest. Is that karma heading for Yasuke? He cast his gaze toward the remaining direction. Is that building the forge? Because the Death Hound and Aiden are both there, shouldn't the orb have split in half instead of remaining whole? As long as I don't cancel the summon, it's immortal as a Shikigami. Don't tell me Aiden has. Shifting to Iberia's battle. Right then, he threw a punch forward, but it was blocked by the demon general's ice barrier. This caused Iberia's body to stall for a beat as he asked himself, not even a full power strike, enhanced by the dragon armor, can pierce his defense. If one strike isn't enough, I'll keep hitting until it shatters. Opposite him, the demon general's mocking voice rang out, "Such a foolish son. You still can't bridge the power gap between us." Nearby, old man Aiden quickly recognized the identity of the person wearing the armor. "Iberia, you idiot. I don't need your help. Take off that dragon armor right now. I told you wearing it comes with a heavy price. If you don't take it off, I'll disown you." In response, Iberia lunged forward to attack once more and shouted, "Even if you disown me, I'll still save you." With that, he reminded himself, if Itsuki were here, he definitely would have done the same. The old blacksmith, who wanted to lecture his son a bit more, instantly had his mouth frozen shut by the demon general, who said in a chilling tone, "Is this what you call love? Mortals are both sentimental and disgusting. I don't have time to play with you anymore." With that, he effortlessly raised a hand in the air and easily froze Iberia mid-chart. Then he turned to leave, dropping a final warning, "Know your place, brat." Aiden turned his head back, trying to catch a last glimpse of his son with bloodshot eyes. At that moment, Iberia's dragon armor-equipped time had reached 3 minutes. Elsewhere, thanks to Itsuki eliminating the fire demon, the Death Hound also benefited. It leveled up from 19 to 20, and instantly broke free from the ice trapping it. At the same time, Itsuki had just rushed over to the building. It leveled up again. It seems the Death Hound absorbed all that karma. Thinking this, he turned his head and asked, "What happened to Aiden and that spirit beast?" The Death Hound merely turned its head backward, signaling Itsuki to check the situation himself. And with just a single glance, his eyes flew wide open. What the hell happened here? This terrifying wave of magical energy. I can't wait for Yasuke anymore. With no time to hesitate, he immediately dashed toward the magical energy source at top speed. Meanwhile, the swordsman Yasuke had just successfully severed the white demon's hand, but it didn't seem to feel any pain and swung back immediately, forcing Yasuke to raise his sword to block. Even so, his body was pushed backward. Seizing the opportunity, the white demon's severed hand regenerated in mere seconds. Yasuke narrowed his eyes and carefully assessed the situation. The wound I just inflicted healed already. A spirit beast with insane regeneration speed. Truly the worst matchup for me. Thinking this, he sensed a green aura spreading in all directions. Is that karma? Did Itsuki eliminate the other one? Then I'll have to handle this myself. It can regenerate, but it keeps using its hands to protect its head and the back of its neck. That must be its weakness. Now I can take care of it. As Yasuk thought this, he swung his sword continuously. First, I'll cut off both of its arms. It takes at least a second for it to regenerate, which means during that second, its weakness is exposed. The moment he severed both of the monster's arms, Yasuk's eyes turned bloodshot. In a flash, he swung his sword with all his might straight at its body, sending the monster's head flying off its neck as blood spurted out in torrents. Finally, its massive body collapsed to the ground, and Yasuk muttered a self-reproach. I can't believe a brainless spirit beast wasted this much of my effort. I need to regroup with Itsuki as fast as possible. That ice-controlling spirit beast is the real trouble. With that thought in mind, the swordsman sprinted toward the forge. Shifting to the demon general's position, realizing Aiden wanted to say something, he stopped in his tracks. Looks like you've wanted to say something for a while now. Fine, speak. He waved a hand to thaw the ice on Aiden's mouth. The old man lowered his voice and bargained. I'll accept any demand, so please spare my son. In response, the demon general calmly replied, from this distance, I can no longer control the ice trap anyway. Besides, sooner or later you'll have to obey us. Anyway, I knew from the moment I saw it. The armor that Brat is wearing, you forged it from the dragon tribe, didn't you? The dragon tribe possesses immensely tenacious vitality. Even in death, a fragment of consciousness lingers within their flesh, blood, and scale. That residual will persist in any equipment crafted from them. If worn for too long, the wearer's consciousness will gradually be devoured, until their entire body is hijacked and they become a true dragon. As if to prove the demon general's words. Right at that moment, the shape of Iberia's armor completely changed, as he was entirely consumed by the dragon armor. Scene cut back in time to the day of prophecy. While Itsuki was heading elsewhere, Iberia looked up at the sky, silently praying for Itsuki's safety. Beside him, Yasuk quietly observed the reaction and noticed Iberia's intense admiration for Itsuki. Iberia didn't deny it, admitting that he desperately wanted to become someone like Itsuki. Surprised, Yasuk immediately questioned him. He pointed out that Iberia had met plenty of exceptional people. Aiden, Taiwan, Nento, Izumi. Yasuk himself possessed far greater renown and combat experience than Itsuki. So why was Iberia so dead set on becoming like Itsuki? Caught off guard, Iberia was completely taken aback and didn't know how to respond. Seeing his awkward expression, Yasuk placed a hand on Iberia's shoulder, smiled lightly, and said it was just a random question, no need to take it seriously. Afterwards, Iberia fell silent, sinking back into deep contemplation. He suddenly realized he had never truly thought deeply about why he admired Itsuki so much. The more he thought about it, the less clear his own motivation became. The scene shifted further back into the past by another 10 years. At this time, Iberia was overjoyed with his newly received wooden sword. His mother walked over, smiling and asking if he liked his birthday gift. Iberia nodded eagerly, his eyes shining brightly. He held the sword, admiring it for a moment, before solemnly giving it a majestic name, the undefeated sword of justice and heroism. His mother paused for a second, but still nodded and praised the name. Filled with intense excitement, Iberia raised the sword up, imagining himself as an awakened warrior preparing to face the calamity monster. He cheered excitedly and ran outside, eager to show off the sword to everyone. His mother reminded him to be careful before he disappeared. Inside the house, Iberia's father appeared beside his mother, asking in a low voice, "Does he have friends?" Out in the yard, a group of kids had already surrounded Iberia, their eyes glued to the sword with a look of longing and eagerness. One boy said enviously, "Let me borrow the sword for a little bit." Iberia immediately gripped the hilt tightly. He felt anxious under the gaze of the crowd. The kids reminded him that his father was a famous blacksmith who could make as many swords as he wanted, and that they would just borrow it for a moment and return it. Iberia hesitated intensely in his heart. He knew full well the sword was his and really wanted to refuse, but he didn't dare say a definitive no. When one child pressed further, "Are you not going to lend it to us?" Iberia hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile and nodded. Even though he was extremely reluctant, he still handed the sword over to them. As soon as he got the sword, one kid took off running, pretending to be an awakened warrior while shouting majestically. The rest laughed and chased after him. Iberia stood frozen in place, biting his lip tightly as he watched his beloved sword being taken away. He softly pleaded, "Give my sword back," but his voice was too faint and no one heard him. A long while later, he returned home empty-handed. His mother greeted him with a warm smile, asking if he had fun today. Iberia forced a clumsy smile, pretending everything was fine. Quickly noticing he wasn't carrying the sword, his mother asked about the wooden sword. His father immediately figured it out, sighing as he said, "Did those kids take it away again?" Hearing this, his mother intended to go get it back. But his father stopped her, saying that even if they got it back today, it would just get taken away again tomorrow. Then he turned to scold Iberia for not knowing how to protect what was precious to him, for lacking the courage to say no, and for not daring to ask adults for help. Iberia slunk into a dark room, curling up on the floor. Tears fell silently as he cried and asked himself, "Why do I admire Itsuki so much? Why do I want to become someone like?" The scene skipped forward a few months. In the hospital, Iberia's father angrily grabbed a doctor by the collar upon hearing there were no treatment options left. The doctor apologized, saying they had done their best, but Iberia's mother's body had always been very weak to begin with. His father nearly went crazy, shouting that they were just supposed to sit and wait for his wife to die. The doctor advised him to stay by her side for the remaining time. In the hospital room, Iberia's mother called out to her son. Iberia ran over, tightly holding his mother's hand. Even though she was in agonizing pain, his mother still smiled gently. She softly said that even though his father often called him a coward, she understood clearly that he was a very kind-hearted child. However, she also reminded him, kindness without strength only brings harm. It prevents you from protecting the ones you love, and in the end, you yourself will suffer. She asked him to promise to become strong, and to use that strength with courage. She believed that one day, Iberia would become an awakened warrior who was kind, courageous, and strong. Then she placed her hand on her son's head, instructing him, "Take care of your father." And her hand slipped away, her strength slowly fading to nothing. Iberia wept to the point of choking, swearing in his heart that he would become the strongest, bravest, and kindest awakened warrior. The memories faded away, and Iberia returned to his previous train of thought. He continued to ask himself why he wanted to be like Itsuki. He recalled their first meeting, when he only felt terrified before Itsuki's horrifying strength. At first, he thought this alliance was only temporary, but the longer he stayed by his side, the more he changed. Itsuki wasn't just strong, he also possessed absolute courage. Whether facing a crowd of awakened warrior or dangerous calamity monsters, no matter how perilous, he never hesitated. Beneath that stern appearance lay a heart that silently cared for his comrade. Emerging from the flood of memories, Iberia finally found his answer. He stated, "Itsuki is the ultimate embodiment of the awakened warrior he had always dreamed of becoming since childhood. Strong, courageous, and kind." Hearing this, Yasuke nodded in understanding, gently saying that if Itsuki heard these words, he would definitely be deeply moved. Iberia smiled sadly, admitting that he probably could never become someone like Itsuki because he still harbored much fear and lacked talent. But just being able to stand by his side and fight alongside him was already enough. The scene returned to the present, out in the forest. Iberia's body had completely transformed into a gigantic monster under the influence of dragon gear. His original appearance vanished entirely, leaving only the terrifying aura of the beast. Itsuki appeared, calling out his name loudly. The monster Iberia slowly turned his head, staring intently at Itsuki for a moment. Right after that, it threw its head back and let out a horrifying roar filled with murderous intent directed straight at Itsuki. The scene shifted to the second day of prophecy, 3:31 a.m. Iberia was still roaring wildly in front of Itsuki, the signs of losing control becoming increasingly obvious. Itsuki called out to him with a puzzled tone, asking why he put on the dragon gear again, even though its use had been forbidden. Observing closer, he began to notice unusual changes in Iberia's behavior and appearance. His reactions looked unnatural, and his physique was also slightly different from last time. Under the influence of dragon gear, Iberia continued to emit strange sounds, struggling to speak, but unable to express himself clearly. Itsuki tried to understand what he wanted to say, asking about Aiden's whereabouts. Instead of answering, Iberia let out a heavy roar and unleashed a shockwave straight toward Itsuki. Next, his body flashed and vanished. Iberia instantly lunged from behind, attempting a sneak attack without warning. At the very last moment, Itsuki blocked the strike and tightly grabbed Iberia's arm to stop. He angrily shouted, demanding that Iberia regain control of himself immediately. Iberia quickly jerked away, landing some distance off. He continued to roar incessantly, his distorted sound resembling the cries of a beast. Clenching his claws tightly, he prepared to launch the next strike. He activated his wind elemental ability and unleashed a sharp wind blade toward Itsuki. Realizing the danger, Itsuki immediately activated his perception ability to analyze the attack. He identified this as a wind element skill and reacted in time. At the final moment, he dodged behind nearby tree trunks. The wind blade cleanly sliced through the row of trees ahead. Realizing he could no longer hesitate, Itsuki began gathering energy around his body. He pondered the cause of Iberia's condition. It could be a side effect of the dragon gear, or he might be controlled by someone from the outside. Deciding to act quickly, he activated lightning destruction and dashed straight toward Iberia with the intention of subduing him. Upon closing in, he grabbed Iberia tightly again to halt his next strike. Iberia continued to growl angrily, struggling violently. While holding him tightly, Itsuki sensed that the mana radiating from Iberia belonged entirely to him. Even so, he still didn't understand why Iberia was attacking him in this state. Frustration welled up, and his anger began to flare. Right at that moment, Iberia finally forced out clear words, desperately pleading with Itsuki, "Kill me." Hearing Iberia's voice clearly, Itsuki was momentarily stunned. Taking advantage of that opening, Iberia unleashed another shockwave. Without missing a beat, Iberia followed up with an extremely powerful, sharp claw strike. Before the blow could land, Yasuke appeared between the two of them and blocked the swipe with his sword. Itsuki warned Yasuke to be careful, but Yasuke immediately counterattacked with a powerful punch to Iberia's chest. The horrifying force sent Iberia flying backward into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Itsuki tried to explain Iberia's condition, but Yasuke already understood everything and realized the situation had reached its absolute worst. Unexpectedly, Iberia stood back up and moved at extreme speed, circling the two of them continuously. His speed was so fast that both Itsuki and Yasuke struggled to keep up with his movement. Itsuki realized Iberia had completely fallen into a berserk state. Yasuke confirmed that the dragon gear had consumed him, noting this as its terrifying side effect. Itsuki understood that the only way out was to remove the dragon gear as quickly as possible. However, Yasuke coldly stated that removing it was no longer feasible, because the dragon gear had completely fused with Iberia's body. He recounted having witnessed another awakened warrior consumed in the exact same way. The dragon gear would never detach from the wearer unless that person died. Those words left Itsuki dazed, but Yasuke firmly insisted that killing Iberia might be the only remaining choice. Yasuke raised his sword, preparing to take responsibility himself and advising Itsuki to leave if he couldn't bear to watch. Instead of stepping back, Itsuki stepped forward and declared he would handle it himself. Yasuke was surprised, initially refusing to let Itsuki shoulder this burden. Itsuki then reminded him that Aiden had been captured by an ice elemental calamity monster, suggesting they use the wolf to track Aiden's location so Yasuke could go rescue him. Though hesitant, Yasuke gradually understood the reason. Itsuki stopped him from arguing further and said he still had things to say to Iberia. He raised his hand to summon the wolf. After a moment of hesitation, Yasuke agreed and left the situation in Itsuki's hand. He warned if Iberia managed to escape, his strength and savage instincts would only grow worse, so it had to end right here. Right at that moment, Iberia jumped onto a tree branch and immediately lunged down to attack from above. Itsuki reacted by creating a barrier of black ice to block the strike. As the clash continued, Yasuke began running toward Aiden's direction, calling the wolf to follow. Unable to break the barrier, Iberia retreated and continued to roar in anger. He activated his wind blade ability and continuously unleashed a barrage of attacks toward Itsuki. Itsuki stood still in place, observing calmly. Despite being constantly attacked, his defense ability failed to trigger automatically, proving these strikes carried no real murderous intent. A wind blade grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow cut. From this, Itsuki realized Iberia wasn't attacking with the genuine intent to kill. Iberia grew increasingly agitated, roaring endlessly. His anger surged, triggering the Thousand Wind Blades technique, unleashing countless attacks simultaneously. This time, instead of dodging, Itsuki kept walking straight toward him. The wind blades battered his body from multiple directions, leaving numerous small cuts on his skin. Despite being hit repeatedly, he didn't retreat an inch, advancing steadily. Iberia grew even more frustrated as his attacks failed to halt Itsuki's steps. His roars grew louder, clear signs of emotional instability showing as he attacked while collapsing from within. The scene shifted to the monster kingdom in Morocco. Imaraku stood before his lord to report the mission results. He confirmed that Aiden had been successfully captured, but also brought news that the Red Fire Demon King and the White Demon had been annihilated by humans. Linga listened calmly, remarking that there were plenty of warriors in the world strong enough to defeat those at that level, and capturing Aiden alone made the mission a success. Imaraku continued his report, mentioning that Sashikoma seemed to be struggling in battle. Linga replied that the situation remained within acceptable limits, since Saru Shikoma wasn't expected to wipe out Izumi Nento. His task was merely to tie down most of the special grade saviors. Imaraku added that currently Sashikoma was only fighting a single special grade opponent. Hearing this, Linga showed interest, nodding that aside from Wajin, there seemed to be another human capable of holding down Shikoma alone. He asked for the warrior's identity. Imaraku reported that according to their informants, that warrior was famous for possessing the strongest physical body among humans, named Heitan Akira. The scene shifted to the area near Izumi Nento's residence. Heitan was continuing his fierce battle against the Yeti-type calamity monster, Sashikoma. Their attacks collided continuously, generating powerful shockwaves that sent dust and debris flying everywhere. The intensity of the battle shocked everyone watching nearby. Kirishima witnessed the ongoing clash with a look of astonishment. He realized the battle that started yesterday afternoon still hadn't ended. Even though enough time had passed for his own wounds to heal almost entirely, the duel between the two hadn't been decided yet. Witnessing such a large-scale battle from such close range left him utterly amazed. Amidst the exchange, the calamity monster roared and unleashed a massive punch toward Heitan. The force of the strike was enough to shake the ground, causing those watching to worry. Ageha panicked at the horrifying power of those blows. She realized if Heitan fell, no one else would likely be able to stop this monster. Out of anxiety, she began moving toward the battlefield. But before she could get close, Izumi Nento placed a hand on her shoulder to stop. He reassured her that Heitan wasn't weak enough to fall from attacks of that level. As the monster continued slamming down, the impacts created numerous deep cracks in the earth. Ruru witnessed the destruction and grew terrified at the scale of the damage. Izumi Nento explained that all special grade warriors stood at the peak of human strength and must never be underestimated. Amidst the rubble, Heitan slowly stood up while still blocking the monster's attack. He used incredible physical strength to push the gigantic fist back upward, preventing it from pressing down any further. Unable to overwhelm him, the giant monster began to show clear signs of restlessness. Heitan stood upright, using just one hand to grip the monster's fist, completely taking the initiative in the tug-of-war. Witnessing this, Izumi Nento softly remarked that it had been a very long time since he last saw Heitan in his second form. Ageha was surprised to hear about the second form. While still holding the monster's fist with one hand, Heitan began radiating a blazing red energy from all over his body. His eyes also glowed the same red, his aura visibly changing even from a distance. Ageha sensed his presence felt completely different from before, as if he had turned into a completely different person. Izumi Nento explained that upon entering this state, all of Heitan's abilities skyrocketed astonishingly. However, his personality also became extremely savage and ruthless. As the energy continued to surge, Heitan let out a terrifying roar and forcefully pushed the monster's giant fist away, completely asserting dominance. Izumi Nento prepared to reveal the moniker associated with this transformation state. Filled with fury, Heitan leaped high into the air, his entire body radiating immense energy. With extreme speed, he lunged straight at the giant monster and pierced directly through its chest. The horrifying force created a massive hole as he blasted through the monster's body. After flying out the other side, he landed on the ground. The monster stood frozen for a moment before losing its balance and collapsing completely. Heitan slowly stood up and calmly walked off in another direction. From afar, Ageha watched him leave, looking confused as to where he was heading. Izumi Nento explained that he was probably making his way toward the pillar that sustained the barrier. Ageha noticed that his movements were still tightly controlled, thinking to herself that even in that state, he managed to keep his reason. Izumi Nento stated that if he lost control and attacked both allies and enemies alike, then even a massive boost in strength would only bring destruction, failing to make him a true special-grade guardian. Heitan finally reached the stone pillar and began raining continuous punches on it. With relentless, powerful strikes, he smashed the pillar's structure to pieces. As the pillar collapsed, the red light in his eyes gradually faded, and his condition stabilized. The feral state vanished, and he regained his composure. Clenching his fist, he wondered inwardly why he was even here, and whether the enemy had been dealt. Realizing that presence had surfaced again during his transformation, he sat down on the ground and muttered how annoying it was. As the stone pillar was destroyed, the red barrier enveloping the area also began to dissolve. Ageha watched the barrier disappear, wondering if everything was finally over. Izumi Nento shifted the topic to her earlier actions, pointing out that she had risked her life to heal Heitan despite knowing the deadly danger. He remarked that this behavior was entirely unlike her usual cautious personality. Normally, she would have suggested retreating instead of gambling on a slim chance. He noted that she was starting to resemble Itsuki in her decision-making. She quietly denied it, but her mind immediately drifted toward Itsuki, worrying about his situation in the forest. Even with powerful allies like Yasuke there, the outcome remained a question mark. Shifting the scene back to the forest, Iberia, still possessed by the dragon gear, kept attacking while crying inwardly. He could not understand why Itsuki refused to dodge the incoming blow. Itsuki continued to walk straight ahead, without making any effort to evade. He intentionally let the attacks hit him, because he understood that physical pain could suppress hesitation and help him maintain focus. A barrage of wind blades slammed into his body, leaving gashes all over his flesh. Blood poured from his wounds, but he did not slow down despite taking hit after hit, pressing forward until he closed in on Iberia. Once close enough, Itsuki grabbed Iberia tightly by the neck, cutting off his movement. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash a penetrating sphere. Before launching it, he declared that this strike would put an end to everything. Iberia roared and unleashed one final shockwave. Though still hesitant at heart, Itsuki released the sphere anyway. The attack pierced straight through Iberia's chest. The force of the impact caused Iberia's body to collapse. Itsuki instantly caught him before he hit the ground. As Iberia's consciousness began to fade, the dragon gear started melting away from his body. His appearance reverted to normal, still cradled in Itsuki's arms. Iberia began to apologize, regretting that he had lost control, and fearing that he had become a burden. Itsuki reassured him that he had never been a burden. Iberia asked doubtfully, to which Itsuki affirmed that everyone excelled in their own way. With his strength fading fast, Iberia gripped Itsuki's hand and recounted the vague information he had overheard earlier. The calamity monster did not want to kill his father, but rather to control him. He expressed his belief that Itsuki would save his father. Itsuki shouldered that responsibility and vowed that he would definitely defeat the monster that caused this tragedy. Enduring the escalating pain, Iberia managed to squeeze out a final smile. With a sense of relief, he thanked him for letting him have his last words and entrusted the future to Itsuki. Scene cut to the second day of prophecy at 3:33 a.m., the exact moment Iberia passed away. The perspective shifted to the demon realm. The demon god acknowledged the outcome, realizing things had progressed much further than anticipated. However, he stated this was merely the beginning of a grander plan. With a twisted sense of satisfaction, he declared he would strip away everything precious to Itsuki piece by piece, promising even more suffering to come. Scene shifted to a group of warriors, stealthily making their way through the dark forest at night. One of them grumbled that after such a brutal battle, they still had to escort Izumi Nento across the mountain range. He explained that Heighten was so utterly exhausted, he could barely stand after the clash. Right at that moment, Ageha in the group suddenly sensed a powerful and strange emotional wave radiating from ahead. She pointed into the darkness and said the source of that energy was right in front of them. The blue-haired warrior instantly drew his sword, shouting loudly to demand who was lurking in the dark. But Ageha recognized the seated figure from behind and gasped in shock. She called out, "Is that Tenma?" revealing the young man clutching the body of his fallen friend. With a face covered in bruises, Itsuki raised his head to greet the newly arrived mentor. Ageha suffered a heavy shock upon seeing his injuries, hastily asking what had happened here. Right then, another man appeared alongside a giant wolf, stating he would explain the entire situation. The group was startled, wondering who else could possibly be in this dark forest. The newcomer introduced himself as first-class savior Bokudo Yasuke. Ageha immediately pressed him about the mission to protect the kidnapped blacksmith. An image of the three main villains flashed, the very ones the heroes had confronted on that tragic night. Yasuke bowed his head, his voice heavy as he admitted they had been completely overwhelmed by the enemy. He recounted that the battle ended in the worst possible way, resulting in heavy losses on their side. Yasuke began to explain. After Aiden was captured, he used his wolf to track the beast horde, but he and the wolf only found clones of them in the forest. The calamity monster is cunning. It intentionally left clones behind to throw us off. Nento anxiously asked about Itsuki's current condition. She replied that they were only scratches and the bleeding had stopped, but he stubbornly refused treatment. Ageha worriedly said she could feel a fire of rage burning brighter than ever inside Itsuki's heart. Fearing that if things continued this way, her friend's soul would be completely consumed by hate. Alone in his room, Itsuki quietly stared at the family photo of Iberia resting on the desk. In the picture, the blonde boy was smiling happily beside his parents on a sunny day. Looking at the photo, he recalled the first time he met Iberia, the boy who had introduced himself with overwhelming enthusiasm. He also remembered the day he carried his exhausted friend on his back after a long journey. Another memory rushed back, the blonde friend declaring he would never leave his side, not even for a single step. Itsuki vividly remembered how excitedly the boy had insisted on naming his wolf Shikigami. Returning to the present, the expression on Itsuki's face was a blend of grief and silent fury. He stood up, calling out the wolf's name in a low, murderous tone. "We're moving out." The wolf let out a roar in response. Its level 20 stats appeared alongside terrifying attack and speed rating. Itsuki turned to his companion and declared he was going to hunt down the calamity monster responsible for all this tragedy. His eyes blazed red as he swore to crush the enemy with all his might. Itsuki left the room, with the wolf following closely behind. But his path was blocked by someone. Master Izumi Nento stood right at the doorway, exuding an imposing and gloomy aura. Itsuki looked at the group and asked what was going on and why the atmosphere was so heavy. Everyone had gathered in the room, looking at him with serious, worried gazes. Kirishima thought to himself that this was the second disciple, recalling the boy's monumental achievement. He concluded that Itsuki was immensely strong, yet cold enough to put down his own friend with his own hands. Izumi Nento bluntly asked where he was heading. Itsuki replied that he was going to rescue the kidnapped blacksmith. The master stated simply, "No." Itsuki flared up, demanding to know the reason for the obstruction. Master Nento explained that the Alliance had classified this incident as a special danger level. Participating in a rescue mission required being a second-class savior or higher. Ultimately, he stated that Itsuki was still unqualified at the moment. The boy's eyes burned red with indignation. Itsuki exploded, shouting that he had promised to save Aiden and intended to keep that promise no matter what. Everyone was shocked. Ageha pleaded with her father not to be too harsh on him right now. Izumi Nento asked straight out, "Can you accept someone else dying because of you?" Itsuki froze, left utterly speechless. The master continued, saying he understood the boy's feelings and blamed himself for failing to protect Aiden properly. He also pointed out that the enemy would not easily kill the blacksmith, and chasing after them blindly right now was a foolish move. Itsuki remained intensely tense and furious, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. But his master consoled him, saying Itsuki's potential was limitless and he was fully capable of surpassing the special grade. He promised that once the boy grew strong enough, he would push the Alliance to assign the rescue mission to him. With a resolute gaze, Itsuki asked what he needed to do to surpass the special grade. At that moment, Master Nento revealed the best way was to participate in the Apex camp. Itsuki repeated the name in confusion, having no idea what it was. The master explained that the top 10 participants from the national tournament qualifiers would receive invitations. Those who survived the training camp would become the backbone of humanity, and the next Apex camp would begin in 3 days. Continuing the scene, Izumi Nento spoke in a steady tone. "If you get through the trials there, you won't just rank high in the tournament. You can also become a special grade savior much faster. That is the shortcut." Hearing this, Itsuki immediately nodded with determination. "Fine, I'll join the Apex camp." Master Nento nodded, adding that his battered body needed to be healed first. Ageha immediately used her blue butterfly magic to heal all of Itsuki's wounds. While being healed, he asked if she knew anything about this training camp. Ageha confirmed she knew it well, and Itsuki mentioned that his master called it the ultimate place to forge true strength. Ageha nodded, confirming that only the most exceptional geniuses earned the chance to set foot there. But she continued in a grave tone, "That's precisely why it's extremely dangerous. I've witnessed countless people, considered geniuses, walk in there filled with confidence, only to realize once they arrived that they were just ordinary people, and then they completely broke down mentally." She defined the Apex camp as both the training ground of geniuses and the graveyard of geniuses. The training there was so brutal that tragic incidents occurred among participants every single year. Itsuki smiled upon hearing this. "A place like that is exactly what I need right now." Ageha suffered a heavy shock, freezing at an answer completely outside her expectation. With his wounds healed, Itsuki stood up, saying he had been worried he would not find truly worthy opponents to fight. With a steadfast gaze, he declared, "I can only grow by clashing with truly formidable enemies." Ageha stood frozen, her cheeks slightly flushed from being swept up in the power and confidence radiating from Itsuki's words. Noticing her flushed face, Itsuki anxiously asked if she had used up too much energy healing him. Ageha hastily shook her head, stammering an explanation that her body just heated up whenever she used her abilities for too long. Deep down, Ageha's heart was pounding wildly. It was the first time she had ever heard her own heartbeat so clearly. With a burning face and a spinning head, she wondered what on earth she was thinking. After putting his clothes back on, Itsuki earnestly thanked her for the help. Ageha asked where he planned to go next. With a melancholic look, Itsuki replied that he needed to say goodbye to someone important. Scene cut to the forest. Itsuki and Yasuke stood before a grave. The tombstone clearly bore the name Iberia, with his sword placed alongside a few memorial flowers. Yasuke apologized for dragging him through this, but Itsuki shook his head, saying it was his own choice. Yasuke asked if he intended to leave right away. Itsuki nodded, confirming he was heading to the training camp to forge the strength for revenge. Itsuki turned back to ask Yasuke what he planned to do, to which Yasuke shared his own story. If he hadn't met his master, he probably would have been slain by monsters long ago and never become an awakened. This armor, this sword, and even his very life had been bestowed upon him by his master. So no matter what happened, he would find his master. He spoke with a voice full of resolve. Itsuki reached out to make a promise to his master, his eyes filled with determination. He stepped back a pace, pointed at Yasuke, and warned, "Don't you dare die before we meet again." Clenching his fists, he swore, "I will become a savior and save Aiden alongside my master." Yasuke stood still, secretly impressed by the young man's attitude, thinking to himself that he couldn't possibly pull off anything cooler than that. By Iberia's grave, Yasuke smiled and replied, "I'll be waiting for your return." The two men fist-bumped, using a comrade's gesture to seal their promise and trust. From afar, Izumi Nento and his daughter Ageha quietly watched the entire scene with admiring eyes. Ageha remarked that just hours ago his heart was shattered, yet Itsuki had managed to stand back up so quickly. Izumi Nento revealed at that moment that Itsuki had temporarily locked all his negative emotions deep down inside. He stated that the attack had too many suspicious elements, and he would summon a meeting with the commander. In the meantime, he entrusted Itsuki to his daughter's care to handle everything. Ageha smiled with confidence, accepting the task. "Don't worry, Dad, I'll handle it all." Seeing Ageha grinning brightly, Itsuki asked why she had looked so solemn just a moment ago. He called her sensei and asked where they were going next. Ageha replied that the information was classified. She explained she would be his guardian for this trip. Disliking being treated like a child, Itsuki impatiently asked what she was going to do. Ageha pointed straight ahead, stretched out her hand, and said, "We are heading straight to the central continent, where the Apex camp is held." Scene cut abruptly with a massive explosion, flashing back to the recent past of an event. In the memory, Itsuki appeared with a dark aura, his eyes filled with murderous intent and rage. A bespectacled man was screaming in agony as he took a horrific blow to the face. Beaten black and blue and utterly exhausted, the young man collapsed onto his knees, completely defeated. Itsuki stared coldly down at the fallen enemy, his aura terrifying enough to make anyone tremble. Clenching his fist, he delivered the final finishing blow, ending the match once and for all. Returning to the present, Ryuji lay on a hospital bed, wrapped in bandages from head to toe, crying out in pain. He tossed and turned in a horrifying nightmare about what had happened. His mother rushed over, hugging her son and reassuring him, "Don't be afraid, Mom is here to protect you." She gently asked if he was dreaming again about the person who hurt. Ryuji gritted his teeth, vowing that he would return the pain he suffered 100-fold. He would make the enemy taste a whole world of agony. His mother comforted him, promising that his older brother had returned and would take revenge for him. Just then, a gigantic figure appeared at the doorway, slowly stepping inside. His older brother spoke up, "You must be in a lot of pain." Ryuji begged his brother to take revenge for him, to defeat the one who caused it all. That figure asked back, "Is the name of the person who did this to you Tenma Itsuki?" Ryuji nodded in confirmation, saying that he was just an orphan with no father or mother, yet he took first place in the qualifier. Hearing this, the older brother realized that if he took first place, he would definitely be at Apex camp. With a malicious smile on his face, he swore, "When I find him, I'll crush Tenma Itsuki." Shifting the scene to the protagonist, at this moment he and Ageha had also arrived at the training camp. Big sis Ageha looked up at the sky, sighed in relief, and announced, "We've arrived." Appearing before their eyes was a gigantic glass dome architecture, looking extremely sci-fi. Itsuki stood dazed, dropping his jaw in exclamation, "How impressive. It's completely different from what I imagined." The two of them blended into the crowd, striding toward the main entrance of the building. Itsuki muttered in acknowledgement. And true to what Ageha said, all around him were giants wearing glittering golden armor, carrying oversized shields, or punks strolling around with skeletal monsters. Itsuki mentally assessed, "Everyone here looks so proud of themselves." As they walked, Ageha suddenly stopped, pushing up her glasses and giving a serious warning, I can't go inside, so you'll have to take care of yourself from here on out. Itsuki nodded and replied concisely, got it. The girl took out a fairly modern-looking bracelet and handed it to him. This is your registration bracelet that I kept for you. You'll need it for this training camp. The boy reached out to take it, letting out a lackluster expression of thanks. Thanks. Looking at the bracelet resting in Itsuki's palm, Ageha couldn't help adding one earnest warning. Listen, try not to do anything that attracts too much attention. You don't want to end up in anyone's crosshair. Shrugging off the worried warning, the stubborn young man turned his back and strode straight into the portal of light, leaving behind a blunt dismissal. I know. Watching her reckless younger brother's back, cold sweat began to bead on Ageha's forehead. The girl sighed softly, murmuring to herself, knowing Itsuki's personality, I can't help but worry. Entering the reception area, Itsuki walked up to the registration counter and spoke very politely. I'd like to register as a participant. Sitting behind the counter was a haggard employee with unkempt stubble, biting a toothpick like he hadn't slept in days. Without even looking at him, he indifferently stretched out a hand and ordered, hand over the bracelet. Itsuki obediently placed the registration bracelet into the rude receptionist's hand. The indifferent employee placed the bracelet onto a machine. Instantly, the device emitted a floating blue light that scanned the bracelet to extract data. Itsuki's green eyes narrowed slightly, mentally evaluating the lazy receptionist in front of him. Even the receptionist is level 40 or above. Apex Camp is truly on a completely different level. At this moment, the system screen displayed a line of info. Name, Tenma Itsuki level, 0 class, order breaker talent, special grade. Seeing the perfectly round level 0, the receptionist sneered contemptuously, still biting his toothpick as he whispered with scorn, a level 0 can get in here too. This kid must have used some major backing to pass the preliminary. But backing doesn't mean shit here. If you don't have actual strength to back it up, getting crushed to pieces is just a matter of time. Maintaining his standard one-star customer service attitude, the receptionist waved his hand forward and barked a dismissal. Hey, after picking your room, go pay your accommodation fee. Hearing the receptionist's bold proclamation, Itsuki froze for 5 full seconds, cold sweat pouring down like rain, and stuttered in utter disbelief. You have to pay money to live here. The receptionist gave him a half-lidded, disdainful look, spitting out a brutally blunt remark. Obviously, this isn't a charity. Itsuki's face instantly darkened like the sky before a storm. He lowered his head, despairingly lamenting to himself. Ageha, why didn't you tell me? I don't have a single penny. Seeing the kid standing frozen like a statue, the receptionist spoke up, acting all reasonable. You passed the preliminaries, so you must have at least some points, right? Itsuki asked blankly. Points. Figuring he had caught a clueless sucker, the receptionist started a basic lesson on camp currency. Your assets here are determined by the points you earned in the preliminaries. For example, if you earned 1,000 points in the preliminaries, that amount gets transferred to you as soon as you step in here. You can also earn extra points by completing missions. Points here basically act as currency. You need them to buy food, daily necessities, and pay for lodging too. Itsuki rested his chin on his hand in deep thought, finally figuring it out. So points are really important here. I earned quite a lot in the preliminaries, so it should be enough. While he was deep in thought, the receptionist tapped his hand heavily on the desk, urging him impatiently. Hey, hurry up and pick a room. People are waiting. Being rushed, Itsuki snapped his head up and asked a question that shocked the receptionist to his core. How much is the most luxurious room? The receptionist's eyes bulged as various room options flashed through his mind. Standard room 35M2 for 100 points month. Luxury room 75M2 for 500 points month. Villa 200M2 for 2,000 points month. Meanwhile, Itsuki was weighing his options. A regular room would be fine for me, but he's coming with me too. We won't fit together in a cramped room. After weighing the pros and cons, the young man made a heavily money-burning decision. I'll take the villa. The receptionist dropped his jaw in astonishment, hastily offering advice like an abruptly kind older brother. What did you say? Kid, you might have a lot of points right now, but you shouldn't waste them. Points get eaten up everywhere in daily life. Shrugging off the sincere advice, Itsuki placed his hand on the counter and replied, I've already decided. Please process it quickly. Seeing the stubborn kid was beyond reasoning, the receptionist grumbled irritably while clacking away at the keyboard. HMPH, a clueless brat. Don't come crying to me later. He reluctantly handed the activated bracelet back to Itsuki. Before the boy left, the receptionist didn't forget to mention an important rule. Once you enter the camp, everyone's stats will be hidden, and you won't be able to check other people's names, skills, or levels either. Itsuki nodded. Got it. Watching Itsuki's retreating back, the receptionist rested his chin on his hand in thought. Choosing a villa. HMPH, just how many points did that kid actually earn in the preliminaries? Curiosity getting the better of him, he dragged his mouse across the computer screen. Then his eyes rolled back, cold sweat broke out, and his jaw dropped speechlessly. What? He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, panicking as he muttered, "Is this a system error? That kid's points." The computer screen displayed an unbelievable number. Points, 106,600. The receptionist blurted out in terror, "Over 100,000 points. I only have 1,600 points." Outside, Itsuki was strolling along. Walking along, he suddenly halted, his face darkening. He reached up to scratch his head, a giant bean-sized drop of sweat rolling down his cheek as he cursed his goldfish memory. "I forgot to ask where the villa is." Letting out a sigh, the dejected boy with a goldfish memory had no choice but to turn back toward the reception counter. Right as he turned around, he was blocked by two guys who looked very friendly. Itsuki looked up at the two strangers and asked coldly, "Need something?" A big brute and a blonde punk grinned from ear to ear. The big brute spoke first. "We're awakened from the southern continent and just arrived yesterday. Look like you're lost, huh? We'll show you the way. Where do you want to go?" Thinking they were kind people helping out, Itsuki didn't hesitate. "I'm trying to get to the villa area. Do you guys know where it is?" The big brute scratched his head. "A villa? I think it's over that way, right?" The blonde punk chimed in. Yeah, right over there." But the moment they heard the word villa, both guys froze, their eyes bulging and jaws dropping as if they'd seen a ghost. Itsuki tilted his head in confusion. "Something wrong?" The blonde guy hurriedly waved his hands and stuttered. "Wait a second, I'm just trying to remember the exact location right now." Seeing the two whispering and sneaking glances at each other, Itsuki frowned suspiciously. "Why are you acting all sneaky just to remember a location? Are you plotting something?" At that exact moment not far away, a fiery cat-eared girl with a black cat perched on her shoulder appeared. She was Akagami Shin. Just one glance was enough for her to understand what was happening. They're trying to scam points out of a newcomer under the guise of giving direction. Wonder which idiot is about to become their next victim. But then, looking closer at the victim, the purple-eyed girl's eyes widened in shock. That person was, the girl realized immediately, the monster who grabbed over 100,000 points in the preliminaries. The girl licked her lips, her eyes flashing with amusement. Things are starting to get interesting. Jack was whispering, "Here he's living in a villa. Sounds like he's the guy who took first place in the preliminaries from some northern continent. Even if he's first place, nobody's crazy enough to throw away a whole 2,000 points just for rent." Jack judged him as some rich, pampered princeling, the type who knows nothing about the value of points. His buddy asked what he meant. Jack stated that pampered princelings wrapped in cotton wool since childhood are always the most cowardly and spineless. He's the perfect prey. We're gonna strip away every last point he has. Itsuki called out from behind, "Can't remember, then I'll go look for it myself." The two of them smiled brightly and said, "We remember now. Let us walk you over there." The training camp currently had a massive turnout. Someone in the distance recognized, "Aren't those the castaways from the southern continent, Jace and Jack?" Looks like the kid in the middle fell right into their trap. He already looked weak enough, and now he's getting shaken down for all his points. Poor bastard. At that moment, Itsuki brushed past someone who recognized, "Isn't that the kid who asked those weird questions before the preliminary selection? Out of all people, why did he have to get mixed up with those two?" "Whatever, none of my business. I only have one goal, and that's to surpass the top placer of the Northern Continent's qualifiers, that guy Itsuki." The two of them led him to a spot. This really was a huge villa area. Right behind Itsuki, both of them wore calculating grins. Jack clenched his fist. "All right, time to pay the tour guide fee." He replied, "Right, you guys guided me the whole way. I should at least give a little tip." The two of them were stunned. "Huh," he agreed that easily. Itsuki asked them, "How much do you want?" Jace blurted out eagerly, "At least 500. Jack raised the price. "Idiot, 1,000. Give us 1,000 points." Itsuki responded, 1,000 points, a bit steep but all right. He asked in disbelief, "You sure?" He asked blankly, "How do you transfer points to someone else?" Jack whispered into his partner's ear. "He's actually willing to pay 1,000 points just for directions. He's not just a coward and a softie, he's a total idiot. In this case, don't blame us, no hard personal feeling." Jack started acting up. "Sorry, but this took longer than expected. You're gonna need to pay a surcharge." Jace hiked the price. "That's right, 5,000 points total." Jack demanded, "If you don't have enough, just hand over everything you've got." Itsuki had figured out their scheme. The aura radiating from him terrified them. What the hell is up with this guy? Feels like his entire personality just shifted. The two puffed out their chests and argued. "So what? If you want to get mad, blame yourself for letting your guard down. Hand over the points now. otherwise you're gonna get hurt. He reminded them, I'm pissed off right now, so whatever happens, don't go crying about it. Jack activated his power. Let me spell it out for you. I ranked 6th in the Southern Continent's preliminaries. I'm in no way losing to trash like. He threw a punch. Idiot, I'll turn you to dust with my Thunder Fist. B-rank skill Thunder Fist. When the fist touched Itsuki's chest, a notification popped up. Absorbed B-rank Thunder attribute skill via Thunder Suppression 3. Agility plus 10%. Remaining absorption count 25. Agility 475 increased by Thunder Suppression 3, 25%. Jack was stunned. He didn't even flinch. He slapped the guy, sending him flying far backward. Jace was heavily shocked. He's too fast. I'm staring right at him, but my eyes completely fail to track his movement. He threw a strike to deal with a speed-type opponent. He needed to finish him off in a single hit. A rank skill, physical enhancement. Right hand clenched into a fist, muscles bulging toward Itsuki. Seeing him block it, he was surprised. A skill that alters his own body. Is this guy like me? He's an order breaker. Jace raised his other hand. I'm enhancing both arms. Let's see if you can take this. Fists rained down like a storm. Itsuki blocked every single one. He thought to himself, too slow. The sound of a boxing match echoed as the two exchanged blows continuously. Jace's fingers were beaten completely out of shape. He blurted out, no way. After enhancement, both my attack and defense stats are close to 300. What kind of freak are you? Itsuki teleported right in front of him. Even with enhancements, your stats are still way too far below mine. Jace retreated in panic. You're no amateur. Who the hell are you? Which continent are you from? He raised his fist and lunged forward. Itsuki is from the northern continent. A powerful punch came down. A notification displayed. Notice from Broken Critical Crystal. Your next attack has a 100% chance to become a critical hit. The punch stopped right in front of the guy's face. Jace was dazed. It stopped. He pulled back his fist, thinking, if a critical punch hit him straight on, it would definitely blow his head off. I almost caused something irreversible. Itsuki glared sideways at them. Get lost. The two bolted in terror. Run, he's a monster. Shin observed the scene in admiration. Thought he'd struggle a bit since his opponents were ranked 5th and 6th in the Southern Continent's preliminaries, but didn't expect it to end in a landslide victory for him. He's genuinely terrifying. An announcement echoed from the loudspeakers. All contestants are requested to gather at Apex Square immediately. The Apex Camp selection test will begin in a few minutes. Shin called out to her spirit beast, let's go, min time to get to work. The announcement repeated, the Apex Camp selection test will begin in a few minutes. He remembered what Aja has said about the selection test, cutting 50% of the contestants right from the stage. I'll have to go all out. Arriving at the plaza, it was packed with people. Itsuki marveled. So these are the elites gathered from all continents. Looks like an ultimate lineup. A hand patted Itsuki's shoulder from behind. He swung his hand out by instinct. Itsuki's hand stopped just in time when he saw her. He greeted his old friend in surprise. Saya. She teased, what's with that? Such a surprising greeting. Horino chimed in, daring to punch Saya, you've got guts. Itsuki awkwardly said, sorry, I thought you were an enemy. Saya worriedly said, geez, why so tense? Horino asked curiously, where's Iberia? You two are always joined at the hip, right? Itsuki's gaze turned sorrowful at the thought of his old friend. Saya hesitated, asking if there was a chance he got hurt during the recent attack. He hid Iberia away at home. Horino threw an arm around Itsuki. Don't be so gloomy. If he's hurt, a little rest will fix him right up. Horino continued, more importantly, listen, ever since that attack happened, Saya was so worried about you she lost focus through the whole training session. Getting called out, Saya gently smacked Horino on the head, leaving a bump. Itsuki spoke up. That last attack made me realize just how weak I really am. I'm gonna level up my skills here with everything I've got. Horino couldn't believe his ears. Weak, Itsuki. Saya turned toward the stands. The two fell silent. The enlistment test was about to begin. A commanding shout boomed from the stage. Silence. Before your lives at Apex Camp officially begin, there is one thing you must know. Here, all information apart from your names will be kept under absolute confidentiality. In other words, no matter what glory you achieved in the past, you will all be starting completely over from zero. Horino looked surprised. Are all details other than our names hidden? I'll show you my status screen to check if that's really true. He glanced at his information panel. Name, Horino level, undisclosed talent, undisclosed skills, undisclosed status, undisclosed. Itsuki confirmed, it really is all hidden. An announcement echoed. The enlistment examination will begin right now. Please enter the venue in an orderly and neat manner. The announcer lowered the megaphone. a faint curve playing at the corner of his lips. Horino remarked, "It is ridiculously huge in here," Seiya observed. "It's even larger than the venue for the preliminary rounds." Someone from behind called out, "Is that you, the brat who embarrassed those of us from the southern continent?" Itsuki turned around in a daze. Huh. It turned out those two guys had returned to snitch to the top-ranking preliminary contestant of the southern continent, Kajin Imamichi. The pair accused Lord Kajin, "It's him. When we tried to demand our fee for guiding him to his lodging, he suddenly punched us out of nowhere. On top of that, he mocked the awakeners of the southern continent, calling us a rabble." Kajin asked coldly, "Got anything to say for yourself?" Two of their friends stepped forward to clarify. "Itsuki isn't that kind of person. There's definitely some misunderstanding here. Those two probably tried to shake him down for points and got handed their own asses instead." Horino pointed at Kajin and said, "We just taught your lackeys a lesson. Instead of getting mad, you should be thanking us." The aura radiating from Kajin made Horino stagger. Kajin warned, "Don't touch me with those filthy hands, or I'll tear you apart." Just as Horino was about to lose his temper, Itsuki patted his shoulder to calm him down. He stepped right up in front of his opponent. "I have no intention of explaining every single detail. More importantly, don't you dare lay a finger on my friend, or I will kill you." The two of them locked eyes in a fierce clash of killing intent. Sayer advised, "Both of you stop it. The test is starting." Jack also chimed in, "Kajin, if you start a brawl here, you'll get penalized." Kajin opened his mouth to say, "I heard there's a training arena in Apex Camp where trainees can fight without getting penalized. How about we settle this there after the exam ends?" Itsuki agreed. "Whatever works for me." Suddenly, the surroundings plunged into utter darkness, leaving only the light emanating from the gate. Murmurs broke out. "That gate. There are no lights here. Why is it so dark? What kind of test is this supposed to be if we can't see a thing?" Overhead lights beamed down. Someone stepped out and spoke. "I'm glad to see everyone so enthusiastic. Hopefully, you'll maintain that passion until the test is over. Next, I will explain the rules for the enlistment examination." Saying that, there wasn't actually much to explain, because there are no rules whatsoever for this test. Everyone reacted in shock. "What do you mean there are no rules? I've never seen an exam like this." The instructor introduced, "Now, you will take turns entering the 4 rooms behind me to undergo 4 different tests. The order in which you enter the rooms is entirely up to you. There are no restrictions on equipment, items, or skills. The goal is very simple. Push your stats as high as possible to pass the test. Scores will be evaluated based on your performance. Scoring 80 points or above qualifies you as an elite trainee and grants bonus points. Scoring between 60 and 80 places you on a watch list requiring supplementary training. Anything below 60 results in direct disqualification and mandatory departure." Everyone cheered. No restrictions on gear or items. Does such an easy gig actually exist in this world? This is going to be a piece of cake. Horino expressed his regret. "I should have asked the old man for some high-end gear beforehand. Going in empty-handed puts us at a huge disadvantage." Seiya reassured him, "We've worked hard training for this exam, so we'll definitely be fine." She asked Itsuki, "Which stat test do you think we should tackle first?" Itsuki replied, "Doesn't matter. We have to take all of them anyway. Let's just head into the nearest room for now." Horino was speechless. "You're awfully confident, huh? Just going to pick the closest room like that." He admired the room before him. "Talk about perfect. It's the defense test." Horino said confidently, "I'm a metal attribute mage, so I've got pretty high confidence in my defensive abilities." The proctor was already waiting inside. Horino pointed at the opponent and asked, "Is that the proctor? He looks super grumpy." The proctor introduced himself. "Welcome, everyone. I am the proctor in charge of the defense test, a level 40 earth attribute elementalist. I will now attack you with 5 different types of stones, with difficulty increasing step by step from 1 to 5, and you must defend against all of them." The trio braced themselves. The proctor called out, "Whichever trainee's name is called, step forward. First up, Horino of the North Mainland." He pointed at himself in surprise. "Huh, I'm going first." Seiya encouraged him. "Good luck." Horino replied, "Relax, what can a bunch of rocks possibly do to me?" The proctor announced, "The test is about to begin. You may use your skills beforehand." Horino buffed his body. "Then I'll go all out right from the start. C-rank skill, defensive metallization, plus 50%. He declared, "Bring it on." At this moment, his defense reached 258. The proctor pulled out the first magic gemstone, difficulty level 1. He hurled it straight at Horino. Crossing his arms, Horino blocked it. "Is that it? Didn't even tickle." The proctor muttered, "How boring. Let's jump straight to level 2. The proctor condensed a much larger orb. It rocketed forward so fast it actually startled Horino. He threw both arms up to block. Horino managed to hold his ground. Saya asked anxiously, "Horino, you okay?" He gave a thumbs up, no problem at all. Itsuki silently activated magic detection. Those weren't ordinary rocks. They were magic stones forged straight from the proctor's own mana. Their hardness was in an entirely different leg compared to normal stone, and the impact damage was massive. Seeing Horino's hands trembling, he doubted whether Horino was truly doing okay. Horino felt that even with the metallization buff, his arms were going numb. The hit was way harder than he'd expected. The proctor asked, "Want to keep trying?" Horino agreed. "Of course, let's go with difficulty level 3 next." He wasn't entirely sure. Just one level higher, it should still be fine, right? The proctor condensed a stone even bigger than the last one. Horino braced himself. "Don't think just because you're a bit bigger that I'm scared." The incoming stone shattered upon impact against Horino's entire body, reeled backward. Saya covered her mouth in horror at the sight. Horino collapsed, his entire body covered in injuries. The two of them ran over frantically. "Horino, are you all right?" He answered, "I'm fine. Man, that's pathetic. Didn't expect level 3 to hit that hard. It's at least 3 times stronger than level 2. The proctor praised, "Taking a level 3 hit head-on without passing out is impressive. You should get a decent score." He called out the next name. Next, Itsuki of the North Mainland. Itsuki first helped his friend back up to his feet. Horino whispered a warning. "Listen, every time the difficulty goes up a level, the stones get exponentially stronger. Don't push your luck." Itsuki replied, "Got it." The proctor asked, "So, what difficulty level would you like to start with?" Itsuki calculated internally. Even with metallization, Horino's defense was probably under 300, but thanks to his own black water wall, his was already at 627. Misinterpreting his silence, the proctor assumed, scared after seeing what just happened, can't really blame him. He said leniently, "If you won't choose, we'll start from level 1. Itsuki cut him off. 5. The proctor startled. What did you just say?" Itsuki held up 5 fingers. "I want to try difficulty 5. Horino panicked and shouted, "Hey, I told you not to push it. Metallization and level 3 was already my limit. Level 5 is just insane." The others stared in disbelief, starting straight at level 5. What rank was that guy in the preliminaries? What a show-off. Isn't the top rank of the North Mainland also the national top rank? His name's supposedly Itsuki. Don't tell me that's him. No way a scrawny-looking guy like that is the national top rank. Angered, the proctor conjured a boulder larger than a human. "Every year there are guys like you, reckless show-offs. It always ends in severe injury or unconsciousness, leaving you unable to take the other tests and ultimately forcing you out of the camp." He hoisted the colossal rock. "Since you asked for it, have it your way." Everyone thought to themselves, is difficulty 5 really that huge? Getting hit by that thing spells instant death. Now I get why Apex Camp is considered so dangerous. The proctor permitted, "You can use a skill first." Itsuki's voice remained eerily calm. "I don't have any skills to use, so I'll just take it like this." Hearing that, the proctor grew even more infuriated. Is this punk looking down on us? He hurled the boulder toward the target. It hurtled straight toward Itsuki. A massive shockwave erupted violently. The aftershock made those waiting struggle to keep their footing. A thick cloud of dust billowed up, obscuring vision. Someone wondered aloud, "That power is no different from a meteor. That guy is dead for sure." The proctor sighed, "Such a fool." He picked up his walkie-talkie. "Emergency medical rescue team. We have a severely injured person." Someone pointed ahead. "Look, a figure." The proctor shot a stunned glance over. Seeing him still standing upright, he was bewildered. "That guy is still standing." A voice crackled through the radio. "This is Medical Team Captain 1. Report the casualty's location." When no one answered, the other end pressed. "Hello." Itsuki dusted off his shoulders. Was that difficulty 5 just now? The proctor was in deep shock. "I've been a proctor for 3 years and tested hundreds of trainees, but a guy who can take a level 5 magic stone without skills and come out completely unscathed. This is a first." Itsuki of the North Mainland truly is an elite monster, even compared to every single trainee in the past. He spoke up, "If you'll excuse me." As he walked away, everyone was dumbfounded. Maybe that guy really was the national top rank in the preliminaries. His aura is completely different. Everyone hastily stepped back just then. Itsuki was puzzled by their reaction. Why is everyone backing away from me? His 2 friends stepped forward to congratulate him. "That was epic, Itsuki. I thought I could beat you in defense, but you just widened the gap even more." Itsuki answered modestly, "Is there ever a completely flawless awakener? I'm sure there are things Horino beats me at." He eagerly believed it. "Really? Like what?" Realizing Itsuki couldn't think of a single thing, Horino figured he was just daydreaming and dropped it. The next name called on the PA, Seki Saraj of the North Mainland, to the stage. Itsuki encouraged. Good luck, Saya-chan, be careful. She replied, don't worry. The proctor repeated his line. You may use a skill. Saya used her B-rank skill, flowing water wall. She requested, give me level 3. The proctor materialized a stone. Brave choice, here it comes. Saya's water wall successfully intercepted the rock. It fought to punch through the wall of water. Saya pushed herself to reinforce her defense. But the water wall was ultimately shattered. Pushed back against the wall, she watched the stone drop to the ground. The proctor praised, smart move, Saya. Instead of trying to brute force a block, you used the flowing current to deflect the stone's impact force. That agile combat sense is the most vital quality of a savior, she replied. Thank you very much. Itsuki complimented. That was awesome. The proctor called out the next name. Next, Mana Magaru of the East Mainland. Saya teased Itsuki. Hee, praised by Itsuku-kun. As they left the defense room, Horino wondered, which test should we hit up next? I'm guessing the room next door is the attack power test, right? Over at the attack power testing zone, the crowd was already packed. The proctor here spoke up. Looks like the second group has gathered properly. Listen up, you little brats. In the attack power test, you will be graded based on the sheer destructive output of your strike. Horino wondered aloud, who are we supposed to attack? Don't tell me it's the instructor. Saya scolded. Idiot, you talk way too much. He revealed, good question. Naturally, your target won't be me, but rather my Shikigami. B-rank Shikigami Tanma, a gigantic bear, materialized before them. Its tattered appearance prompted them to blurt out, what the hell is that? It looks so cheap. Yet in Itsuki's eyes, he found it rather cute. The proctor announced, you can use your bare hands or weapons. Attack this thing with everything you've got. The others asked confidently, that Shikigami looks like a punching bag. Instructor, what happens if we accidentally destroy it? He cautioned, kids, even a level 50 awakener might not be able to destroy it, so don't worry. Besides, Tanma will grade you based on the impact force of the attack it receives. The proctor demonstrated by punching Tanma. Its body bent backward. Tanma announced, score received, 50 points. He continued, the grading standard is preset so that the strike I just delivered equals 50 points. A perfect score is 100 points. He thought to himself, though theoretically the highest possible score is 99, to actually hit a perfect 100, these brats would at least need to be around my level, somewhere around level 40. No matter how much you level one brat's struggle. The proctor sat down on a nearby chair and announced, all right, the test begins. Someone piped up, first up, Gyro Hanma of the East Mainland. If that half-assed punch got 50 points, going all out should easily net me a 100. Horino whispered, that Shikigami looks like weak sauce. Itsuki warned, don't let his flashy exterior fool you. That proctor is over level 40. Even a casual punch from him packs way more power than we can dish out. The proctor, sitting at level 44 with a Shikigami user class, spoke up. Attack Tanma whenever you're ready. Don't make me repeat myself. The first challenger stepped up, feeling slightly guilty about attacking a Shikigami that looked so harmless. Gyro Hanma threw a punch. Don't hold it against me if I want to stay at Apex Camp. At least turn to dust quietly. The punch landed squarely on Tanma's belly. It read out the score, 37 points. Gyro Hanma was shocked. Only 37. I clearly used a punch enhancement skill. The proctor snapped, stop whining, next. The second person went all out and only scored 28 points. The third person slashed with a sword and hit 49 points. The fourth person reached 77 points. The proctor called out next. Next, Gaku of the Northern Continent. He said with contempt, can't even reach 80 points. Pathetic. Gaku mentally deduced that this Shikigami must be quite tough. He slammed his weapon down, but I am completely confident in my own strength. The hammer in his hand unleashed a surge of flames that struck hard against Tanma's belly. The proctor looked up from the magazine he was reading and praised. Not bad. Tanma reported the score, 91 points. Gaku expressed regret, didn't get 100. He proudly stated, anyway, no one here can beat me in terms of strength, so 91 points is good enough. Gaku was curious about him. Where is he, Itsuki? How many points will that guy score? The proctor read out, next, Itsuki of the Northern Continent. Gaku froze for a brief second. He whipped his head around to look. So you were here. I finally get to witness your strength with my own eyes. Itsuki stepped up to the testing area. Gaku watched Itsuki's retreating back. That's the guy who scored 100,000 points in the preliminaries, but nobody can defeat me in power when I'm holding this mace. The item info displayed. Unique rank mace, attack effect plus 100, personal unique effect. He was confident, Even if he ranked first in the preliminaries, his attack power probably only matches mine. Itsuki faced Tanma, a wave of guilt welling up. I'll feel bad landing a critical blow on such a cute creature. But the proctor was thinking, another loser scoring below 50 points. How boring. Itsuki raised his fist. His eyes flashed, and blood vessels appeared across his face. A mighty punch was unleashed, surging energy blasting toward Tanma. Its head was instantly blown away. The proctor was still engrossed in his magazine. This chick's got a great figure. A shockwave coming from behind startled him. The proctor couldn't believe it. What? He tore Tanma apart with his bare hands. Is this guy really a trainee? Itsuki thought to himself. So that critical strike from earlier was carried over. He asked in surprise, "You're still alive?" Tanma's head wore a pitiful expression at that moment. Itsuki patted its head and asked, "What's my score?" It replied, 100 points. Everyone was shocked. A perfect score. Wasn't that Shikigami supposed to be indestructible even against level 50s? Even using bare hands, he scored 9 points higher than Gaku using a hammer. Gaku turned pale with fear. No, it's not just a 9-point difference. He only got 100 points because the scoring system couldn't go any higher. That casual punch easily surpassed all of my strength. What do you mean I'm not inferior in strength? I was way too arrogant. The proctor walked over to inspect Tanma. I designed it so that only strength above level 50 could achieve 100 points. He turned back to look at the boy. Could this kid have? Itsuki panicked. Is the instructor angry because the Shikigami was destroyed? Best to bail while I still can. He said sorry, then he tucked tail and ran. He announced the test is temporarily suspended. Wait 10 minutes. Seiya came over to congratulate him. That was amazing. Not only your defense, but your strength is also astonishing. Itsuki humbly said, I just got lucky. I can't generate that kind of power all the time. Horino patted his chest. Don't be so modest. What about the guy who said earlier Itsuki wouldn't even score 30 points? See, he got 100 points. Seiya smiled. Why are you acting so proud? You're not the one who scored. Itsuki felt like at this rate it would take a while for the test to resume. Seiya reminded him, Itsuki, why don't you go take another test first? We'll wait here. He instructed, let's meet at the plaza after we're all done. Magic power test next, huh? Itsuki arrived at the magic power testing room. The proctor inside was level 42 with the craftsperson class. She announced, magic power testing site. Looks like everyone has gathered. I will now explain the details of the test. The other young men blushed, gazing infatuatedly at the proctor. That instructor is drop-dead gorgeous. I so want to ask her out. Who knows, if I score high, maybe she'll invite me to dinner. Shin felt disgusted seeing their behavior. Guys are all the same. She frowned when she saw Itsuki. He came too. And he's staring right at the instructor. Men really are all alike. She misunderstood. Itsuki was looking at something else. So that thing covered by the red cloth is the testing device. The proctor revealed. The tool used to measure magic power was crafted by myself. The cloth was lifted, revealing a rare equipment, the magic storage crystal. The measurement method is very simple. Place your hand on the crystal orb and channel your magic power into it. The more magic power you have, the higher your score. Someone asked out of curiosity, if we channel all our magic power into it, what about the other tests? She reassured them, don't worry. This crystal orb can both completely absorb your magic power and return it to you. That pretty appearance made the young man blush. Yes, Proctor, please go ahead. She said, if there are no further questions, we will begin the test. There's no set order, so whoever wants to go first can step up. The young man raised his hand. Yes, I'll go first. She praised, proactive young men are very popular with girls. You can start whenever you're ready. He placed his hand on the orb, trying his absolute best. I can't mess up in front of such a beautiful woman. Even if it drains all my magic power, I have to get a high score. He condensed his magic power, burst forth my magic power. Seeing the meager stream of magic power, he blurted out, no way. Even after pouring in all his magic power, it hadn't even filled half. The proctor picked up the orb and said, calm down, I forgot to mention. This magic storage crystal once absorbed the entire magic power of an awakened at the threshold of level 40. The others were astonished. For real. Even a level 40 awakened couldn't fill that crystal. Then teens in the low 10s like us won't even fill half. The proctor ordered, stand still. I'll return your mana to you now. She whispered into his ear, just between us. I can tell what kind of person someone is by the amount of mana they pour into the crystal. Turns out you have a pure heart, did you know? The proctor announced, who wants to go next? Raise your hand. Everyone was hesitant. Maybe I should go retake the defense test instead. I'd rather get hit by rocks than get drained dry of mana. Another replied, I just finished the agility test. My mana hasn't recovered yet, so I'll watch first. Itsuki was left speechless looking at them. They changed tunes fast. Just a minute ago, they were hyped out of their minds. He stepped up. The proctor showed interest. Oh, looks like we have challenger number 2. Step on up. Itsuki looked blank. I'm still raising my hand right now. Turns out it was an acquaintance. She was the runner-up of the Northern Continent's preliminary round, Kana. Everyone marveled. I know her. That's Kana, the runner-up of the Northern Continent. Top-tier looks and runner-up in the preliminaries too. I'm in love. He realized. No wonder she looked so familiar. Shin observed with interest. Having both the first and second place here should make things very interesting. The proctor spoke up. You know the rules, right? Start whenever you're ready. Kana placed her hand on the orb. Green magic power poured into it. Seeing the magic power still not reaching the halfway mark of the orb, the others muttered in disappointment. Is that it? She's only slightly better than the previous guy. Is the runner-up of the Northern Continent only capable of this? Whispers reached her ears. If I hadn't been greedy, I probably would have won first place myself. Ha, at this rate I should have entered the Northern Continent's preliminaries too. Move aside and let us from the Southern Continent show you how it's done. Kana's face darkened for a split second. The sword she wore began to vibrate out of its scabbard. Mana radiated from it. Kana was replenished with a surge of mana, and her eyes lit up brightly. The onlookers below exclaimed, her mana just spiked. The mana fluctuations I feel are several times stronger than before. Itsuki figured it out, so that sword is her mana source. Once she draws it, all the stored mana rushes straight into her body. Someone blurted out, look, the crystal is almost full. Kana coldly sheathed her sword back. The proctor rejoiced inwardly, about 80%. With a score like that, she'd easily take first place over the past year. Her mana was depleted. The proctor teased, filled to 80% capacity. I'm so glad to meet a girl who is both strong and cute. Kana dropped a bombshell. I'm a boy. The men turned to stone. Give me back my fluttering heart. But his face and features looked completely like a girl. Even Itsuki was shocked. I honestly thought she was a girl the whole time. Her voice and face don't match at all. The proctor blurted out, for real, the guys must be devastated. Anyway, I'll return your mana now. Ready? Kana replied. Yes. The proctor let out a breath. Phew, finally done. Returning that much mana all at once is more tiring than it looks. Regaining her spirit, she asked, all right then, who's next? Raise your hand. Itsuki raised his hand. Please let me go. The proctor sighed inwardly. Oh my, and he's handsome too. She requested, all right, start by introducing yourself. He introduced, I am Itsuki from the Northern Continent. The others were astonished. Another one from the Northern Continent. Is he the first place finisher of the Northern Continent's preliminaries? He doesn't look any stronger than Kana. He coldly glanced at Itsuki, wanting to see what he's got. The others guessed he doesn't look like a magic type either. Maybe mana is his weak point. He doesn't even have a weapon. No way he beats Kana. The proctor spoke up. If you're ready, you may begin. I bet 50 silver coins his max mana tops out at 300. Itsuki thought to himself. My base mana is only 380, so I won't even fill half the crystal. But I have a passive of mana sense on my side. A notification displayed. Sense level 1. Continuously consumes mana upon activation. Detects mana flows within a 1200 m radius. Each time an enemy unit is detected, self-mana recovers by 10%. He activated his mana. Every time he detects a mana user within a 1200 m radius, his own mana increases by 10%. In other words, counting the instructor. Everyone awakened here is my mana source. As long as they are here, my mana is infinite. A flurry of notifications displayed. Enemy unit detected. Self-mana increased by 10%. Self-mana increased by 10%. Enemy unit detected. Self-mana increased by 10%. Self-mana increased by 10%. They were stunned. He still has mana left, and he's doing this barehanded. Even Kana needed a magic artifact. The proctor noticed the crystal. It's almost full. The crystal was blanketed in a mystical purple color. Itsuki felt it looked full, but there was still room to take more. Then I'll keep pouring mana in until it can't hold anymore. The proctor knew clearly the crystal was full, but this kid's mana wasn't dropping at all. At this rate, she raised her hand. Enough. Itsuki stood dazed, looking at her in confusion. Cracks began appearing on the surface of the crystal sphere. A violent burst of mana erupted. The onlookers in the back shocked. Is it going to blow? What the hell? The proctor raised her hand to shield her face from the incoming blast wave. Someone heard, did something just crack a second ago? The crystal shattered to pieces in Itsuki's hand. He panicked about getting punished. I was just pouring mana in and it shattered on its own. You're not gonna make me pay for that, right? The fragments of the crystal orb were scattered across the testing platform. The crowd stared in astonishment. Some wondered if the crystal orb had truly exploded because it couldn't withstand the magical power. Others looked at him as if he were a monster. The red-haired proctor stood in silence, deep in thought. She wondered how many years it had been since something like this happened. Then she remembered the last person who had achieved a similar feat. 10 years ago, there was another extraordinary individual. That was Taewajin, the strongest person in the world. Back then, he had also poured so much magical power into the crystal orb that it shattered completely. Realizing this, the proctor's eyes narrowed. 10 years later, another abnormal existence had appeared before her. Seeing Itsuki's tense expression, the proctor sighed and reassured him. She told him not to worry because she had already prepared a spare crystal orb. However, she quickly grew concerned about another issue. Since he had poured an astonishing amount of mana into the orb to the point of destroying it, she asked whether he would still have enough strength left to complete the remaining tests. Hearing this, Itsuki immediately relaxed. He was relieved that he wouldn't have to pay compensation for the destroyed orb. Then, with absolute confidence, she told him not to worry about the tests because he still had plenty of reserved mana. The red-haired proctor looked at Itsuki with an incredulous gaze. Even after pouring enough magical power to shatter the crystal orb, he still claimed to have surplus mana. That thought left her speechless and intrigued. She sensed a faint trace of his mana still lingering around, and she wanted to understand what kind of person he truly was. She carefully reached out her hand to touch the remaining mana. The moment her finger brushed against it, her consciousness was dragged into a horrifying illusion. The proctor's eyes widened in shock. Sweat broke out on her face as she stepped back, panting heavily. What is this? She asked herself in horror. An endless storm of negative emotions rushed into her mind. She felt heartrending regret, cutting deep down to the bone. Boiling anger flared up like an unstoppable hellfire. Along with that came a cold, murderous will. It seemed countless negative emotions had been gathered and compressed into a single existence. The red-haired proctor watched Itsuki walk away and couldn't stop thinking about what she had just sensed. The emotions hidden within his mana were like a furious whirlpool, twisting violently together. Based on her experience, no ordinary person could withstand such overwhelming emotions without collapsing. Meanwhile, as Itsuki walked away, he felt that using such skills in a crowded place was unfair. But since there were no rules forbidding skills during the exam, he decided not to make a big deal out of it. Looking ahead, he saw only one final test remaining, the agility test. Without hesitation, he headed toward the next testing area. Right at that moment, a familiar voice called out his name from behind. Itsuki stopped and turned around. Running toward him was Seiya, while Horino followed behind, looking completely exhausted from the previous tests. Seiya quickly caught up to him and asked if he had finished the magic power test. Itsuki nodded with a faint smile and replied that he was done and on his way to the agility test. Itsuki then noticed that Horino looked particularly depressed. Curious, he asked Seiya what had happened to him. Seiya whispered to Itsuki that Horino's pride was probably hurt because he scored lower than her in the attack test. Horino immediately reacted, shouting that he could hear every word. His exaggerated reaction made both of them sweat awkwardly. Horino grew increasingly gloomy, looking completely defeated. He grumbled that with this situation, getting an excellent student rating was impossible. Now he could only pray that his final score wouldn't drop below 60. Seeing his despair, Itsuki tried to encourage him. He told Horino not to give up because he believed both of them would pass. Yet instead of being comforted, Horino grew even more irritated. He pointed out that Itsuki had it too easy. After all, Itsuki had cleared the difficulty 5 trial and even destroyed a Shikigami in a single blow. In Horino's eyes, that practically guaranteed an excellent rating. Their situations were completely different, and he felt they couldn't be compared. Seiya quickly scolded Horino for taking his frustration out on Itsuki. She reminded him that his poor results were partly due to his constant laziness throughout the training period. Horino immediately clasped his hands together in desperate pleading. He declared that even if they made him do extra training afterwards, it didn't matter. He just wanted to avoid failing the exam. After Horino's little act, Seiya smiled and told Itsuki not to worry about him. She advised Itsuki to focus on the final test, while also saying that she and Horino would give it their all as well. Then her expression softened. She noticed Itsuki looked very exhausted after everything he had been through and gently reminded him to rest once the exam was over. Itsuki nodded quietly in agreement. He turned and left for the agility test. Before going, he looked back at the two of them and simply told them to do their best. Seiya cheerfully replied that she would see him later, waving with a radiant smile. However, the moment Itsuki walked away, Seiya's calm expression vanished. Frustration surging, she immediately punched Horino and asked why he had said such things to Itsuki right before the final test. Horino rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly and tried to reassure her. He pointed out that he and Itsuki had been friends for years, so he doubted Itsuki would take those words to heart. Yet Seiya remained worried. She feared Horino's words might influence Itsuki and make him deliberately lower his performance just to join the observation group with. Horino quickly dismissed that thought. He argued that Itsuki had achieved stellar results in the previous tests. Even if he held back on the final test, his overall score would probably still be above 80. According to him, there was no reason for Itsuki to throw away the advantages of the excellent student group just to choose the observation group, a group that required extra training and effort. With an air of confidence, he declared that Itsuki wasn't stupid enough to make a choice like that. Seiya quietly disagreed. She understood Itsuki better than Horino and replied that she couldn't be so sure. Meanwhile, as Itsuki was on his way to the final testing area, he had already made up his mind. He decided to intentionally keep his final score below 80. He didn't care about the bonus points that came with the excellent rating. Looking at the over 100,000 points still sitting in his account, he concluded that those rewards were negligible compared to what he truly wanted. To Itsuki, the most important thing was staying with his friends. If he joined the observation group, he would continue working alongside Seiya and the others, plus he would get extra training opportunities. To him, that was far more precious than receiving an excellent rating. Recalling the previous tests, Itsuki realized he hadn't paid much attention to the scores. Since he had cleared every test effortlessly, they were probably all perfect scores. Therefore, he concluded that the agility test would have to be his weakest one. Ideally, he wanted the score to be as low as possible. 0 points would be perfect. Just as he arrived at the agility testing area, a familiar voice called out to him. Itsuki turned around and saw a familiar group approaching. It was the Southern Continent team. Leading them was the blonde man Itsuki had previously defeated, accompanied by the silver-haired swordsman Kajin and the giant armored warrior. The blonde man pointed at him and complained that they finally found him after searching everywhere. He accused Itsuki of avoiding them this whole time. Itsuki looked at them calmly. Then, with a faint smile, he asked if the guy wanted another round. The blonde man instantly froze up at those words. Before he could respond, Kajin stepped forward and asked if he was really that eager to fight them. He said he was very glad to hear that. It seemed Itsuki hadn't forgotten his promise to face them in an official match. The atmosphere between Itsuki and Kajin grew extremely tense, but Kajin told Itsuki to relax, saying that when the exam ended, he promised to give him all the time he wanted for a fight. Kajin then turned and walked away. The blonde man and the giant armored warrior quickly followed behind. As they left, the blonde man made a throat-slitting gesture toward Itsuki. Seeing that, Itsuki couldn't help feeling confused. He wondered if these guys got hit in the head during the exam. After all, they were the ones who challenged him first, yet now they were acting like they were letting Itsuki off easy. Shaking his head, Itsuki decided not to dwell on it anymore. Right now, the only thing that mattered was the final test. He shifted his attention to the large arena for the agility test. There, an instructor began explaining the rules. According to him, the agility test was essentially a game of cat and mouse. The instructor explained that just like a cat chasing a mouse, while the mouse tries to avoid getting caught, the test would follow that exact principle. Smiling confidently, the instructor introduced himself as a level 40 order breaker and declared he would play the role of the cat. All the contestants would be the mice. The instructor then pointed to a large red circle drawn on the ground and explained the rules. Every contestant was restricted from moving outside that circle. Their objective was simple: run continuously, avoid getting caught, and survive as long as possible. However, to prevent the test from dragging on, a time limit had been set. The instructor held up one finger and declared the limit was 1 minute. Any contestant who managed to avoid getting caught for a full minute would receive a perfect score. The announcement instantly caused a stir among the contestants. Some smiled confidently, finding the challenge too easy. They wondered if the instructor was underestimating them. To them, surviving for a minute sounded more like a reward than a test. Many became convinced that a perfect score was practically guaranteed. The instructor smiled at the crowd before announcing the name of the first contestant. The first mouse, he declared, would be Fumiya Futaki from the Southern Continent. Fumiya instantly stiffened when his name was called, but before he could react, Kajin placed a hand on his shoulder and told him not to bring shame upon their continent. Hearing those words, Fumiya quickly regained his confidence. Turning back with a smile, he assured everyone there was nothing to worry about. He proudly declared that speed was his specialty, especially since he was a lightning element user. As Fumiya stepped into the arena, the instructor casually added a rule he had forgotten to mention. If he touched a contestant even once, that person would be instantly eliminated. After explaining the condition, he calmly asked if Fumiya was ready. Fumiya replied with full confidence that he was ready. At the same time, purple lightning crackled around his body as he activated his power. Smirking, He even warned the proctor to be careful not to get run in circles by a mouse. The instructor merely smiled in response. A strange aura swirled around him as he snapped his fingers and stared straight at Fumia. He remarked that whether the cat got run in circles depended entirely on the mouse. The moment the test started, the instructor vanished from his spot. Fumia froze in shock upon seeing that. A chill ran down Fumia's spine. Before he could react, a dark shadow with glowing red eyes quietly appeared behind him. The next second, a hand was placed on his head. Fumia's body went rigid. He slowly turned his head and saw the instructor standing right behind him. With a cold voice, the instructor remarked that a noisy mouse with slow reflexes like Fumia made the perfect prey. Fumia crashed hard onto the ground, his face pressed against the floor. His eyes trembled in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Standing over him, the instructor smiled lightly and announced that it took only 0.47 seconds. Hearing that, the surrounding contestants were stunned. None of them could track the movement. They wondered how the proctor appeared behind Fumia so fast and realized in terror that he had been caught in under a second. Some admitted they saw nothing at all because the whole process happened too fast. Among the observers, only Itsuki and Keijin realized that instead of relying solely on natural speed, the instructor had very likely used some kind of skill. While they acknowledged his overwhelming speed, they believed it wasn't to the point of being completely untrackable or undealable. Meanwhile, the instructor turned his back on the defeated Fumia, leisurely announcing that it was time to choose the second mouse. He picked another contestant from the southern continent, Keijin Imamichi. As Keijin stepped out, his armored teammate shouted encouragement, telling him to do his best. Yet Keijin remained calm, reassuring him not to worry. Passing by Itsuki, he declared he would achieve a perfect score and told Itsuki to watch closely. Looking at Keijin, the proctor recognized him as the number one of the southern continent and remarked that he truly lived up to the name of the prestigious Imamichi family. Hearing that, Keijin immediately corrected him, stating clearly that his family lineage had nothing to do with him being number one. With a composed expression, he told the proctor that the only reason he was number one was simple, because he was strong. The instructor acknowledged his words with a faint smile, saying he hoped that confidence wasn't just talk. With that, the instructor moved and vanished from his spot. Seeing that, Fumia yelled that it was that trick again. He pointed ahead and shouted for Keijin to watch his back. At that exact moment, the instructor lunged at Keijin with terrifying speed. However, instead of being caught off guard, Keijin had spotted the instructor's movement and reacted instantly. As the instructor lunged, his body moved automatically, dodging the strike with razor-thin precision. From afar, the armored guy enthusiastically praised Keijin, saying he had dodged instantly at a speed none of them could perceive, calling it an amazing move. Fumia proudly added that it was all thanks to his warning. Yet Itsuki disagreed, seeing that Keijin had reacted even before any warning was given. Now Itsuki was even more curious because he noticed Keijin didn't seem to rely on his eyes at all. Yet he could still sense the instructor's position with astonishing accuracy. Meanwhile, the instructor smiled faintly and remarked that it wasn't bad, clearly impressed by Keijin's display. Keijin himself maintained intense focus, sweat streaming down his face as he analyzed the situation. Though pressured, he reassured himself that the opponent was tough but not impossible to deal with. But before he could think further, the instructor abruptly closed the distance once again with terrifying speed, telling Keijin if this was any time to be thinking. Keijin dodged the instructor once more. Realizing the instructor was right, he understood that facing a master like him required 100% focus. Keijin spun around and dashed in various directions, but the instructor immediately pivoted to follow, telling Keijin there was no time left to rest. The battle grew increasingly fierce as Keijin and the instructor attacked and dodged at a pace that completely overwhelmed most of the contestants. To them, the duel was nothing more than blurred streaks. They could only see the afterimages left behind by the two, which was already enough to amaze them. Many began wondering if Keijin really was just a contestant like them. Others remarked that the southern continent's number one was indeed no ordinary genius. At this pace, they believed achieving a perfect score might actually be possible for him. Meanwhile, Itsuki observed the battle calmly. After activating Thunder Roar Wave, he could clearly track the movements of both. From what he gathered, Keijin was very likely using a temporary overload state that boosted his physical abilities to a superhuman level. However, as the fight dragged on, Itsuki noticed a weakness. Keijin continued to dodge effectively, but his speed was gradually slowing down. Realizing this, Itsuki concluded that Keijin was reaching his limit. If he couldn't pick his speed back up, getting caught by the proctor was only a matter of time. The instructor realized the same thing. A sinister smile formed beneath his mask as he accelerated forward, declaring that the little mouse had finally slipped up. Cajun instantly sensed danger and scrambled to escape, pushing his exhausted body to move faster. Sweat poured like rain down his face. In his heart, he compared himself to Taewajin, admitting that the legendary genius definitely would have lasted longer in this situation. Still, since he was determined to surpass Taewajin, he refused to allow himself to give up. No matter what happened, he couldn't afford to get caught. Realizing pure speed wasn't enough anymore, Cajun used a skill. Wind energy gathered around his hands as he activated a C-rank skill called air cannon, a technique that compressed surrounding air to its limit before releasing it in a single instant. Although the skill dealt almost no direct damage and created strong recoil that many wind element users considered a drawback, Cajun saw an opportunity where others saw a flaw. At the crucial moment, he executed air cannon and used the terrifying recoil to drastically alter his body's trajectory. That sudden shift allowed him to slip away from the instructor's grasp by a hair's breadth. Observing that move, the instructor quickly understood that Cajun had cleverly utilized the skill's recoil to dodge. He conceded that it was quite smart. But looking down at Cajun's awkward posture after the dodge, he lunged forward and asked how Cajun planned to dodge in that position. Knowing he had no other choice, Cajun immediately funneled more wind energy into both hands and activated air cannon at maximum capacity. A giant compressed wind blast erupted from his hands, slamming straight into the instructor and sending him flying backward. The instructor was amazed to see Cajun simultaneously restrict his own movement and create distance to buy time for physical recovery. He praised it as an outstanding strategy. Cajun flew backward, creating a massive gap between himself and the instructor. The watching trainees were all shocked. Just when they thought Cajun was about to get caught, he had widened the distance once more. One wondered what he had done, and another explained that Cajun had fired the skill directly at the proctor, saying even an ordinary C-rank skill could become extraordinary when used creatively. The instructor smiled. He admired Cajun's ability to maximize the potential of an ordinary skill in practical combat. In his eyes, Cajun was truly a genius. Even so, the instructor saw through the truth. Cajun was panting heavily. Continuously using air cannon had nearly drained his stamina. The instructor smiled as he advanced toward Cajun. A projection of a cat appeared behind him as he looked at Cajun and stated that the game was over. Cajun conceded that the instructor was right. He was virtually out of stamina. If he could buy just a few more seconds to recover, maybe he would have lasted a bit longer. Unfortunately, that chance no longer existed. He had been cornered, with nowhere left to run. Even so, Itsuki believed Imamichi still had one final escape route. The answer was simple: the air itself. At that exact moment, the instructor lunged at Cajun at maximum speed. But before the instructor could touch him, Cajun leaped straight up into the air. Using the recoil and air currents generated by his ability, he slipped through an unexpected angle and dodged the instructor's attack by a hair's breadth. Cajun revealed another capability, a C-rank skill named Sky Walk. Using the wind element, he compressed and solidified the air beneath his feet, turning it into invisible platforms. Thanks to that, he began running across the sky itself. The audience fell silent. Some looked up into the sky in disbelief, wondering if he was actually flying. Others quickly pointed out that he hadn't left the circle yet, meaning technically he broke no rules. Fumiya proudly stated that wind element users belonged to a rare group with the highest potential among elemental classes, and Cajun was a once in 10,000 years awakened genius. He was completely different from ordinary element users. Observing Cajun, Itsuki realized that by solidifying the air beneath his feet and using it as a stepping stone, he could move midair and evade the instructor's pursuit. Itsuki admitted that doing so required an extraordinary understanding of one's own abilities, and Cajun's mastery and practical application of his skills were truly stellar. Based on everything the instructor had shown so far, Itsuki figured the instructor didn't possess the ability to fly or sustain himself in the air for long. If that assumption held true, then Cajun had finally created a distance the instructor couldn't close. But the very next second, everything changed. The instructor suddenly appeared right in front of Cajun. The boy's eyes widened in shock. A confident smile bloomed on the instructor's face as he reached out to grab Cajun and said, "Got you." A massive shockwave erupted as the instructor slammed Cajun back down to the ground. The impact sent dust and debris flying, shaking the entire arena. Imamichi struggled to stand back up, coughing violently as exhaustion consumed. The proctor calmly stood over him, holding a small stopwatch. He smiled and conceded that Cajun came very close to success. Then he announced the final result. Cajun had lasted 1 minute and 2 seconds. The instructor congratulated him on his achievement and held out a hand. Hearing the result, Cajun smiled with satisfaction, sweat pouring down his face, while every muscle in his body screamed from exhaustion. As soon as the result was announced, the crowd erupted in excitement. The audience cheered loudly, praising Cajun's performance. Many declared that the top-ranked contestant from the preliminaries had proven his reputation was well-deserved. Others admitted the tense chase made them feel like their hearts were about to explode from suspense. Among the spectators, Itsuki observed quietly. He acknowledged Cajun's exceptional talent. Cajun had expertly managed his stamina throughout the test and displayed an extraordinary ability to maximize the potential of every skill he possessed. Witnessing such mastery made Itsuki genuinely look forward to facing him in a match later on. Meanwhile, Cajun's teammates celebrated enthusiastically. The armored guy proudly proclaimed Cajun as the pride of the southern continent. The proctor then approached Cajun and extended a hand. Cajun, still panting heavily from exhaustion, accepted the gesture and slowly stood up. Smiling warmly, the instructor said that over the past 9 years, he had met countless contestants. However, among all of them, Cajun stood out as one of the finest talents he had ever seen. He added that if Cajun continued to progress at this pace, becoming a special savior capable of carrying humanity's future would no longer be a distant dream. He encouraged him to keep up the good work. Cajun respectfully thanked him for the praise. Though exhausted, he still felt honored by the instructor's words. As he turned to leave, a light flush appeared on his face. Once Cajun's test concluded, the proctor announced that the next contestant would be Ikatora Sano from the southern continent. That was none other than the giant armored guy from Cajun's team. Inspired by Cajun's performance, Sano confidently declared that he had figured out most of the instructor's movement patterns. He believed watching Cajun had shown everyone the key to lasting longer against the proctor. Hearing that, Cajun simply wished him luck. Then Cajun approached Itsuki. Staring straight at him, Cajun said he would decide whether Itsuki was worth noticing after watching his performance in the upcoming test. He warned Itsuki not to waste his time, but Itsuki calmly replied that Cajun might end up disappointed. Before Cajun could fully process the reply, the next contestant's result was announced. Ikatora Sano's survival time was just over 5 seconds. Sano lay stiff with shock. He couldn't understand what had happened. He had predicted the instructor would attack from behind based on the observed patterns. However, the instructor told him that a cat never hunts following just a single predictable pattern. Standing nearby, Itsuki looked at Cajun with a faint smile and remarked that Cajun's performance hadn't turned out to be a good example after all. Cajun instantly stiffened with embarrassment and frustration. Sano looked completely defeated. With a pained expression, he apologized to Cajun, saying he had brought shame upon him. Cajun lightly slapped the back of his head and warned him that the one disgraced wasn't him, but the entire southern continent. The proctor then announced that following the southern continent, it was time for the northern continent's representative to step up for testing. He recalled that there was only one contestant from the northern continent participating at this location. He called Itsuki forward. When Itsuki's name was called, the crowd instantly buzzed with excitement. Many contestants whispered among themselves, recognizing him as the northern continent's #1 genius and the country's highest-ranked preliminary contestant. Having witnessed Cajun's performance, they felt lucky to also watch the nation's top genius compete. But as Itsuki walked toward the testing area, several showed doubt. Some admitted they couldn't sense the overwhelming aura Cajun had radiated. Itsuki listened to the comments without reacting. Initially, he had planned to stand still, get caught immediately, and deliberately score 0. However, after watching Cajun's test, his mind changed. That performance sparked his curiosity and made him want to experience the genuine challenge. On the other side, Sano told Cajun to leave, saying they still had the magic power test. Fumiya grumbled that if he hadn't wasted so much time during the attack power test, he would have finished everything by now. He wondered who on earth was strong enough to destroy the Shikigami in the previous test. Tired of the whining, Cajun told them to shut their mouths and watch Itsuki's test. Cajun observed Itsuki with sharp eyes. He wanted to witness firsthand just how capable the nation's #1 genius truly was. Meanwhile, as Itsuki stepped into the red circle, the instructor recognized him as the person who had surpassed the record once set by the legendary Tenma Itsuki. He said he had been looking forward to meeting him for a long time. Itsuki stretched his body, deciding to last 5 seconds against the proctor. With that thought, he told the instructor that he might end up disappointing everyone's expectations. The proctor smiled, saying there was no need to be so modest. With that, he lunged forward with astonishing speed. His figure turned into a blur as he shot straight toward Itsuki. But Itsuki stepped aside and dodged. Seeing that, the instructor conceded that Itsuki was fast, exactly as expected of a national #1 contestant. Itsuki then turned and ran in the opposite direction, at maximum speed. The instructor also moved with terrifying speed, chasing after Itsuki while confidently asking where the boy thought he was running off to. Meanwhile, Itsuki remained calm, counting the seconds ticking away in his head. 2 seconds had passed. Itsuki moved in a zigzag pattern, yet the proctor tracked his movements effortlessly without any trouble. Observing the match, the spectators realized Itsuki's speed was no weaker than Kajin's. However, many of them felt confused. Instead of creating distance, Itsuki kept retreating toward the boundary line. To them, it looked like he was cutting off his own escape route. Some viewers assumed Itsuki was panicking and running purely on instinct. Even Kajin arrived at a similar conclusion. He initially believed Itsuki could become a formidable opponent, but now felt Itsuki was simply digging his own grave. Seeing this, Kajin lost interest and prepared to leave. Noticing this, Sono asked if he wasn't going to watch anymore. Kajin replied that the outcome was already crystal clear. In his view, Itsuki had been cornered in under 3 seconds, sealing his fate. Continuing to watch would just be a waste of time. As the chase continued, the proctor grew increasingly confused. He carefully observed Itsuki and realized the boy wasn't using any skills, accelerating, or trying to obstruct him. Furthermore, Itsuki had chosen the worst possible path. The proctor couldn't fathom what he was thinking. At that very moment, Itsuki abruptly shifted his footing and stopped with flawless control near the boundary. A system notification flashed before his eyes. Thunder Roar Wave activated. Agility increased by 100%. The instant the skill activated, electricity crackled across Itsuki's body, boosting his speed dramatically. Seeing this, the proctor smirked. He believed Itsuki had finally decided to use a skill, but in his mind, it was far too late. Confident that victory was within his grasp, he reached out and lunged forward to grab the boy. However, the next moment left him completely dazed. Shrouded in lightning, Itsuki suddenly zipped past him with unbelievable speed. The proctor's hand clutched only empty air. His eyes bulged in utter disbelief after seeing that Itsuki had evaded him. The proctor stood frozen in shock. A drop of sweat rolled down his face as he replayed what had just happened in his mind. Itsuki had accelerated so suddenly that even he couldn't keep track of the boy's movement for a split second. What shocked him even more was that while dodging, Itsuki had lightly brushed against his shoulder as he passed by. To the proctor, it felt as though Itsuki was openly mocking. Meanwhile, Itsuki remained calm. In his mind, he had only tapped the shoulder as a warning to prevent an accident. However, judging by the proctor's reaction, it seemed to have backfired and only made the man even angrier. The proctor's expression darkened. Being a cat, he had caught countless mice. Some were quite interesting and required a bit of effort, but ultimately they were just games to him. But this time was different. This was the first time he had gone all out against a mouse, rather than just treating it like a game. A flash of excitement gleamed in the proctor's eyes as a wide smile spread across his face. Staring straight at Itsuki, he remarked that for someone whose status was merely that of a mouse, Itsuki certainly had the nerve to mock him. The proctor's killing intent exploded, and he lunged toward Itsuki with lightning speed. His aura surged across the arena like a ferocious storm, as he vowed to make Itsuki regret provoking him. Moving at a terrifying velocity, he closed in on Itsuki, stating he would finish it before the visual data from Itsuki's optic nerves could even reach his brain. Just as his hand was about to reach Itsuki, Itsuki abruptly turned back to look at him, while counting in his head that 4 seconds had passed. The proctor's eyes widened in shock. He could hardly believe Itsuki had actually caught up with his movement. A split second later, a horrific impact shook the entire arena, sending energy and debris flying in all directions and leaving every spectator dumbfounded. The audience stared blankly at the battlefield in confusion. Some asked what had just happened, while others wondered if Kajin had successfully dodged once more. However, Kajin calmly shook his head and declared that the match was already over. When the dust cleared, Itsuki was pinned to the ground, while the proctor stood over him, with a hand pressed firmly onto Itsuki's chest. Yet the proctor felt something was off. If Itsuki had truly reacted to his movement in time, why hadn't he dodged the attack? At that moment, Itsuki looked completely calm despite being pinned. With a relaxed tone, he quietly announced the time, 5 seconds. The proctor frowned in confusion. He had no idea what Itsuki was talking about. Then he glanced down and pulled out the stopwatch used for the test. His eyes widened in shock. The stopwatch displayed exactly 5 seconds. The proctor stared unblinkingly at the stopwatch in disbelief. Sweat trickled down his face. The result shocked him to the point of near paralysis. Around the arena, the spectators noticed the proctor's bizarre expression. They couldn't understand why he was so stunned when Itsuki was the one lying on the ground. Itsuki then asked the proctor to announce the result, also asking if he could finally take his hand off. The proctor remained silent for a moment before slowly withdrawing his hand. Finally, he composed himself and made the official announcement. The survival time of Itsuki Tenma from the North Mainland was 5 seconds. Upon hearing the result, Itsuki adjusted his clothes, thinking that lasting only 5 seconds would surely keep his score low, even if he had scored perfectly on the previous 3 tests. He believed he would still end up in the watchlist group, exactly as he desired. While he was deep in thought, Kajin approached with a confident smile. He conceded that Itsuki was very fast, but mocked that his combat sense and adaptability were laughably poor. He confidently declared that someone at that level could never possibly defeat him. Itsuki looked at him with an expressionless face and simply asked when and where their match would take place. Kajin immediately replied that they would fight after all the exams concluded, at training ground number 1. He then arrogantly proclaimed he would crush Itsuki right there. With that, Kajin let out a cold huff and turned to leave, followed by both of his teammates. As they walked away, the guy in armor remarked that even though Itsuki was from the North Mainland, he was still their number 1, and asked Kajin what his actual winning percentage was. Kajin smirked and said he had already told them Itsuki stood no chance against him. Hearing this, Fumiya praised Kajin, stating that across the entire southern continent, very few people his age could last even 3 minutes against him, and even the North Mainland's number 1 could only survive a maximum of 6 minutes. Sono agreed, proudly proclaiming Kajin as this year's strongest contestant. But Kajin told them not to waste time chatting and to focus on passing the exam, warning that anyone who failed shouldn't bother calling themselves members of the southern continent anymore. Fumiya and Sano responded anxiously and hurried off. A little while later, they arrived at the magic power testing area. Sano looked around in confusion and asked why so many people had suddenly gathered in the hall. Another examinee quickly explained what had happened. During the magic power strength test, a candidate had poured so much mana into the crystal orb that it couldn't handle it and exploded, so the proctor had gone to the storage room to fetch a replacement orb. Hearing this, Kajin grew interested and asked for the person's name. After thinking for a moment, the examinee replied that it was probably the North Mainland's top candidate, though he struggled to remember the exact name. Kajin asked if the name was Itsuki Tenma. The examinee immediately confirmed it was him, and curiously asked if Kajin knew Itsuki and whether he hailed from the North Mainland as well. Hearing that, Fumiya flared up and told the examinee not to be a fool, making it clear they were from the southern continent. Upon hearing this, the examinee burst into laughter and said he'd heard the southern continent's number 1 fighter was insanely strong, wondering who was actually stronger, the southern or the northern number 1. Fumiya and Sano confidently insisted that Kajin was naturally stronger, but Kajin gestured for them to quiet down. At that moment, the red-haired proctor returned with a new crystal orb and announced that anyone wanting to test should raise their hand. Kajin stepped forward, stating that strength couldn't be decided by mere words, as true power was proven through ability and results. With that, he raised his hand and confidently introduced himself, proclaiming to be Kajin Imamichi from the southern continent. As Kajin stepped up to test, the red-haired proctor couldn't help staring at him, quietly taking note of his silver hair and silver eyes with quiet amazement. The proctor started explaining the rules, but Kajin calmly cut her off, stating he already knew what to do. He just needed to pour his mana into the crystal orb. Meanwhile, the audience began buzzing over the rivalry everyone was curious about. Some wondered whose mana pool was larger, Kajin Imamichi's or Itsuki Tenma's, with one person arguing it had to be Itsuki since he'd made the previous orb explode. However, Fumiya disagreed, insisting that in terms of pure mana, Kajin yielded to no one, citing Kajin's own claim that his mana was practically limitless. As Kajin continued funneling energy into the crystal orb, the red-haired proctor suddenly smiled and invited him to share a meal with her after the test, though Kajin paid her little mind. In his mind, he had originally planned to stop the moment he hit a perfect score, but upon hearing that Itsuki Tenma had made a crystal orb explode, he changed his mind. Deciding that if Itsuki could blow up an orb, he would do the exact same thing, Kajin pushed further. The crystal orb quickly filled with magical energy to the point of complete saturation. Seeing this, the red-haired proctor smiled in admiration, praising him for filling the entire orb and joking not to worry because she'd return all the mana afterward. However, Kajin had no intention of stopping, and the purple aura surrounding him grew increasingly intense. The overwhelming energy caused the proctor's expression to shift. She initially tried to stop him, warning that it was already enough, but sensing the terrifying volume of mana still pouring into the orb, she wondered if Kajin was about to pull off the same stunt as Itsuki. The next instant, a blinding purple beam erupted from the crystal orb. The sheer magnitude of magical energy caused it to shatter completely, sending a shockwave rippling across the testing area. The crowd erupted into excitement, staring in awe and shouting that Kajin had blown up the crystal orb as well. Some called him a monster, finding it hard to believe anyone possessed such terrifying mana, while Fumiya proudly boasted he'd known all along Kajin could pull it off. After shattering the crystal orb, Kajin calmly told the proctor there was no need to return the mana since he still had plenty to spare, leaving her staring at the destroyed orb in stunned disbelief and regret. Sano could hardly believe Kajin had destroyed an orb capable of absorbing the mana of a level 40 Awakener, calling the feat astonishing, while Fumiya immediately declared that first place for this test belonged to Kajin. Yet Kajin didn't care about rankings, viewing first place in a low-level test as utterly meaningless, as there was only one thing that currently interested him. Meanwhile, Horino looked stunned upon learning that Itsuki had only lasted 5 seconds in the agility test. Itsuki explained that the proctor's movement speed was absurdly fast, adding that speed wasn't his strong suit anyway, though Seiya looked at him skeptically. Itsuki noticed her sharp gaze and anxiously wondered if she'd figured out he had deliberately held back during the previous test. Horino proudly celebrated his own result, laughing and boasting that he had survived a full 8 seconds, joking that he never expected there'd be any test where he outperformed Itsuki. Once all the entrance exams concluded, an announcement echoed across the hall, informing the candidates that scores were being calculated and individual results would be sent directly to their recording wristbands within 1 minute. Seiya thought it was convenient to check results straight from the wristband, while Horino clasped his hands together and prayed fervently to score at least 60 points. A moment later, his wristband lit up, displaying his results. Horino checked quickly and saw he scored 61 points, broken down into 11 for attack, 15 for agility, 18 for mana, and 17 for defense, with an overall evaluation of watchlist. Overjoyed, Horino immediately started celebrating, cheering that he got to stay, though Seiya looked at him in disbelief, pointing out that he barely scraped by yet was acting as if he got a perfect score. Shortly after, Seiya checked her results, a total of 62 points, consisting of 12 for attack, 16 for agility, 16 for mana, and 18 for defense, also receiving a watchlist evaluation. Seeing Seiya's score of 62, Horino smiled and congratulated her, joking that she beat him by 1 point since they both landed on the watchlist, cheerfully suggesting they work hard together from then on. Meanwhile, Itsuki quietly calculated his own score. Seeing that Horino scored 15 points for lasting 8 seconds in agility, Itsuki estimated his own 5-second run was worth roughly 10 points, a realization that made him anxious. If his math was right, he might end up in the elite student group, the exact opposite of what he wanted. Looking back, he regretted not just standing still during the test. Out of curiosity, Seiya asked Itsuki what score he got. Before he could reply, Horino confidently stated there was no need to ask, figuring Itsuki was definitely in the elite group since he'd gotten perfect scores on the other 3 tests and just needed a fraction more in agility to push him to the top tier. Itsuki simply smiled and agreed, acting as though he'd anticipated it. A moment later, all 3 of them looked at the results displayed on Itsuki's wristband, leaving them utterly speechless. Horino and Seiya stared in disbelief, wondering if Itsuki had somehow managed to piss off the proctor. Itsuki's score was 25 for attack, 25 for mana, and 25 for defense, but he only received 5 points for agility, bringing his total to exactly 80 points, with the overall evaluation still marked as watchlist. Horino could hardly believe it, nodding that if Itsuki had got even a single more point in agility, he would have made the elite group, missing it by a hair. Realizing Itsuki also landed on the watchlist, Horino tried to console him, saying missing the elite group was unfortunate but no reason to be too sad since the 3 of them could keep training together like before. Itsuki nodded along, outwardly acting as though staying with everyone wasn't bad at all while secretly rejoicing inside. At that moment, Kajin's group approached. He looked down on the trio with disdain, mocking them for getting so excited over merely making the watchlist, and sneeringly wondered if people from the North Mainland completely lacked ambition. Horino immediately flared up, asking why Kajin was acting so high and mighty, demanding to know what score Kajin himself had gotten if he looked down on them so much. Promptly, Fumiya stepped forward proudly to announce the score, bragging that Kajin had achieved a perfect score across all 4 tests for a flawless total of 100 points, though before he could boast further, Kajin cut him off, stating he didn't come here to show off. Kajin then shifted his attention to Itsuki and brought up their prior promise, to which Itsuki smiled and replied he couldn't possibly forget since Kajin had promised to teach him a lesson, adding that he was very much looking forward to it. Watching the 2 lock eyes, a proctor observed the scene with amusement, remarking that modern youth certainly had spirit. Hearing that voice, Itsuki and Kajin's group turned around to see who it was. It was a group of instructors approaching, and their arrival instantly commanded everyone's attention. One of the instructors looked at Itsuki and Kajin, asking if he'd heard correctly that they were planning a match. Kajin calmly asked if that wasn't allowed, and the proctor smiled and replied quite the opposite, welcoming it. However, he pointed out that a match without an audience would be rather boring, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as he looked around the arena. He then loudly announced that in his capacity as an instructor, he was formally inviting everyone to come watch. In a booming voice, he declared that at 8:00 p.m. tonight, a match would take place at training ground number 1. The bout would be between Itsuki Tenma, the North Mainland's strongest contestant, and Keijin Imamichi, the Southern Continent's strongest contestant. He encouraged everyone not to miss it, and the news instantly caused a massive uproar among the trainees. Excitement spread everywhere as people buzzed about the upcoming clash, many finding it hard to believe that right after the entrance exams concluded, they'd get to witness a duel between the two continental top dogs. Some eagerly debated who would win, with a few even starting to place bets. Everyone looked forward to seeing which of these two geniuses would stand at the peak, Keijin on one side, Itsuki on the other, in a true battle of the strongest. Seeing all this, Keijin told Itsuki he hadn't intended to turn their bout into such a big event, telling him to blame the overly nosy proctor for turning it into a public spectacle. Itsuki smiled confidently, admitting he was genuinely looking forward to the match. Seeing both sides agreed, the instructor cheerfully wrapped up the conversation, announcing everyone would get their fill of action tonight and telling the trainees to disperse. As the students began clearing out, the instructor stopped Itsuki and asked if he had a moment to talk, to which Itsuki agreed. Sano invited Keijin to grab a bite to eat, but Keijin declined, telling them to go ahead because he wanted to rest for a bit. Meanwhile, the instructor told Itsuki he was the only one who truly understood how impressive Itsuki's performance in the agility test actually was. Itsuki humbly replied that the instructor was overpraising him since he'd only lasted 5 seconds. The proctor smiled and explained that under normal circumstances, lasting 5 seconds in agility would net a much higher score, asking if Itsuki knew why he purposely gave him only 5 points. Itsuki answered that he didn't know, but added that he was completely satisfied with the score he received. Hearing that, the proctor replied that while he didn't know the exact reason, he could tell Itsuki was hiding his true strength, which was why he deliberately lowered his score as a way of helping him out. Hearing this, Itsuki asked why the proctor had made such a loud announcement about the match with Keijin and thrust him into the spotlight if he already knew Itsuki was concealing his abilities. The proctor smiled and admitted it was just a small penalty for the casual attitude Itsuki had displayed during the test. He warned Itsuki that if he really wanted to hide his strength, he should be more careful and avoid fighting at full force. Smiling with confidence, Itsuki asked if the proctor genuinely believed Keijin had what it took to force him to fight seriously. The proctor just shrugged and replied no one could know for sure, though he cautioned Itsuki not to underestimate Keijin, reminding him that Keijin possessed a special grade talent. With nothing more to say, the instructor wrapped up the conversation, telling Itsuki they'd shared enough secrets for one day and advising him to head back and rest. Wishing him luck before parting ways, the two went separate directions. As Itsuki walked away, he reflected on what the proctor had said, realizing Keijin also possessed a special grade talent, much like his own nirvana. He recalled his teacher saying special grade talents possess the power to rewrite the very rules of the world. Itsuki thought back on his talent's capabilities. Nirvana always maintained a fixed baseline, and every time he learned a new skill, all his stats increased. All negative effects were nullified, and every injury healed completely. Thinking about the upcoming battle, he realized a clash between two special grade talent users would be far more dangerous than a standard fight, never expecting he'd encounter another special grade user so soon. Contemplating his Z-rank skill, over Mimus, which could analyze enemy attacks and learn the perfect counter skill, he grew curious, as it hadn't been triggered in a long time, and wondered if fighting Keijin might help him grow stronger. Just then, Horino called out, asking why he was standing there spacing out. Seiya asked if he was all right and if the instructor had said anything to him. Itsuki smiled and replied nothing was serious, explaining the instructor had just given him some advice about the match since the long day had tired him out. Itsuki invited the group to rest at his place, prompting Horino to immediately ask if he'd managed to request a high-end room with a living room big enough for all three of them. With a faint smile, Itsuki replied his room wasn't quite that small, leaving Horino staring at him in complete shock, unable to believe what he'd just heard. Upon arriving at Itsuki's villa, Horino went completely speechless, staring at the luxurious building in front of him and shouting in astonishment, asking if Itsuki had actually rented an entire villa. As soon as they stepped inside, Horino grew even more excited, running around the villa and marveling at everything he saw, praising the comfortable sofa, high-end carpets, spotless walls, and transparent windows, eventually crying out in admiring awe that the place was unimaginably spacious and luxurious. Seiya looked around the massive villa and remarked that it was much bigger than she'd imagined. Itsuki smiled and said the villa would serve as their group's base from now on, inviting them to drop by whenever they wanted. Once they settled in, the conversation drifted back to the upcoming match. Horino asked if he was really going to fight Kajin, warning that Kajin looked extremely dangerous and suggesting he cancel the match. Seiya agreed, saying the match was unnecessary and getting injured would only hinder Itsuki's subsequent training. But Itsuki shook his head, explaining that his talent and skills only grew stronger when fighting opponents who were powerful enough, believing Kajin might just be the opponent he needed, and adding that if he wanted to grow stronger, he had to embrace challenges. Hearing that, Horino sighed and joked that Itsuki was a true battle maniac. Itsuki just smiled and changed the subject, saying he was hungry and asking Horino to cook something for everyone, confidently adding that eating Horino's cooking right before a match guaranteed he'd win. Hearing that, Horino flexed his muscles with utter confidence and told Itsuki to leave the cooking entirely to him. As Horino walked away, Itsuki noticed the worried look on Seiya's face and told her to trust him, swearing he'd definitely win. Reminding him of those words, Seiya pointed out that he'd made the exact same promise back when the skeleton soldiers attacked their school. Hearing those words, Itsuki suddenly froze, his thoughts drifting back to that day. He remembered confidently telling her to trust him, though after defeating the skeletons, Seiya had vanished. With tears in her eyes, Seiya told Itsuki that he had broken his promise. She reminded him that he could easily have dodged the skeleton's attack, yet instead used his own body to block. Itsuki tried to explain he did it because of his skill, but she cut him off before he could reveal anything, reminding him that order breakers were forbidden from telling others what their skills did, and even she wasn't allowed to know the details. Itsuki could only remain silent, knowing she was right, as she recalled how after getting injured, Itsuki summoned a giant blue lotus, healed his wounds, and defeated the skeleton. She believed he took the hit simply because he was certain he could heal himself. Even so, she angrily told him there were much safer ways to win, admitting she was furious because he deliberately put himself in danger. Itsuki apologized and asked her not to be mad anymore, to which she replied that when a girl was genuinely angry, she wouldn't just say she was angry. She called him an idiot for not understanding girls, prompting Itsuki to innocently ask if that meant she wasn't mad. Seiya scolded him again, saying he always pushed himself too hard since they were kids, reminding him he wasn't alone because he had her and Horino by his side. She told him he needed to value his own life more. Just then, Horino brought out the food, smiling and joking that it looked like Seiya was lecturing Itsuki again, though Seiya quickly denied it, insisting she wasn't lecturing him. After calming everyone down, Horino placed the food on the table and invited them to dig in, saying there was plenty for everyone and reminding them no one could fight well on an empty stomach. That evening at 7:55 p.m., everyone gathered at Apex Camp's training ground number 1 to watch the long-awaited match. The excited trainees started placing bets using their points. Some confidently wagered 10 points on Itsuki Tenma, while others believed Kajin Imamichi held a clear advantage due to his perfect score compared to Itsuki's 80 points, though even those admitting Itsuki might have hidden trumps still placed all their chips on Kajin's victory. Aside from the trainees, Kana, Gaku, Shin, and the Black Cat had also come to watch the match. The agile proctor smiled, nodding that while student bouts had happened many times before, this was the first time the entire training camp had gathered to watch a single match. The red-haired proctor admitted even she was curious about the outcome, while the bespectacled proctor wondered why a simple trainee match was drawing so much attention. As the crowd packed around the arena, the agile proctor announced it was time to explain the match rule. An instructor beside him called for everyone's attention and ordered the noisy crowd to quiet down. Once the arena fell silent, he instructed both duelists, Itsuki Tenma and Kajin Imamichi, to step into the ring. As the two fighters entered the arena, their supporters erupted into cheers. Horino and Seiya shouted for Itsuki to go all out and beat Kajin, while Sano and Fumiya cheered for Kajin, telling him to show the North Mainland representative just how strong he was. The instructor then explained the first rule of the match. A fighter loses if they are knocked unconscious, rendered unable to continue fighting, or forced out of the ring, with meeting any of those conditions resulting in immediate defeat. Next, he announced the second rule regarding equipment, stating that both fighters were permitted to use any gear or artifacts in their possession during the match. Proctor then announced the third and final rule. Since both duelists agreed to enter the match, they would bear full personal responsibility for the outcome. Any injuries or even death occurring during the match would be entirely on them. The entire crowd fell dead silent after hearing this rule. Many contestants couldn't believe a simple match could lead to death, wondering who would ever agree to such dangerous terms. The proctor, who had looked at Itsuki with a murderous gaze at the camp gates, then declared that if both contestants confirmed they had no objections, the match would begin immediately. Kajin sneered and asked if death scared Itsuki, to which Itsuki told him to stop running his mouth and mocked him, asking if everyone from the southern continent talked as much as he did. Without a trace of fear, Itsuki confidently stated he had no objections, and the proctor immediately declared the match underway. The moment the match started, Kajin decided to end the battle as quickly as possible. He activated a C-rank skill called Vacuum and rushed toward Itsuki at high speed, preparing to overwhelm him right from the opening attack. Kajin's skill sucked away the air within a specific area, creating a strong airflow that pulled everything nearby toward him. Even being dragged forward by the powerful suction, Itsuki remained completely calm. His expression didn't change at all as he watched Kajin prepare his next move. Not wanting to waste time, Kajin gathered all the compressed air into both hands and executed air cannon at maximum output. He blasted a massive stream of compressed air straight at Itsuki, the powerful attack exploding upon impact and shaking the entire arena. A gigantic cloud of dust and debris enveloped the battlefield, completely obscuring what had happened to Itsuki. Confident that his opening strike succeeded, Kajin looked toward the smoke and declared that if Itsuki couldn't even block a mere greeting attack, he should surrender right now before losing his life. However, as the dust cleared, Itsuki stood completely unharmed. He smiled calmly and warned Kajin not to get too confident just because his previous ambush succeeded. Seeing Itsuki standing there without a single scratch, Kajin's confident expression instantly vanished as he realized the battle between the two strongest contenders had only just begun. The force of Kajin's attack swept across the entire arena, tearing up the ground and sending giant chunks of rock flying everywhere, yet Itsuki remained completely unscathed. The audience watched in astonishment, wondering if Kajin and Itsuki were actually trainees in the same batch as them. Some questioned how a mere C-rank skill could generate such terrifying power, while others were even more shocked that Itsuki had taken Kajin's full-power air cannon head-on without a scratch. The flexible proctor explained that wind element skills naturally lose power when traveling over long distances. That was why Kajin used the vacuum skill to pull Itsuki closer before unleashing his strongest attack, closing the distance to prevent the attack from losing power while disrupting Itsuki's rhythm. The proctor, who held hostility toward Itsuki, added that an ordinary awakened would have been unable to keep fighting after taking such a direct impact from Kajin, but Itsuki was definitely no ordinary person. He was just as much of a monster as Kajin, making everyone watching realize that the real battle between the two strongest fighters had only just begun. He was just as much of a monster as Kajin, making everyone watching realize that the real battle between the two strongest fighters had only just begun. Kajin immediately followed up with another attack, using the momentum of the vacuum skill to dash straight toward Itsuki at blinding speed and close the gap in the blink of an eye. In a flash, Kajin appeared right in front of Itsuki and threw a powerful punch, which Itsuki met with a mighty punch of his own, their fists colliding with an impact that shattered the ground beneath them and sent spiderweb cracks sprawling across the arena. Both pushed against each other with all their might. Shortly after, the two quickly separated and landed several meters apart, glaring intently at each other. Giving each other no time to recover, both lunged forward once more and unleashed another ferocious strike. Itsuki and Kajin grabbed each other by the wrists, neither yielding even an inch. Shunning skills, the two duelists clashed head-on in a pure test of raw strength, each trying to overpower the other. The audience watched in confusion as Shin wondered what the two were doing, while Gakue explained that this was the most primitive form of combat, a pure contest of raw power. As the two continued to push against one another, shockwaves erupted from the collision and cracked the surrounding wall. Their competing force shook the entire arena. Observing the match, Shin conceded to the group that they looked evenly matched, but Gakue pointed out that Kajin was actually being pushed back and would likely lose if this kept up. Meanwhile, Kajin gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, sweat streaming down his face as he poured everything into his push. Yet no matter how hard he shoved, Itsuki refused to budge. He felt as though he were trying to push an immovable mountain, completely unable to comprehend where such overwhelming strength came from. Itsuki looked at Kajin and asked if he hadn't eaten enough, mocking his feeble strength. Hearing those words, Kajin's eyes bulged in pure rage. Refusing to take the insult, he whipped a powerful kick toward Itsuki, and when Itsuki blocked the kick with a single hand, Kajin seized the opportunity to gather a massive amount of wind energy around his free hand and executed air cannon at point-blank range. A gigantic pillar of compressed wind blasted straight at Itsuki with horrifying force. Kajin believed the point-blank air cannon would hit Itsuki square in the head and end the match. However, as the attack cleared, Kajin stood frozen in disbelief because Itsuki was still standing right there without a single injury. Sweat dripped down Kajin's face as he wondered if Itsuki was the type of tank built with both monstrous attack power and defense. Itsuki calmly scratched the back of his neck and asked what that last attack was supposed to be, tauntingly asking if Kajin was just trying to give him a massage. Frustrated and unwilling to lose, Kajin abandoned the strength contest, declaring that if brute force wasn't enough, he would beat Itsuki with speed. The next instant, Kajin activated a movement skill and bolted toward Itsuki at breakneck speed, launching another lightning-fast strike. Kajin threw a powerful punch, moving so fast that his fist blurred into a streak. But right before the fist connected, Itsuki vanished from his spot. The next second, Itsuki appeared right behind Kajin and looked down at him, leaving Kajin's eyes wide with shock at the sheer speed. He instantly spun around to strike, using his C-rank skill air cannon. But before Kajin could fully activate the skill, Itsuki abruptly closed the distance and slammed a devastating punch straight into Kajin's gut, knocking the wind completely out of his lungs. He screamed in agony as his body shot backward like a cannonball before crashing hard into the ground, creating a massive impact crater. Fumiya and Sana watched in horror as Kajin was sent flying, screaming his name in utter disbelief. Everyone else was completely confused, failing to understand how Kajin got blown away the moment he lunged at Itsuki. Some even questioned if Itsuki's punch had actually connected, while others were astounded that a single punch carried destructive power equivalent to Kajin's full-power air cannon, making it feel almost unfair. Kajin slowly crawled out of the rubble as Itsuki stepped closer and asked if he was still holding back, mockingly questioning if he was avoiding using his full power because he didn't want to kill him. Looking at him, Itsuki figured this was the first time an opponent accidentally handed him an advantage, realizing that at this pace, the match would end before he could trigger Overmimus, and knowing he needed to provoke Kajin enough to awaken his genuine murderous intent. Deciding on his plan, Itsuki thought he would temporarily play the villain for a bit. With a faint smirk, Itsuki looked down at Kajin and tauntingly asked if this was truly all he could do after acting so arrogant earlier. Itsuki grabbed Kajin by the neck and hoisted him into the air with one hand, wearing a mocking smile as he asked if he wasn't ashamed of such a pathetic performance. Kajin struggled frantically, trying to break free from Itsuki's grip. But before Kajin could manage it, Itsuki slammed him violently back down to the ground with terrifying force, kicking up another explosion of dust and debris. Looking down at the beaten Kajin, Itsuki coldly told him to go look in a mirror and see his own pathetic face. He continued to provoke him, saying a one-sided beatdown like this no longer deserved to be called a duel. Finally, he called Kajin a coward, which triggered Fumiya and Sano on the sidelines into a furious rage, screaming angrily to demand what Itsuki just said and warning him not to insult Kajin. The entire audience was displeased with Itsuki's attitude, shouting that winning didn't give him the right to humiliate his opponent, with some expressing disappointment, while others insisted Kajin Imamichi was a warrior worthy of respect. Meanwhile, Horino watched the match in confusion, nodding Itsuki had never acted this way before and wondering why he was behaving so out of character, while Seiya calmly replied that Itsuki must have his reasons and told him to trust him and keep watching. As Kajin slowly picked himself up, dark purple energy began gathering around his body. He glared at Itsuki and declared he would show him the consequence of truly angering him, blood trickling from his mouth as his aura exploded with overwhelming power. The air began to vibrate as Kajin grew increasingly furious. Seeing Kajin's murderous intent finally surface, Itsuki's eyes turned red as he quietly thought to himself that it had finally arrived. Kajin unleashed his C-rank skill Wind Blade, gathering purple wind energy around his arm before swinging forward, sending a sharp, compressed blade of wind straight at Itsuki. Itsuki observed the incoming attack calmly, his eyes flashing blue as the wind blade closed in. He instantly recognized the technique, remembering it was the exact same skill Abaria had used against him. Without budging from his spot, Itsuki faced the razor-sharp wind blade head-on. But the moment the wind blade struck Itsuki's chest, it slashed across his body and blood spewed from the wound, staining his clothes. Kajin recalled his childhood, remembering he was always the strongest among his peers within the clan. After becoming an awakened, he had fought countless individuals touted as geniuses. Yet the result was always the same. No matter who the opponent was, he only needed to make a slight instinctive move. And before they even realized it, they were already defeated. Because of these consecutive victories, his emotions gradually shifted. The thrill he felt after his very first win slowly faded away, and winning became something completely natural to him, to the point where combat started growing boring. However, everything changed when he met Taewajin, known as the strongest awakened alive. Kajin believed fighting Taewajin might bring back the thrill of battle he once had, even if he lost. With that hope, he challenged Taewajin to a match, but the fight ended almost instantly. In just 2 seconds, Kajin suffered the first defeat of his life. When Kajin lay injured on the ground, Taewajin asked why he looked so sad and wondered if it was because he lost, and Kajin admitted it was his first time losing, believing the experience of failure would reignite his passion for battle, though things didn't turn out as expected. In the end, Kajin realized he still felt bored, even after tasting his first defeat. Taewajin explained that he felt this way because he had grown too strong, stating that being completely overpowered by someone vastly superior like him would never bring the thrill of battle, which could only be found fighting someone close in level, age, and capability. Kajin wondered if such a person even existed. Taewajin told him to go to Apex Camp. He was certain Kajin would find someone there worthy of fighting with all his might, affirming that dueling such an opponent would let him experience the true joy of combat. Hearing those words, Kajin's eyes widened, as he finally found a new goal right then and there. While attacking with Wind Blade, Kajin taunted Itsuki and asked where his initial confidence went, unleashing another barrage of sharp wind blades toward him. But Itsuki caught the wind blade with his bare hand and batted it away. Kajin's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Seeing that, he smiled out of excitement, realizing Itsuki could actually see the invisible wind blades and guessing he possessed some kind of detection skill. Without hesitation, Kajin funneled even more wind energy into both hands, acknowledging that Itsuki could dodge an attack, but smiling confidently. He prepared to unleash a massive tempest of wind blades, covering the entire arena with nowhere to hide. Kajin smiled, nodding he had never used this technique against another human before. He then executed his B-rank skill, Wind Blade Tornado, as countless swirling wind blades formed a giant tornado that ripped across the arena, destroying everything in its path as it barreled toward Itsuki. Confident in his attack, Kajin told Itsuki he had only 2 choices: leave the arena, admit defeat, and avoid the deadly wind blades, or stay put and let his body get shredded to pieces. Itsuki didn't step back, standing his ground as countless wind blades battered him from all directions. The wind blades sliced through his body, sending blood splattering across the arena. At that critical moment, Itsuki smiled because Over Mimus had finally activated. A system notification popped up, stating that the B-rank skill Wind Blade Tornado was detected, Over Mimus successfully triggered, and skill analysis had begun with progress at 1%. Horino watched the match in terror, screaming for Itsuki to stop and warning him he would die if he kept going, crying that this was no longer a match but an execution, and begging him not to throw his life away over a simple match. Many in the arena grew increasingly anxious, continuously urging Itsuki to surrender, as they failed to understand why he refused to give up and feared he would be killed if he kept fighting. Even Fumiya and Sano were shocked by Kajin's actions, admitting Kajin was usually ruthless, but they had never seen him go this far, feeling that while Itsuki had acted arrogant, Kajin was pushing the fight far beyond necessity. Some proctors wanted to halt the match immediately, believing Itsuki was in grave danger, but the flexible proctor refused. He smiled, saying both duelists had reached the pinnacle of their fighting spirit, and interfering in such a battle would show disrespect. Meanwhile, Itsuki endured the endless wind blades, activating black ice armor to protect himself and buy time, while the system display showed the skill analysis progress rising from 38% to 39%. At the same time, the magic proctor was astonished to see Itsuki using black ice armor, bewildered because she thought he was a lightning user, while the magic testing proctor admitted she had never heard of black ice before. Yet even after seeing the armor, she remained worried, questioning whether it could actually protect Itsuki if he took another direct hit from the powerful wind attack. Everyone feared Itsuki would still get torn to shreds as the skill analysis progress reached 50%. Kajin looked at Itsuki with a confident smirk, pointing out that black ice armor was designed to defend against fire element skills, taunting him that using it against a wind attack like Wind Blade was a terrible choice. As the razor-sharp wind blades continued to slash through the armor, cracks rapidly spread and blood gushed from his wound. Despite the unbearable pain, Itsuki remained resolute, believing that if he could hold out until the analysis finished, victory would be his. Itsuki's system continued analyzing Kajin's technique, while Kajin maintained pressure with his B-rank wind blade tornado, the analysis progress hitting 75% as Itsuki kept enduring the pain of countless wind blades tearing through his flesh, covered in blood from head to toe, yet refusing to fall. Kajin looked at Itsuki and stated that just taking hits was practically equivalent to failure, guessing he was trying to outlast his mana, only to reveal that such a plan would never work. Kajin explained that his special grade talent Silver Eye reduced the mana consumption of all skills by 90%, and on top of that, any mana he spent regenerated instantly. The system verified his ability, identifying him as Kajin Imamichi, a level 18 Wind Element user whose special grade talent Silver Eye cut skill mana consumption by 90% and instantly refunded all spent mana. Kajin proudly declared that thanks to this ability, he didn't need to raise his mana stats or rely on special items, making his mana practically infinite. His current stats displayed: Attack 250, Defense 250, Agility 400, Mana 20, for a total of 920. The audience sat in dead silence, unable to fathom how someone with only 20 mana could cast skills continuously even at beginner levels. Realizing his special grade talent completely broke normal mana rules, witnessing such an unbelievable ability, many concluded Itsuki's defeat was practically certain. Shin couldn't understand why Itsuki kept fighting knowing Kajin had nearly infinite mana, while Gakuoi deemed continuing pointless, assuming Itsuki was just dragging it out to protect his pride. Meanwhile, as the endless wind blades rained down on Itsuki, the system progress bar hit 95%. Kana watched closely and noticed something strange, realizing Itsuki hadn't run out of mana at all and had instead voluntarily dismissed his black ice armor, leaving Horino and Seiya to watch with growing dread, knowing he was completely undefended, while Shin and Gakuoi assumed only one outcome awaited him: death. The wind blades ruthlessly tore into Itsuki's unprotected body, sending blood spraying into the air as the analysis progress reached 98%, yet he kept enduring the assault. Then, at the final moment, a blazing green energy erupted from his body as the analysis progress hit 99%. Itsuki raised his head with a faint smile despite being drenched in blood, whispering quietly that it was finally time, right as the system chimed that analysis progress had reached 100%. Instantly, a powerful green aura burst around Itsuki's wounded body, shaping itself into a lotus flower, as Itsuki successfully finished analyzing Kajin's B-rank skill Wind Blade Tornado. As the energy lotus surrounded Itsuki's battered body, another system notification popped up to inform him that he had successfully learned magic detection level.